Fans, I just pressed the Let's Go Live button, so let's wait for that stream to fire up all across the fruited plain of the internet. Before we go ahead and get started, we got to make sure the tubes are connected on this lovely, lovely Friday. And we are on the tail end of the trial, and it looks like we are alive and well, which means we can go ahead and get started. So let's do it, shall we? Hello, my friends, and welcome back to yet another episode of Watching the Watchers Live. My name is Robert Gouveia. I am a criminal defense attorney broadcasting from the Valley of the Sun, deep in downtown Phoenix, Arizona. And today, my friends, it is trial day 3. Happy Friday. We made it through. This should be the final day of trial, and it probably will be a little bit of a closer end. I don't think we'll go the full day. We've got one final witness from the government, Ray Valenzuela. We've already talked about him a lot. In fact, it was this guy who came out and testified at the end of day 2, also was appearing for the government at the end of day 2. So we started the day with him and ended the day with him. And he'll be back on the stand today for some final versions of the direct testimony. And yesterday, his testimony on direct was, quite boring, if I can be so blunt about it. It was a bunch of sausage making. They brought out Ray Valenzuela, works with Maricopa County elections. He says that he personally verified, over 1,500 ballots. I think 1,600 was the total. And Kari Lake's team called him as a witness, but he's really, I'd say a government witness. And they called him, and they just talk about how great they are, Oh, we did this perfectly, and this is how this works. And it's just very mechanical, very technical, but very boring. It's how they make the sausage. And they make it painful, and they show you every minor detail. So we're going to get back in with him today as the court gets back in session. We are watching and patiently waiting as it gets going over there in Mesa, Arizona. They are at the SEF facility, the Southeast facility. We call it SEF, S-E-F, over in Mesa. And so they'll be there probably piling in, getting ready. It's Friday. Everybody's, oh, God, here we go. So we'll check back in on that. I wanted to share a couple tweets with you. So also yesterday, we heard a lot from Eric Specken, who was the forensic signature investigator. And they brought him in as an expert witness, Kari Lake did, and the government challenged him as an expert witness, but there were several clips from him that we may have missed yesterday, so I wanted to share these with you. Let's get that volume up.
I must hesitate to say this, but I'll just say thank you. We have no... So merely because two signatures flash up on a screen, is that a comparison in your mind?
That's my point. It's not.
And why is that?
It would be like thumbing through this opinion like this and saying, I just read it. I say I read it and you say you didn't, and you're arguing. The simple fact is no one could read it that fast. No one that I've ever encountered in my life could read it that fast. So the answer is you did not read it.
So in your opinion, was signature verification completed in Arizona election 2022?
I must hesitate to say this, but I'll just say thank you. We have no further questions at this time.
Okay, so we see what's happening here. And just to zoom out on this again before we jump into today's activities, remember that Kari Lake has to meet the judge's standard. And in this case, the judge set a pretty high standard. If you read the advisory or the under advisement opinion after the oral arguments that we covered at length here, the judge returned and he said, Kari Lake, your standard is high. You've got to prove, because I've narrowed the complaint so tightly. Remember, Kari Lake filed a complaint right after the election. A bunch of stuff was dismissed. She appealed those dismissals. They went all the way up to the Arizona Supreme Court. They said it was dismissed kind of on the wrong basis, and you got to send it back down to do it over again. But when they send it back down, it's also narrowed a little bit. It goes up, and they say, well, you can't really, what you meant in your complaint was this, and so take it back down and apply this. And they did. And the judge reinterpreted this. And yesterday, as we were working our way through this, we liked the new framing of quality control. There's kind of two arguments about quality control. One, Kari Lake's argument is that there needs to be quality control in the signature verification process so that you know that it was done. If you want verified signatures, then you have to have a threshold of acceptance. You've got to have certain standards in place, indicia that are met in order to assure that the signature verification was done with quality control. Otherwise, it's kind of invalid. And the analogy we used a lot yesterday is you can slap four wheels on a car, but it may not drive anywhere. You may call it a car, but it may not actually function. Is it really a car? There's no quality controls on that. So Kari Lake is saying the quality controls in this trial, in this election, were so poor that it is as though there was no signature verification that happened at all, because the process was so poorly run. It was tainted to such a degree that you can't trust the results. Would you go skydiving if your parachute was only 40% quality control? No. Is it really a parachute if it's only 40% likely to open? Or the threshold was so bad, it was packed so quickly that nobody could verify that it was quality or not? Is it really a parachute? Not really, is what Kari Lake is saying. Now, the judge, in my reading of the opinion, has interpreted this whole thing to make it as though it's not about quality control. It doesn't matter whether it reached a certain threshold or not. The fact that you produced the car, the fact that you produced the parachute, the fact that you've produced an election result, and there was somebody in there somewhere flipping around through papers, or like Steve the Pecker was just clicking away faster than you click this like button. It is just that alone that is sufficient to meet the standard. Just the fact that Maricopa County did signature verification at all. If it was one dude who said, yeah, this looks pretty good. You know, this looks pretty good to me. And there you go. Like, technically, that is the process being completed. And the judge is distinguishing between these two things. One, whether the process was completed, yes or no, or what Kari Lake is arguing, the process was completed technically, but it was completed so poorly that it can't count as a process. So that is where we're picking up. We have another clip from Kari Lake's expert. Says you can't even compare one of those in this time frame, so you can't compare 2 or 3 or 4. Here's what Eric said yesterday.
And your opinion was that it was not possible to compare signatures in less than 3 seconds in the context of why we're here today, correct?
On the mass scale context, I said it cannot be done. Could you pick one time out of 10,000 where someone could do that? Maybe you could, but not on a mass scale, like in the thousands and thousands. No, it's my opinion, you cannot do that. You cannot do a comparison in that time.
Mr. LaRue asked you some questions about the having more than one reference signature. Do you recall that?
I do.
Is your opinion predicated on the existence of more than one reference signature, or that it is one signature from a ballot envelope compared to one reference signature?
Well, my opinion is not predicated on either. I gave the benefit of the doubt saying the time of only comparing one. Clearly in 2 seconds, you're not scrolling and finding 3 and comparing all 3 in 2 seconds. That's even more preposterous. But that wasn't what the opinion was based on. It's that you can't even compare one in that time. Obviously, it follows you can't compare 2, 3, or 4, because as I answered his question, that obviously takes more time.
And what do you base your opinion on the inability to compare 2 signatures in the context of the system that Maricopa County has employed for the 2022 general election?
My education, training, and experience. I mean, that manual or the training program does a nice job of spelling out the basics of what you would look for in handwriting. It's what I would look for. I know what to look for. I do this every day. I can't believe there could be thousands of people, and I'm not trying to be offensive when I say this, in Maricopa County that don't do this every day and had a 4-hour training or a 40-hour training that can do it so much faster than I ever could. I don't believe that. No.
Well, they say Maricopa County is just returning around and they're saying, well, you just measured the wrong stuff. They just said, you're looking at details about checked work. And we heard from Ray Valenzuela, who we're waiting for, very likely to take the stand again here this morning in just a minute, as the court boots us up, is going to come back. And as we heard in his testimony yesterday, he says, no, you're measuring checked work. All of those fast clicks are just people checking and verifying. All rise.
Good morning. Please be seated.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
We don't have any housekeeping. All right, this is CV 2022-09-5403. This is Lake versus Hobbs et al. I will take appearances at the beginning of the day, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brian Blem on behalf of plaintiff Kari Lake.
Morning, Your Honor. Kurt Olson on behalf of plaintiff Kari Lake.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Gouveia on
Good
behalf of
morning, Your
Watching
Honor.
the Watchers and America.
Governor Katie Hobbs. Alexis Standman for Governor Katie Hobbs.
Thomas Liddy from the Maricopa County Attorney's Office on behalf of the Maricopa County defendants.
Emily Kreger from the Burgess Law Group on behalf of the Maricopa County defendants.
With me is Joe LaRue, Karen Hartman-Sayes, and Rosa Aguiar, all from MCAO.
Morning, Your Honor. Craig Morgan for Sherman and Howard on behalf of the Secretary of State.
Very well. Good morning to all of you. Please be seated.
Good morning, Judge.
I just assumed as well that I've stated every time we come back on the record that the presence of your clients is waived. I presume that throughout this, you're waiving the appearance of your clients on both sides. Sometimes people come in, sometimes they don't. I don't mind either way. Nothing is being inferred from either presence or absence, but have I properly inferred that if they're not present, their appearance is waived by both sides?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. And Ray Valenzuela is here as the client representative.
Right. That's correct. Okay. Very well then. As we left off yesterday, Mr. Valenzuela, if you could come forward to the witness stand, sir. You're still under oath, and I'm going to remind you that in just a second. Go ahead and have a seat. All right. So, give you a second to get set. You recognize you're still under oath, correct?
I do.
Well, continue with your examination, please, Mr. Ray.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is the government lawyer. Witness is Ray Valenzuela, works for Maricopa County. This is the defense witness picking back up with their direct exam. Day 3, Kari Lake trial, taking place out of Mesa in the Southeast facility, Maricopa County Superior Court.
Okay.
Showing him another exhibit. As we get set up on the day.
Good morning, Mr. Valenzuela.
Good morning.
I've just placed in front of you an exhibit. Would you please read the number on the green stamp that's on there?
Exhibit number 29.
Number 29. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is a facsimile of our label sheet that we utilize for when we are curing and to identify the actions taken on a given affidavit, envelope, or packet.
So when an employee, either a temporary employee or a full-time employee was working during the 2022 Maricopa County general election on the signature verification process that was assigned to curing, how would they utilize these stickers?
So every attempt, every action made by that employee that's for that particular specific packet would get a label affixed. You could have multiple labels for multiple attempts, and they would identify the action taken. And again, as done yesterday in the exhibit, these abbreviated actions, left voicemail, LVM, left message, letter sent, all of that would be indicated and tracked utilizing these labels and the date that it was occurred or had occurred.
Thank you.
Picking back up with sausage making, we left off with curing ballots, and the point of this testimony is as we mentioned at the open here, is to
And
just
during
show
the
they did a bunch of stuff.
2022 general election signature verification process, do you have personal knowledge that these labels were in fact used by your team that was doing signature verification and curing?
I do indeed.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Showing Lake's lawyers the exhibit, walking back up. You recognize this.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit 29.
There it is.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
29 submitted then.
Mr. Valenzuela, I just placed another document in front of you. Would you read the number on the green tag?
Exhibit number 30.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Did you tell the court what it is?
It is our standard work document, if you will, with regards to how we manage one of the options for a voter to cure or contact us when we reach out to them with a question or no sig.
And how is it used?
This one is for internal staff that are assigned to the process of curing. There is, in addition to some of our temporary staff, but it is a detailed explanation of how that process, how to go into the SFTP secure file transfer protocol folder for when a voter, as an example, this one is specific to what we call text to cure. A voter can go into a portal once we send them a letter saying go there, validate their information, and then upload as if they came in person, upload a photocopy of their state driver's license or state issued ID.
And Mr. Valenzuela, do you have personal knowledge that those activities you just described for the court were in fact accomplished during the 22 general election signature verification process?
Yes, we have detailed tracking of those that were subject to curing and those that were cured and the methodology they were cured by.
Thank you.
Again, just meeting that standard. Just we did something. Doesn't have to be all of them. Doesn't have to be at a
Did you
high
offer 30 or were you?
confidency rate or any of those things. Just you did it. So Kari Lake's team has to come back and say you did it, but it was so poorly done that it falls below the
May I approach,
standard.
Your Honor?
You may.
Your quality controls were so bad. We don't care if you did a bunch of work. You didn't produce a
Your Honor, at this
reliable
time-
outcome.
I move that Exhibit 30 be moved into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
30 is admitted.
Mr. Valenzuela, I just placed another document in front of you. Do you see the number on the green tag?
I do.
What does it say?
Exhibit number 31.
And do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It is a sample of the letter that we would have sent to, if not the majority, almost all voters, is our first line of contact for somebody who has a question signature. So this is indicating the options that they have to reach back to us to cure their packet.
So just so I'm clear on the predicate for your team's use of this document. This is for ballot packages that still have questions after the level 1 signature review process?
It's for actually the level 2 and level 3. So the level 1 is to exception them, send them to level 2, and for that level 2 manager to concur that indeed it is inconsistent, then that would be classified as a preliminary or as a question signature, which would trigger that particular packet to go down this path of having a letter sent to as a first option. All voters are sent that letter because we have vetted that address, and then gives them the options of how they can contact us back.
Ray, you're coming at me with a lot of information there, and I greatly appreciate that, and I'm sure the court has no problem following that. I, however, moving a little bit more slowly. So that is in fact after the level 1 review. Is that
After
right?
the level 1,
And after the level 2?
after the level 2,
And after the level 3.
correct.
And do you have personal knowledge of these letters being sent out in the 2022 general election signature verification process?
I do.
Sausage. We made that sausage too.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit 31 in for admission as evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
31's admitted.
So on cross, we're expecting them to dig into all of that. What are the numbers? How many did you send out? How many were you responsible for overseeing? And then digging into the problems of those, and showing that all of the other problems we've already articulated were
Mr.
so
Valenzuela, I've
systemic,
had you an additional document. Do you recognize it?
it invalidates the whole thing.
What's the number on the green tab there?
Exhibit number 32.
What is that document?
This is another letter that is utilized specifically for no signature packets.
So that letter's different than the letter that's in Exhibit 31 or 30. Is that right?
That is correct.
So this one's only used for voters that forgot to sign the affidavit envelope?
It is because it has, again, as mentioned previously, a deadline that is different than the questionable SIG. You only have, as Arizona law requires or prescribes for, till the election day, 7 p.m. So it does indicate and doesn't mislead a voter for no signature, and gives them multiple options more than, because you cannot cure a no signature through a text to cure option. You must appear in person or recast in person.
So it's your understanding that Arizona law distinguishes between a person who signs the affidavit envelope and a person who forgets to sign the affidavit envelope?
It is in Arizona law and in, as well, in the elections procedures manual.
So yesterday, you
so thorough. We
testified
have
that there
all
was
of
a
these
period of
different
time
things.
that during the signature verification process in 2022 in the general election extended beyond Veterans Day, correct?
That's correct.
But not true for individuals who don't sign it at all?
Correct. That segment of individuals will only have until 7 p.m. on election day.
Has it been your experience that in elections, some voters forget to sign the outside of that affidavit envelope?
It is, and as indicated in the canvas, that we had upwards of 1,299 that did not return or cure that. So yes, it is normal in the process that individuals forget to sign that.
So that number that you just gave, and I'm going to ask you to give it again in a moment, but I want to be clear what it is. That's for individuals in the general election 2022 that did not sign the affidavit envelope at all, that were
2,000
detected
plus.
during the signature selection process?
That would be the final. That's not the, in other words, we identified individuals that did not, and they came and cured. So you would have some that would have identified as no sig, then been reprocessed with a signature when the individual cured. That is the final status for those that did not
So
by
what's,
the end of the election.
so what is the number that you just offered to the court?
1,299 that remained as no sig and uncured.
So that's after they received the letter,
Correct.
after the 7 p.m. deadline.
Correct. And other notifications as well. We don't just rely on the letter for both no sig and question sig.
Lower
Now,
than
in
the
your
margin.
experience, doing level 1 signature verification, How quickly can you determine that there's no signature at all in the box?
Quite frankly, it's probably less than a second to identify there's no broad characteristics need to be looked at. It's unsigned exception.
Do you have personal knowledge of this curing process and the use of this letter for individuals in the general election 2022 curing process that had no signature at all?
I do.
You personally recall that happening in 2022?
Yes, because it is under my purview and in part of the process by which we're monitoring on a daily basis.
While you and your team were executing their duties under the law to do signature verification after the general election in 2022?
Correct.
Just another checkbox. We did the thing. We did the thing. We did the thing.
Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of Exhibit 32.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. 32 is admitted.
Mr. Valenzuela, are you familiar with the Maricopa County Elections Plan?
I am.
What is the Maricopa County Election Plan?
It is a forward process planning of the election, ahead of the election, to identify all of the resources that we would be allocating, all of the different items that would be, for lack of a better word, planned for.
And is that plan presented to the Board of Supervisors for
It is.
approval?
It is.
And do you have personal recollection of that plan being put together?
I facilitated, assisted, crafted, and presented that plan
And do you
I did
recall
it
it being
all.
presented to the Board of Supervisors?
in conjunction with, or with my co-director, yes.
And was that presentation done in an open meeting, noticed to the people of Maricopa County?
It was.
And did the Board of Supervisors vote on it?
They did.
And did that plan contain the number of signature verification, temporary and permanent employees that would be used?
It identified our goal, number of signature verification employees to be hired under the temporary capacity.
Do you recall what the goal was that was published in that plan?
I don't know specifically, but it was in, I mean, obviously increase over the primary and in the 20s, 30s to grow that temp staff for that process.
And in fact, was the temp staff grown for the process for the general election 2022?
It was indeed.
And as you sit here today, do you know how many temporary and permanent employees were used in the 2022 general election signature verification?
We had 155 user, if you will, assigned to that process.
Okay, now I want to know what we're talking about here. When you say user, are you referring to level 1 signature review verified?
Correct. And for clarification, actually, it would be 153 human users. There were 2 system users also identified in there, but 153 individuals that would have been tasked with or could assist with level 1 review.
153 employees that did this.
Yes.
And then you mentioned
They're going to hit
two
that hard. A lot of sausage makers
additional
there.
users. Can you explain for the court what those 2 additional users are?
Yes, so we have what we call a batch processing and a system processing user, if you will. They are categorized for identification. As an example, and I think it may have been presented by the other witness, that there are 44,799 records that had 0 seconds. That is because those 44,799 individuals were in-person counter voters that came in and showed ID. So we don't signature verify. We don't go against that grain. We don't say, oh, well, your signature has changed. So even though you proved your identity, which is the purpose of the process, those automatically get moved into and identified as good sig pass.
So the law allows for an individual voter to verify their signature in a manner other than signing the outside of the green envelope.
Actually, the law mandates that for in-person early voting, and it's a recent change, a couple of years, that they must show proof of identity by similar to as if you were voting on election day. However, they still use the affidavit envelope because they are voting early.
So they use the affidavit envelope that has the box for the signature, but they've already proven their identity as lawful voters in the process, correct?
That's correct. And those then are 0-second approvals because they're not required. They have already proven identity.
So even though they've already proven their identity, their green affidavit envelope still goes down to for level 1 review?
No, those are actually submitted as good signature through a system process. They identify that check-in that they are in person early.
And that when they're identified, how does the system at Maricopa County signature verification record the time it took to verify that person's identity?
It would be a batch process that would from that check-in through that in-person site book, e-poll book, if you will, then that will identify that they have also captured that they provided proof of identity. That then data file will go up as if and entered into as a good sig through the system.
Can I mention that there were 2 users that were not among the 153? You just described one. What's the other one?
The others is our internal, what we call our internal good signature process. And that's reserved for the most part, our military and overseas voters.
What is a military and overseas voter?
Under UOCAVA, Uniform Absentee Citizen Voting Act, it prescribes that those particular voters nationally, not just in Arizona, are allowed to and provided for special exceptions, meaning they can be sent their ballot by mail, by email, or by fax. They can be returned by email, by fax, or electronically through a secure upload. Hence, they are not a regular mail packet, if you will, returned to us. They could be an electronic version of their voted ballot and their signed affidavit.
So how would the electronic recording process that monitors the time record those UOCAVA
Leaf blower guys here, just letting you know.
voter identifiers?
Because those particular packets are not sent, they're not received in a mail packet. Example, you fax that to us. Those don't go through that normal mail pickup path. They then are, quite frankly, done how it was done, probably in 14 other counties that don't have our system. They are, that affidavit faxed in is then, and I think it was alluded to by one of the other witnesses, what we call BMO8, but basically it's a manual way to receive your affidavit, your repository, to verify that staff member, that would then be checked up as verified, card in front of the horse using our technology. But again, 14 other counties, probably that's the only way they can is use that manual. Then we go in and scan in that piece ID to assign it as a good sig once it's been validated and as consistent.
So when it's scanned in, that UOCAVA ballot, how much time does it take in the computer to verify the identity?
So it's manually scanned in by that staff and via barcode reader. So it's literally 0 seconds.
0 seconds. And just to be clear, a UOCAVA voter could be our women and men in uniform serving in the United States military service overseas.
That is correct. And that's the bulk of
Could be diplomatic personnel.
Correct.
Could be expatriates that are living somewhere outside the continental United States, Hawaii, Alaska.
Correct. 3,800 of those were returned.
3,800.
Correct. Or the 2022 general.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may, yes.
Mr. Valenzuela, I've just placed a document in front of you. Could you read the number on the green tag?
Exhibit number 37.
Could you look at the document? Do you recognize it?
I am very familiar with the document, yes.
And what is it?
It is our 2022 August and November elections plan, primary and general.
That's the election plan that you just testified was presented to the Board of Supervisors, correct?
That is correct.
And do you have personal knowledge of Maricopa County Recorder and his team using this 2022 election plan in order to do signature verification, to guide them in signature verification and during the 22 general election?
It sets out the plan of what our resources, how we would allocate them for all functions, but to include early voting and, in that case, signature verification.
And you recall that actually occurring in 2022?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I move Exhibit 37 for admission as evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
37 is admitted.
Mr. Valenzuela, you've been in the courtroom for the past 2 days, correct?
Correct.
And you've followed along in the proceedings?
I have.
Do you remember Contester Lake's team putting a brief video up on the screen?
I do.
And what I'm referring
Pecker
to
Steve.
is a video from a camera in Maricopa County, McTech, which showed 2 workers in cubicles in front of computers. You recall that?
I do.
I believe that was Exhibit 19.
This video right here.
And you were able to watch that video?
I was.
Red on the left, green on the right, 17, 18,
And when you were under direct examination by
19,
Contester
20,
Lake's legal team over here,
21.
they asked you some questions about that video. You remember that?
I do.
You remember being asked questions about the individuals sitting on the left?
Yes, I do.
We got a lot of questions about Steve. I wrote a whole slew of them down.
Were you able to see what that individual was doing?
I could see, and infer based on process and procedure what I believe he was doing.
Okay.
But you don't know for sure.
So you saw it on the video,
I did.
and then you used your personal knowledge and experience from being a part of the 22 signature verification process during the general election to infer certain things,
That's correct.
but you don't know with 100% metaphysical certitude exactly what that individual was doing as depicted in that short video, correct?
I do not, but to add clarity, it could also be that it was a batch of verified and approved that would take.
On the basis of speculation, Your Honor. You just told him you're going to speculate.
Okay, I think that's the point of the question. That's what he's asking him, is he wasn't able to tell.
Okay, he testified.
Well, no, he asked him the question, basically, you couldn't tell for sure what was happening.
And he said, yes, Your Honor, he can infer.
Right.
So I'm objecting that asking this witness to speculate. Do you have any firsthand knowledge? And be there watching it, he can see it on video.
No, well, you already,
Knows the process, Your Honor, then he full well understands the way it works and wouldn't be required to speculate.
no, I understand what you're saying, but just as the questions were asked of him yesterday, he can be asked the same types of questions today. This is based on what he observed and his understanding of what's going on. The other witnesses that have testified about that same exhibit have done likewise.
Understood, Your Honor.
My recollection, so I'll allow it. Re-ask her whatever, new question, same question, whatever you have for next for the witness.
You're right. I think the witness answered the question. So if that's sufficient for the court, then I'll move to the next question.
It's not me. I remember the answer that he said he applied what he knows and viewed what was on the exhibit. And so his understanding was based on his experience. He has an opinion, but he can't tell with 100% certitude what was happening.
Since the
So if you need more than that, you ask other questions. That's my recollection of what it was said. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you drew upon your personal knowledge from your own participation in the 2022 general election signature verification process in an attempt to infer what the individual on the left was doing, correct?
That is correct.
And what do you think he was doing?
I believe he was following the process that's trained to or prescribed, which would be before submitting your completed 250 batch to re-review them, using the term go backwards, and look at those. And there is no prescribed for or mandated that you, in the re-review, that you re-review all the signatures again, as an example. You're just seeing the dispositions you set and reaffirming that, as an example, I set this as an exception. Is that correct? Or there really is, or I set this as a good sig and there's really no signature there. So they're
Then why was
required to go
Steve
back,
removed?
rinse and repeat, if you will, and re-review.
Okay,
You
so
didn't look
level
into a
one,
removal? Is it
signature
common to
reviewer
remove people?
is give it a batch of 250, correct?
Correct.
They review those one at a time, correct?
Correct.
You take however much time they need to take to do it.
Yes.
You previously testified that some of them are really fast, correct?
Like really
To
fast.
review them, there is potential for them to be reviewed quickly.
Like
Others
the
take more time.
Flash.
Fair?
Yes.
Hit that like
And
button
then
like you work for
once a
Maricopa
level one
County,
reviewer
baby.
done this, is completed the 250, the protocol is for them to go back and review and make sure those codes they assigned are correct.
Correct.
And in your personal experience, is that a pretty quick process?
It is, because once again, you're not, and they're not requested to re-review, go through all 3 exemplars as an example for something that's been exceptioned or set to be submitted as such, is to re-review just as a cursor check before committing that batch.
So you don't know what that individual on the left was doing and depicted in that short video, correct?
As testified, I do not, but I just can infer based on the
I'm
process.
sure.
And
Could
your
you
best
infer that he
inference
was
is what you just
flashing
told the
forward
court,
through a
correct?
bunch of ballots?
That is correct.
That's what we infer.
Now, you also testified that that individual, to the best of your knowledge, was reassigned to do additional tasks. Recall so testifying?
Reassigned to do additional tasks, not removed.
And I believe you testified that at the time, you didn't know why he was reassigned or where he was reassigned. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Subsequent
Do you know now?
to that testimony,
We promoted
have you
him.
taken any efforts to learn more about why that individual was reassigned?
I have.
Object, Your Honor. They're now introducing new testimony. They could have provided us with some form of employment history or reviews that would show why this gentleman was reassigned, when he was reassigned, and what user he was, Your Honor. I believe this to be user 134. If they would confirm that, we could have a more detailed discussion about this entire issue, Your Honor.
They didn't disclose stuff.
Understood. Problem that I have in this particular case is it's an election challenge. The information initially presented came through a public records request and not through any types of formal discovery. The entire batch of information that was submitted with regard to the keystrokes, the documentation, the exhibits, that showed up virtually on the doorstep of trial. And I've allowed it because I believe that it's important to have as much transparency and openness as possible. So late disclosure is kind of something that goes both ways with regard to this. I
Gonna let it in.
haven't heard anything more than the question that's been asked.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I might make a quick offer of proof.
Please, yes.
Your Honor, user number 134, we can show began work at Maricopa County Elections Department on October 17th.
Mhm.
We can show that user number 134, the gentleman in question, continued working at Maricopa County Elections Department until November 11 as 11-1 reviewer. when such review was stopped, according to our witness's testimony, and most of the level 1 reviewers were let go. We can show this gentleman continuing to work in Maricopa County Elections Department in a different capacity, not related to some, I just want to testify and say something, but because they had a different role to fill. They were done with level 1, Your Honor, and we would like to be able to confirm that.
Your Honor?
Well, wait, let me ask, just to clarify on your offer of proof. Your offer of proof, you stated that the individual in question was employed up through November 11th, but you said in the capacity of signature verification, as opposed to being reassigned.
That is correct, Your Honor. And I would ask leave to present at least some photographic evidence of this gentleman showing these various dates.
Well, I anticipate then that we'll have cross-examination on that very topic.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's fine. So you can present what you want to, Mr. Liddy, and then we'll have cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was looking forward to cross, and
Okay.
as opposed to an offer of proof, which the way we usually proceed, but.
Hey, you guys did the
Go
same
ahead.
thing, idiots. You
May
guys
I
were
indulge
screaming
the
about
court reporter
statistics
to
yesterday.
reread the question?
You guys were going to cross-examine their expert. You guys were throwing a hissy fit over statistics. You could have cross-examined him on the math, but you tried to disqualify him. Same thing with the snarky comments. The judge is holding the rules, I think, fair. He is
So you have
setting standards,
share
a
the
lot of
court?
leeway for both sides.
what you learned about
they
why
should
that
cross-examine him
individual
hard here in a
was
minute.
assigned additional duties or different tasks?
As indicated, part of this, and last night I went to get clarity because I do not follow all 153 employees that are doing what their assignments that, as example in testimony, Mr. Myers and
Only
Mr.
removals.
Mrs. Zonnegat got reassigned as needed. We have an as need to go to curing, to go to adjudication. So I wanted to get clarity because mostly I feel our temp workers, including our witnesses, did a due diligence. They did their job, and I felt this individual was being maligned, and I wanted to make sure what it was. As I testified, I don't know. I inferred, but I did get information specific to
What was it?
where he was reassigned and what he was tasked.
He got a
Thank you, Ray,
promotion.
and I appreciate that, and now we all know why you did it. But what I'm asking you is, what did you learn as to why this individual, the one on Exhibit 19 on the left,
He was too
was
good.
assigned additional tasks when it appears that he was doing what you thought he was doing? Why
So-
is that? What did you learn?
So for clarity and finding out through our different management level that he was reassigned just like Mr. Myers. I'll use him as a perfect example, that he was predominantly assigned, Mr. Myers as an example, to curing, but could and did a few signature verification. This particular individual was assigned to different tasks, SEBs, to curing, to all that, but it did not prevent him from assisting in an all hands on deck capacity because he was not necessarily moved out of that position for some sort of error or some sort of inconsistent work product. It was just more to the extent that
No problems.
we shift people as we do.
Yeah,
and
just
he
move
was
people around.
predominantly moved into different tasks.
I don't believe that for a second.
Rather
Didn't he
than
say
to-
during opening argument
So
that
it's
they
your
removed
testimony
him?
that while he was being supervised during the 2022 general election signature verification process, no supervisor found fault in what he was doing at level 1 signature verification?
From my information, I gathered none that they had recollection of that specifically, that it was just reassignment
Yeah.
and
My
into
gosh.
different tasks as needed.
So
What?
he was reassigned
Whatever.
because he was needed elsewhere.
Whatever. You
As
said
is
during
part of
opening
our planning
arguments.
and part of our structure, we shift daily depending on the volume load in a given task.
So if there's
These
a
guys.
surge of curing that needs to be done, we call all hands on deck.
That is correct. Whatever the task may be based on the deadlines that are set that we need to meet.
So the fact that this individual was given additional tasks in no way should be interpreted that he had done anything incorrectly during level 1 signature verification review during the general election in 2022.
That is correct.
Then why did you say he
To
was
include
removed?
the backwards review that is inferred he is performing, that he is being, I guess, apparently malign to saying that is signature verification when in fact it more than likely is just a second review process.
So your testimony is that he was doing, after that, he was doing, after the assignment of additional work, he was doing primarily curing.
Well, primarily curing SCB. I do know that he also assisted with SCB process, which is a special election boards that go out and assist voters in nursing homes and such. So he was placed as helping wherever and whenever needed.
But he was perfectly qualified to continue doing level 1 review.
Correct.
Of course he was.
And in
yeah.
fact, could have done additional level 1 review if he wasn't needed in SEB or curing.
Just
correct?
needed to move
Correct.
around.
And as I testified, it wasn't exactly, but I know he was reassigned, and that reassignment terminology, never did I indicate that he was terminated. He was reassigned.
No, but
to
Liddy
different
did.
tasks, just as many others, including again, Mr. Myers, Mr. Honegger, whatever that task
Their
was
lawyer
was
said that in opening statements.
heated at
and
that
now we
moment
just
that needed
learned
to
it.
be-
And in fact, that's
Amazing.
consistent with your earlier testimony when you said he was reassigned, but you did not know why.
Correct.
Now
But
he
now
knows.
you do know why.
Because there's
Correct.
no problems. They went and
Because
found
you
out.
inquired.
Hey,
Because you didn't want
John,
a
do you remember why
worker-
we removed that guy?
To be maligned.
I don't want any of our workers. I really truly believe all of them followed their oath as testified by the two witnesses. They did their due diligence. They did their work to the best of their ability as prescribed for in the oath.
That's
and
great.
I did not want him to be continued to be maligned when I didn't know the facts and by just saying
Just
I
out
don't
of the
know.
goodness of his heart. Yeah. Wanted to make sure he could correct their reputation.
Mr. Valenzuela, do you have any reason to believe that level 1, level 2, and level 3 processes were not followed in the 2022 general election signature verification and curing process?
We're getting close.
Conversely, I have proof that it has to be because we could not get the product to tabulation. It's a systematic process that has to occur for that to move it to that level.
Do you have any reason to believe that any ballot affidavit envelopes were not reviewed at a minimum by a level 1 reviewer in Maricopa County Recorder's Office during the 2022 general election?
Outside of the two batch process users, if you will, that did not require then review other than a poll worker, no, every single one would have been
Every single one.
undergone a level 1 and or level 2, it pushed through to as exception.
And those two exceptions are UOCAVA and in-person voting?
That wouldn't undergo our signature verification application and would be a manual process, the 3,800. And then, of course, again, the 44,799 in-person early.
And that's all in accordance with the 2022 general election plan
Correct.
and in accordance with Arizona law.
Correct.
Mr. Valenzuela, when's the statutory deadline for the curing process in the 2022 general election?
There, as indicated, there's two deadlines. For no signature, it was November 8th, 7 p.m. For question signatures, it was Wednesday, November 16th, which would traditionally be November 15th, Tuesday, but because of the holiday was added an extended day by 5 p.m. So November 16th, 5 p.m. for question signature.
So is that when the curing process ended in 2022?
That is correct.
Crossing items off his list. Probably getting close to the.
Mr. Valenzuela, while you've been in the courtroom hearing the presentation of the Contester Lake's case in chief, did you hear about an alleged 70,000 ballot packets that were not signature verified?
I did.
I think those are the 1 second or less ballots.
Do you have any reason to
that were on the
believe that
list.
there were 70,000 ballot packets that were not signature verified in 2022?
The timing said 1 second
With
or
the
less.
testimony I've given, I believe that that is accounted for by the numbers I've already given, the 44,799 that were not signature verified because they were proof of identity early voting packet.
Let's walk through that again. 44,000 and what?
799
That were not signature verified because why?
because they were already, identity was proven as required by law through proof of ID because they voted in person.
In accordance with your testimony just a few minutes ago.
Correct. And then there is, in addition to that, when we're speaking and I hear that under 2 second 70,000 number, I do also infer, because I didn't do the extrapolation myself, but that they also has to account for the 15,411 signatures that work here, that were verified and approved. And as presented yesterday in our guides, when that stamp is verified and approved is presented to in front of the level 1 user, they are to accept that as good and move on. Meaning
So if
they
they
have
see a
the due
stamp-
diligence of them setting as an exception in the first place was taken, concurred, voter was contacted, voter cured, authenticated, we stamp it. That is as good as a good sig as you can get. Then they were in that review process, 15,411 on top of that 44,799 would be less than a second and should be either because there is no review, broad characteristics, re-review, if you will, that is accepted and moved into that queue. So those could be in that under 2 second.
Well, Mr. Valenzuela, if you're correct, there is somebody out there alleging to the world that there were 70,000 with no signature review or signature review in a second or less or whatever. And you just accounted for all but about 20,000 of them, right?
In addition, you must add the 3,800 military and overseas that are scanned in on a outside of their signature reviewed and then scanned in as good sig. That would scan would take milliseconds, 0 second.
And you've already testified about that.
I just today, yes.
So now we're down to 16,000, couple hundred.
Well, and I think the math may be more if you do the 44,000 plus the 15,000, that's 63. Then, so that if we're talking about 70, I think we're in the 4,000 range. 44,700 and the 15,411. So that's 63 and plus the 366.
Sorry to interrupt. Anything else you think you can account for ballots that were properly handled in the general election 2022 that somebody may accuse you or Recorder Richer or your outstanding team of full-time workers and temporary workers?
Bill,
some of whom
onesie,
were in the
twosie,
same
Gates.
chair you're in right now?
All these
Accounted
people
for. Any others?
who totally
At
unbiased.
the moment, no, but I can say with absolute certainty, if I could get those 70,000, I can give you specifically because they're tied to a voter, exactly what their status was. They were a counter ballot, that they were a military and overseas ballot. So even the remaining that we're saying, well, what justify those, then that could be, very well be a Reynaldo Valenzuela with a big flourish R that had a Reynaldo Valenzuela exemplar, and it took the individual level 1 voter to say that is a consistent signature without doubt. Even looking at the first exemplar and counting 1,001, 1,002, good. So there is that potential that there are those exact match, but the majority, the bulk, are those in-person voters, 44,799, the cured that have a stamp, 15,411, and the military and overseas.
So
You
we're just
mentioned a
measuring
counter
different
ballot.
things.
Would you
That's all.
Explain to the court what a counter ballot is.
We actually treat those particular affidavits, although they, again, use an affidavit envelope, it is the individual came in person to the counter, if you will.
So a counter ballot is the ballot from a voter who came into the counter in order to vote.
In this case, it's a holdover from when we had early voting, absentee voting since 1990, no excuse, where they would come into our office and counter. Now you can go vote at a vote center, so that we just left it as a counter ballot, but it's in person early.
In person early. And they have to give their ID right there on the spot, right?
As required by statute, yes.
So how many seconds does it take for a level 1 reviewer to do that?
Well, they're not doing it at all because, again, they've already, the idea of looking at signatures is to prove identity. They
Right.
have proven identity as required by law. Those individuals are not second guessed to say, but the signature didn't match. We're not allowed to, and an EPM actually prescribes that you are not allowed to override that proof of identity. So those are established as good signatures.
Don't need
Well,
to
I'm
do
not great at
signatures
math,
on
Ray,
those.
but when you said not at all, is that another way that maybe mathematically might be described as zero?
Correct. They would be 0 second because they are a batch process. And I think one of the witnesses, the analyst, was indicating that he identified that had to be, and it's a correct statement that it has to be, because and I absolutely concur that it's impossible for a human to do 0 second, but it is not possible to upload and import those proven proof of identity records in 0 seconds.
So they weren't
We've
just
also
fast
heard in this
tap
courtroom
entries.
today that signature verification is the, quote, first line of defense to ensure that a ballot that comes in as tabulated is in fact a legal voter. Does the Maricopa County Recorder's Office or Maricopa County writ large take any steps prior to signature verification in order to ensure that the ballots cast in the 22 general election are by legal voters?
So
You mail them to
as indicating that it is the first line
registered
defense, that is
voters.
an incorrect statement. The fact of the matter is, in order to get an early ballot, you must be a registered voter. So we work our way back into the process of how do you become a registered voter, and without over elaborating, you basically have to be vetted, your information sent up to vital statistics, MVD, Social Security, all to say you are who you are. So unlike voting in person on election day, that's what provisionals are. You could have not registered. You cannot have a not registered in early voting. You must have met that criteria. In addition to that, we also vet your address. During registration, I send you a voter ID card. It may appear to be altruistic of the department to let you know you're made the books, but in fact, it also serves another purpose, is to test your address. So you are a person, but do you reside at that address? Utilizing the United States Postal Service and their endorsement, return service requested, we contract to say if that individual, through their database, National Change of Address database, if that individual is not at that address, then that individual does not make it to the books.
So you can't just go to Walmart and buy a green affidavit envelope and a ballot, right? You got to get one sent to you by Maricopa County?
It has to be issued by us to a registered voter with a unique piece ID barcode that is assigned to that voter so that we can track it, and to that election more specifically. So it is a case that there is due diligence done on the front end before we send that. So it's not the first line. The first line is, before I mail you that packet, are you registered voter? Are you eligible? And is that your address?
So there's 3 lines you just mentioned right there before signature verification.
Correct. So if you use it in let's say a forensic document examiner analysis, I've done some due diligence, I laid the foundation, and this is part of that is considered when you're looking at signature verification, that we've gone as far as even tracking it.
Testimony is based on some knowledge about a forensic document and analyst, and he's not a forensic document analyst.
Oh, okay.
And it involves the ballot envelopes being mailed to the voters and mailed back.
Okay. With regard to the statements related to forensic documentation or his knowledge of that, I don't believe he's qualified to talk about forensic documentation as an expert witness. But if you want to rephrase the question as far as...
Your Honor, I am asked him to testify to his personal knowledge.
Understood. But he threw in the phrase of it's one of the considerations for forensic documentation. That's what the objection goes to, and it can be phrased differently, but using that phrase as a technical term of art is the objection.
May I clarify?
Well, Your Honor, I would say that he's not using it as a technical phrase. He's using it in the normal vernacular for someone of his 32 years experience who has been trained in part by forensic.
Understood. My job is just to make sure that the record's protected in terms of, it may seem like a technicality to you, but it's been pointed out, he's using a term that's been used in this courtroom as a term of art.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would sustain the objection if you want to rephrase the question so or ask the same question if he wants to rephrase the answer without any reference to forensics. That's fine. I mean, statement that would indicate that he's qualified to render an opinion as to forensic documentation. His experience as far as factors on signature confirmation is a different matter. I'm focused on the term of art.
I understand, Your Honor, but I want to make sure I understand your ruling. You've said that the term forensic has been used in this proceeding, and there's not been a single person on that stand who's been qualified as a forensic expert. So others can use it.
No,
Others can
I
use
don't
it in
wanna-
the vernacular?
Liddy, I don't want to have debate.
Okay.
Okay, he used a term of art that's referred to. It's not just a term of art. It's a scientific label
I
for
understand.
a position, and went to great lengths talking about qualifications for other witnesses. He may have just misspoke in terms of throwing that part in, but he's not qualified to state an opinion as a forensic document examiner. He can give opinions related to his education, training, experience.
Sustained. I understand, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I indulge the recorder to read back the question?
Yes.
Whatever the last question was I asked.
Court reporters looking back.
So there's 3 lines right there you mentioned before signature verification that helps protect the public from illegal votes, correct?
So indeed, there is a foundation set that identifies these particular voters as registered voters. And my apologies, Your Honor, that what I was inferring was that what I heard in testimony yesterday from the forensic document analyst was that we lay foundation to saying, when I look at these signatures, what do I have? And that is part of our foundational effort before we look at that signature to say there is precedent set that this is a voter that was mailed to, registered, verified, and even more that we did the return service requested and we tracked, which a lot of voters and a lot of the public may not know, all packets sent to a voter are tracked to your mailbox. So we tracked it. So that adds that credence, that foundation that when that packet comes back, we at least have that evidence that it is reached a vetted, verified voter to their vetted, verified address.
And you just referred to earlier testimony by a forensic expert. Are you referring to the gentleman in the back who got his training between 1989 and 1993 from his dad?
I'm referring to his analysis of the fact that there
Oh,
is
what a
foundation
punk.
that they use when he does his particular reviews, if you will,
What a
that he
punk.
has just certain things that he lays as foundation upon that or ahead of that review or during that review.
Okay.
Man, he is unhappy. They don't like when you question what they do. They get so irritated. I mean, it's almost
Ray, you testified that you did some level
childish.
1 signature reviewing in 2022 after the general election. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How many ballot packets did you review?
I don't know the exact number. I just know that a quick glance when we were looking at the data or providing the data, it was approximately 1,600. And again, I apologize to my staff that did 66 and more thousand.
Do you have any more? Do you have any idea of how many good SIGs you verified?
I know that I approximately 1,300 because I had 311 later reference that I exceptioned.
So exceptions, which mean not good SIG and move on to level 2.
Correct.
300 out of 1,600-ish sounds pretty high to me. Does it seem high to you?
No, it bases on that day's batch and the clarity of the signatures within that 250 batch, if you will.
You also testified that you did level 2 signature verification after the general election in 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell us about that. How many did you do and how many shifts? What'd you do?
The level 2, I don't know exactly how many because I didn't part as preparation look to have to provide that. But I can
Why not?
infer that I did towards the end, the all hands on deck I was one of those hands, and that I could probably say that with comfort, at least 1,000.
And you remember doing that in November 2022?
Absolutely, because of the nature of us wanting to get those cured as soon as possible, or get those dispositioned because of the short time frame we have for those voters to not be disenfranchised that fall into the question signature
How
category.
long did it take you to do
And
those
Ray,
there?
you
Ray?
also are qualified and have been trained to do level 3 in the signature verification process. Did you do that after the general election in 2022?
I did.
How
Tell the
many?
court about that.
So the level 3 is basically, again, a 2% random audit, and for the benefit and edification of the court, the 2% is derived from what the state has a vote verification committee established, made up of 7 members, statisticians, 2 different statisticians, and those individuals determine the hand count, variance or percentage, and say what is a good sampling that will identify deficiencies. There is nothing in law that actually requires that level 3 audit, but as a best practice, we determine and decide that we should do that review, and what percentage, using that group that had identified statisticians that said this is a good percentage, we use that percentage. And hence I participate as other managers in a level 3 audit review of 2% of all signatures, not just good, it's good, bad, and otherwise.
And you have a specific recollection of doing that during the signature verification process in Maricopa County after the general election in 22.
How
That
many
is
ballots were
So
audited?
you mentioned 3 lines of defense before level 1 signature verification. Then there's level 1 signature verification, which you've done personally in 2022, and level 2 and level 3.
That is correct.
Is there a level 4? Is there additional activity on the part of the recorder's signature verification team to ensure this process is done properly?
There is a level 4.
Please
The level
describe for the
4 is,
court.
and I'm identifying as level 4. It's not, it's just to the sequential numbering.
I don't want to talk over each other. I want to ask you to please describe for the court level 4.
So level 4 is a daily audit review, not just a 2% random, but is a daily audit review done by managers specific of the user in themselves. So I can go look at Valenzuela R. I can see that Valenzuela R only did 1,600. Why is he slacking?
Oh, good.
But truth be told, I can see the dispositions he set for that particular day. And that is just a best practice that was put in place, actually a continued improvement for 2022 where
Great.
but it's not logged. It's just a matter of seeing those report or that system generated review that I can see that user 0001, how many they did today and what were all the dispositions that they set.
I think you just said that's not logged though. What?
Mr.
Okay.
Valenzuela, I want to
questions on
personally
that.
thank you for your diligent work during the 2022 general election. I have no further questions, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
All right.
Very well. Okay, cross-examine.
We have a ton of questions that we have been keeping track of here. Here are some of mine. Just on that timing issue alone.
Good morning, Ray.
We'll come back.
Ray?
Yes.
We'll come back.
All right, very quickly. I'll try not to take too much of this honorable court's time today.
Take all the time you need there. We got plenty of days young. A lot of questions for this fella.
Heard a lot of talk today about process.
We did sausage. A lot of sausage
Correct.
making.
A lot
from
of
you.
your testimony has been aimed at process.
Been aimed at our training guides.
Your training guides and your process, is that correct?
Well,
Now you're just
more
being difficult.
specifically, the guides that are used and given to our level 1, level 2, and our training.
All right. You must show more than just going through the motions though, shouldn't you?
I apologize. I'm not understanding the question. Showing, you rephrase or re-ask?
Does the law just allow you to go through the motions?
I don't want to infer what you mean by going through the motions.
Okay. Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about whom I refer to as user 134, and that's for very specific reasons.
That's supposedly
would
identified as Steve,
Be because
as we know him here.
after this video was identified, a particular individual from the news media.
Okay, just a question. That's not.
Do you have any personal knowledge or any knowledge whatsoever
Hold on.
of this data being given to Mr. Archer of ABC News, the data guru?
Objection, Your Honor, form. Foundation.
Well, relevance.
I don't know what he's talking
Objection
about.
relevance.
I know what he's talking about.
I don't want this to go off into,
Understood, Your Honor.
I understand it's cross, and I understand we're not the feds, and you're allowed to inquire into matters that are relevant to the proceeding, but I don't think it's relevant.
It's relevant, Your Honor,
Impeachment.
because
Go for the direct. Well,
the witness here now,
wait. What I'd like to do is have a bench conference on this rather than just have everybody make speeches. So why don't all the lawyers that are involved come up?
All right, here's the issue I think they're talking about. Let's see if they mute us or not. All right, I think this is the issue. Garrett Archer is an individual from Arizona. He is with ABC 15, which is a news organization here. He is on Twitter. He calls himself the data guru at Garrett Archer. Good follow. I follow him. He does good reporting. They call him Oracle of Election Twitter. Now a data political analyst. And I think we're still... Yeah, so they cut us off on there. So this is what I saw yesterday from him. 1:08 p.m. 2 days ago. Said, I have the verification logs. This was on day one of the trial, May 17th. I have the verification logs being discussed in Lake versus Hobbs. My immediate concern is there might be concurrent logins, two people logging in at the same time, which would make an interval analysis problematic, trying to get an answer on that. He said, FYI, after speaking with a few sources and spending more time with the logs, I do not believe there are concurrent logins happening. So he's got some records, right? I've got the verification logs. Now, I don't know if Kari Lake's team has verification logs and whether this is an issue or not that they have not been able to investigate. So talking about concurrent logins. So can two people log in at the same time? In other words, can Rob Gouveia log in and can Rob Gouveia log in, right? And I'm going in, well, I'm just working away. And somebody else logs in with my stuff and starts doing a bunch of crap that I'm not aware of. And it's all under my name. And we're asking about that. Can you concurrently log in? So it sounds like Lake's team has ideas that you can concurrently log in. And it's been corroborated by this guy, Data Guru. I have verification logs. And so it sounds like Mr. Blem wanted to go into this. He said, hey, are you aware that Garrett Archer has verification logs? And he's going to be asking, where did they come from? Where did you get these records? Why does he have those? Probably what I would suspect is why don't we have those? And probably wants to get into this concurrent login stuff. Now, the judge is likely to keep it out. Well, maybe, because I'm not sure that they got into it on direct exam, but I think this is impeachment stuff, possibly as well. And he's looking through materials right now. I'm not sure what he's looking at. They're all still up there talking about it. He did talk about in his direct testimony at some point about being able to log in remotely. Remember? So I think that opens the door. So we can talk about this. My argument would be Judge, he's already talked about logging in remotely. We have new evidence from somebody saying that they've got records saying that you can do concurrent logins. He says, according to his source, that you cannot do concurrent logins, or at least you might be able to do them, but you don't believe they're happening. And I want to ask him about this because he already talked about approving people to work remotely and work from home. ABC says, Garrett Archer says, if one ex-user verified ballots 2 seconds apart, but there are more than one person logged into the same user, there's no way to know the actual validation interval, okay? Because if two people are also, right, if two people are logging in using the same user, the same username, Okay, like all of us are on Rob G's username. We're all just verifying a bunch of ballots. It's bundling up all of the ballots, and so you can't tell the actual validation interval. Yeah, and ABC says concurrent logins, like people sharing IDs, that would be a horrible thing to allow, right? ABC says, yeah, not a great practice.
Very well. I think we're back ready for you to proceed.
We are. Ray, you testified about some of the data in that chart that was admitted as Exhibit 18. Do you recall that testimony?
Objection, Your Honor. Exhibit was not admitted. Exhibit 18.
Okay, let me look. I don't have it as exhibit admitted, so you're going to have to ask it differently.
I apologize, Your Honor.
But general rule, let's wait till the question's out of his mouth, and then Mr. Valenzuela, as you can tell, but if you see somebody stand up, it's a good clue that somebody's got a problem with what's going on. So don't answer the question until I have a chance to rule on an objection. Fair enough?
Understood.
And my confusion, Your Honor, it's Exhibit 47 because Exhibit was missing the every other page. You gave testimony about the 70,000 number and contained within Exhibit 47. Do you recall that?
Not specific to that exhibit, to the number that was quoted, that
Okay.
there were 70,000
Where did you get that information?
in court mentioned yesterday by Mr. Olson.
No, the information contained within your testimony regarding that 70,000 figure, and I presume you were testifying about what shouldn't be included in that 70,000 figure.
The breakdown of all those
correct?
numbers. 40,000
Correct, I
is.
believe you're asking, or I'm sorry, re-ask the question. Where did I get?
Where did you get the data you relied on in your testimony regarding the 70,000 that was presented with Exhibit 47?
Part of it is through known process and understanding what those could be, and from the database itself that we generated for public records requests.
Getting into details.
So you actually looked at that data last night?
No, I did that preemptively before court, even day one.
Okay, when you testified that you hadn't looked at that data, that you are not a data analyst. Is that correct?
No, I testified that I had not looked at your data that you were inferring on CD but I am familiar with, and I actually, as I indicated, submitted the ticket for.
Okay. Did you look at different data than is contained on that CD?
Once again, I don't know what's on the CD. I can infer, but I looked at the data as we provided it and in the folder that we would have provided it as far as for that particular public records request.
You testified you're not a data analyst, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay, what did you do to generate these numbers?
I opened them in a pivot table. I looked at the data is raw data, and it doesn't require that I'm analyzing, I am just basically, as even the analyst had indicated, filtering to that particular batch process user to see what total those.
Why don't you walk me through how you did that?
It's a matter of taking the particular data, breaking it into manageable bytes, and then filtering and wizard to that particular user.
If I were to give you a computer right now, would you be able to show me how you did that?
I could.
Okay.
Yes.
Who assisted you in looking at this data, Mr. Valenzuela?
No one assisted me in looking in that data.
You did it by yourself before trial?
Yes, sir. And that is what part of my job is, not just that specific thing, is to do data analysis, although I'm not certified or trained in it, but the 30 years up is to inspect data and to extrapolate statistical findings from that particular data.
What's a standard deviation?
Standard deviation would be a plus or minus, as far as if kind of removing that from a.
Okay, Mr. Valenzuela, you don't.
As I indicated, I'm just doing number extrapolation and filtering down to a specific user. I can get that total.
You may.
testimony yesterday about averages. Do you recall that?
I don't recall giving about averages. I don't know that.
A lot of your testimony yesterday on Direct was about talk of baseball players and bringing averages down. Do you recall that?
Yes, okay.
Can you point the averages out on that chart?
Again, I apologize. I'm not familiar with this chart. So the averages, as far as percentages,
I'm asking you to point the averages out on that chart.
Objection, Your Honor.
Which columns contain averages?
Hold on a second. What's it?
Objection, Your Honor. Form and foundation. The witness just testified he's not familiar with the exhibit.
Okay. Well, he can be asked to read the exhibit.
I'm giving him time to review, Your Honor. I'm sitting here quietly, which is abnormal for me.
I'm taking it one question at a time, Mr. Flem. You asked him to read the exhibit to determine whether there were averages displayed on the exhibit. Am I correct, sir?
Well, I've asked him to look at the exhibit and to tell me which columns contain averages.
If he's able to do so. So
If you're
I
able
will
to.
overrule the objection to the extent that if you're able to answer the question, you can do so without speculating or guessing.
the percentages is where I infer, and unfortunately, I think that is still speculation, that the percentages based on verification rate overall and the verification rate by seconds.
Okay, so those are averages?
I assume so. I don't have the data, the raw data, how it was extrapolated in front of me, but I presume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know the difference, Ray, between an average and a percentage?
I do not. And again, I testified I'm not a data analyst and I don't understand this sheet, as I actually inferred already in claim.
Okay, you don't understand the difference between an average and a percentage, yet you were able to import a CSV file with over 1 million rows, extract data, and analyze that data before you came to court here today.
That is incorrect.
Okay, who helped you?
I did it myself, but I did not extract data. I did not import. I used the raw data to filter to a pivot table, if you will, that indicates for this particular user what is the total number of records were done by that user.
I believe the words that just came out of your mouth were we.
Oh, I apologize. No, I.
You.
Yes.
Okay. What is raw data?
Raw data would be the raw data set that is being provided for a particular ask.
Okay. What do you call that kind of data?
Me personally, for my use, raw data.
What kind of file is it saved in?
It can be saved in multiple files. You can save it as a text file. A CSV is just another formatted, comma separated value document. It can be a text file. It can be in a smaller capacity if it's under 1 million plus records. It could be an Excel file.
Okay.
See it? So multiple formats.
And so you don't recall testifying when you were on direct examination that you had not looked at the data you had produced to us?
I don't recall that. I apologize if I did. What I indicated is that I did not look at this data that was used to extrapolate this particular exhibit.
All right.
Just consistent with.
And again, you can't tell us the difference between an average and a percent.
No, I'm not a data analyst.
Object to form.
Ask and
I
answer.
think he understood, well, he answered the question. I have to assume that he understood it if he answered the question. So
Well, Your Honor, I don't think that's a fair assumption because he may think he knows what he meant, but doesn't. And so he answered a different question. For example, Your Honor,
I don't need a speech. Hold on.
an average could be a percentage or.
But now he's
Wait,
telling
wait,
Your Honor the
Mr. Liddy.
witness.
Mr. Liddy, I think I have every confidence that Mr. Valenzuela can answer, I don't understand, or I need it clarified.
Okay.
He answered the question.
I withdraw the objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. And so
Getting tense. It's
you don't
Friday.
understand the difference between a percentage and an average, yet you expect this court to believe your testimony about you extracting this and analyzing the data on your own.
Object is to form.
Overruled.
As indicated, I didn't look to create averages.
Yes or no?
Oh, I thought you were asking me to clarify, so that.
Yes or no question.
Then-
Your Honor, I think you should let the witness finish answering the question.
Hold on a second. On cross-examination, he gets to ask you questions. If it's capable of being answered yes or no, you can answer yes or no. If you're not capable of answering it yes or no as he's requesting, you can say that. Your attorneys will have the opportunity to ask you additional questions on redirect. Again, I don't want you to guess or speculate as to what you think is being said. If you do not understand what's being asked of you, you have to either have it rephrased or tell me that you cannot answer the question as it's phrased. Fair enough, Mr. Valenzuela?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Your Honor, I ask the counsel not interrupt the witness while the witness is in the middle of an answer.
A lot of bickering right now. This judge is getting irritated.
I understand the exchanges are very fast. So all I ask is that everybody give the same courtesy to each other of not talking over each other. I'll just leave it as far as the witness will wait for the question to be fully asked before giving an answer, even if you think you know where it's going, and counsel will not object until the question's fully asked. And then if there's an answer to the question, you can let the witness answer, and then you can point out if it's capable of yes or no, then you have to answer yes or no. Fair enough, everyone?
This is Kari Lake's lawyer
Well,
doing
It's not open
cross-examination
for debate.
of Ray
That's the
Valenzuela.
way I want to run it. So next question.
Cross-examination right now.
Oh, did he answer that one? I didn't hear it.
Why don't do you want it read back or do you want to ask it again?
Can we read it back?
Go ahead, Luz. I
Let
think
me ask then if you could
Why don't-
repeat.
go back before that.
Yeah, that's
The
the
actual
last question.
Now we're talking over each other.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Back, I'm asking that the court reporter read back the question that was initially asked before the exchange about how the answer would be given.
Question already is, you don't understand the difference between percentage and average.
So we've been
So
spending
could you rephrase the question just for my clarity?
spending about the last 5 minutes on
For your
this.
clarity, Ray, you do not know the difference between a percentage and an average, yet you expect this court to believe that you extracted and analyzed this data on your own.
Objection as to form.
Because it's multifaceted, I take it. But there's a predicate question that came before, so I'll allow the form of the question as he's phrased it, and I've explained to the witness.
Your Honor, my objection of form is not based on the multifaceted, although that would be a valid objection. It's based on the predicate that it's either an average or a percentage. Where in the world of mathematics, a
Wait.
percentage can be expressed
Wait,
Your Honor,
Mr. Liddy,
as
Mr.
an
Liddy,
average.
what you're doing is a speaking objection, and I've given that liberal sway in this case up to now. But I have to draw the line is you can't educate the witness by your objection as to how he
Understand,
should
Your Honor.
answer the question.
Objection as to form.
So I think, Mr. Valenzuela, I can have it read back another time if you'd like to, sir, just to be sure. It's up to you whether you can answer or you want it read back.
I believe I can answer is no.
You don't expect the court to believe you.
Oh, then the answer is yes. So it was the way the question was asked, then the answer is yes.
All right. Would it surprise you to learn that there are no averages in that data that our expert testified to yesterday?
Would not.
And so all the talk and your testimony yesterday about averages is irrelevant, isn't it?
I don't know how that correlates
Okay.
personally.
Calls for a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I think he's already answered the question by doesn't know how it correlates.
I was not able to hear the answer. I apologize, Your Honor.
Yeah, Your Honor, if people could speak into the mic, that would be very helpful.
Ray, could you move the mic closer?
It is tough to hear back here.
For me.
All of you.
Oh, yeah.
It's a valid point.
Understood, Your Honor.
Mr. Blem doesn't have that problem. I have usually been accused of being soft-spoken. I haven't heard anybody accuse Mr. Blem of that.
I just want one question. I just
That
want
wasn't
one
meant as
question.
an affront. That was,
Can we get a question? And some testimony?
You recall your testimony, Ray, when you were on direct examination. I specifically asked you if you received lists or you batch process. You recall that?
I recall.
You recall you saying no?
That's correct.
And today your testimony was quite different, wasn't it?
I don't know how so.
Okay, because you testified today that you do batch process based on list. That you batch.
Objection as to form. No, there was no prior testimony of him doing batch lists.
okay. Again, one question at a time. There was prior discussion this morning about batch. I can read back my notes, but specifically, the word batches was used in describing certain categories. So again,
Not batch lists.
Mr. Blem, ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Where did you get the information, Ray, that you actually do batch process data or ballot affidavit envelope approvals?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So yesterday when you asked me about batch lists, you said we use lists. We do not use lists. We use a system by which we process and load a batch of affidavits, as an example, and those are processed through. It's not a physical list or a list at all that we are referencing for processing.
Okay, so my reference to a batch then just required a no answer, that you do not batch process things.
We indeed do batch process.
Well, I know that, Ray. And you know how I know that? Can you look at user number 29 on that sheet?
Exhibit what?
Exhibit 47.
Thank you. You may.
I just want, he's got the sheet, I want to confirm I got the right email. I'm sorry, Your Honor, user 26.
Oops.
All right. Looks like Eric's speaking.
All right,
just
Mr.
went over-
Valenzuela, if your testimony. All right, Mr. Valenzuela, if your testimony
All right. That's on the court's feed. We
today
should be good.
was correct, the number of people who voted and showed an ID that you testified to should match the number of approvals by user 26. Is that correct?
For the most part, it should, yes.
What do you mean for the most part? Does it or not, Ray?
It does not, if you understand the process that you could be a provisional voter, then you would not have gone through this check-in. You would have gone down the provisional path that then was accepted as a yes. So these are not exact. These are those that would have been good sig, unencumbered, in-person voter.
You testified to 44,799 of those ballots that were not signature verified, correct?
There were, proof of ID was shown in our in-person voters.
And then you batch uploaded them, correct?
Yes, if you're going to use that term, I'm thinking of subgroup of 250 when I use the term batch.
Okay.
But those are not batch upload. Those are uploaded and imported into the signature verification status of good sig.
Okay. And you testified that those ballots do not go to signature verification because they've been done. Is that correct?
They don't go through the level 1 signature review process. They go through the process of being archived, captured for prosperity and as the ledger of those individuals, but they do not get level 1 reviewed.
All right. And so did you hear Mr. Spicking's testimony yesterday that he did not include user 26 in his analysis?
I did hear that.
Okay. Would you agree with that?
That he did that, he would speak to that, and I did agree that he said that.
Yeah. You agree, would you not, that it would be proper to remove those if looking at overall percentages approved?
Absolutely.
That would be kind of unfair, wouldn't it?
So
Should
we
not
did
be
measure the
included
right
when
thing.
establishing.
Yeah. If they were used and you were trying to look at total percentages approved and the rate at which they were approved, that would skew things, wouldn't it? It would make users appear to approve faster.
If you had a,
Correct.
yeah, if you had
And
a
so
batch upload of a bunch of
if
entries,
that data wasn't used, those ballots could not have skewed the data. Is that correct?
If those ballots were not used, hypothetically correct.
And you heard Mr. Spicking's testimony that he did not use them in his analysis.
In this creation of this signature verification, yes, my understanding.
All right. Can you go to user number 6? And I'm not sure on this chart, we actually show user number 6. But you have more than one account that you use to batch process data. Is that correct?
Objections to form?
Okay.
what are we doing
For
here?
this one, I do need you to explain the form because I think it looks straightforward to me. If I'm missing something without explaining.
In the formulation of the question, council used the phrase that you use batch process data.
So
And the
what?
witness has already testified that they do not use batch use process data.
All right. With that, I'll overrule it. He can answer.
Really quickly, Your Honor, if I may. Did I say 6 or 9?
You said 6.
Well, just one's upside down of the other. I meant 9, I apologize. And so is user 9 another one of your administrative accounts?
I don't have information to know what
You don't have
that
any.
user 9 is at this moment, who that or what that's assigned to.
So you just don't have any personal knowledge whatsoever. It's the manager of the elections department and somebody who analyzed this data set.
As for each one of these users, I do not know, other than even the one that is indicated, the 44799 user 26, you indicated I do not know that was our converse. I just have the numbers known to which were, how many counter voters were processed as good sig.
All right. You recall Mr. Specking's testimony yesterday that says he did not include user number 9. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
And you recall it was because they appeared to be processed by a machine.
Because they have 0 seconds of review.
Right.
So, and I concur that that would be indicative of that.
Okay. So if they weren't included, they don't matter. Is that correct?
They're showing on the chart and the percentages are showing.
Right. That was the only chart I had. So I just wanted to see you.
But it's cumulative at the column at the end. It actually, the end result, if you're looking at the chart, looks to include them because it doesn't show
Now-
minus.
Oh, sorry. With respect,
I'd ask that he not interrupt the witness while he's completing his answer.
sorry, Your Honor, I apologize that I caught it and I will try not to let it happen again, Your Honor.
Did the court reporter catch the end of the answer? No? Yes. Very well then. Thank you.
I mean, it's like the dashes.
Dash is not the answer. So, Mr. Valenzuela, could you repeat your answer if you're able to? If you're not able to, I'll have the question re-asked.
as it relates to this chart, you are inquiring if that those were not included, and I'm indicating that in review of it, there is a cumulative total verifications at the end that would infer that that full column was subtotaled, and so that's where I was inferring that they are included in this particular exhibit.
All right, user number 9. Okay, you analyzed the data, beginning of trial. Do you know if user 9 is an administrative count for rejecting signatures?
Objection as to form. This witness testified that he did not analyze it, not that he did analyze it.
Again, it's cross-examination. I understand the need to be very certain of terms, and the witness has to be careful of that. That's why I think I've admonished repeatedly to be very careful about what you answer, not assume you understand what you believe to be asked to be the case unless you clearly understand the words that are used. So I can't make it any clearer than that. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
To answer your question, I will re-emphasize I did not analyze any of the data. I actually filtered to the specific user that I knew identified as our counter voters. So when you ask about user 9, I do not know what user 9, who user 9 is. So I don't know, I can't speak with certainty what those are reflective of.
All right. Would it surprise you to learn that user number 9 was an administrative account used to process as a batch rejections?
It wouldn't surprise me that we have that log because we do have to convert at the end of cure question signatures to bad signatures as a final status. And that would be recorded as such as an entry to that disposition.
Maricopa County has a contract with Runbeck to analyze ballot affidavit envelopes for the presence or absence of a signature. Is that correct?
Correct. There is a process by which we are looking at pixels to see if there is or is not.
Okay. And is it not true that the result of that search by Runbeck is sent to you so that you automatically know which ballots need to be processed at a level other than level 1?
That is correct. It is used to pocket those particular packets that have no signature so that a human level 2 reviewer can review them for authenticity to validate that there is no signature. There is no pixels in that case.
Okay. So is it fair to say, Ray, that user number 9, I'm not sure why I keep confusing 9 and 6, but users number 9 and 26 would all have zeros in terms of upload time?
I can concur that the user 26, 44,799 would match up to being the in-person. The other, I can't confirm that those are for reject, but even if they were, they're done at the level 2 review, not through any third party as you're conferring. It is all done at level 2 human being review that would concur that is no signature or identify no signature and set that disposition.
So
based on your analysis of the data, how many ballot affidavit envelopes were reported to you by Runbeck to not contain a valid signature within the signature box?
I don't have that data. That's not part of what I would presumed would be under review, so I don't have that.
Regardless, the 44,000 plus processed by user 26 and whatever amount user 9 processed would never have gone to level 1 review, correct?
A record that has been proven identity would not undergo the scrutiny of level 1 to say, we need to prove their identity. So you're correct that 44,799 already had been validated and would not go through that level 1
44,000
review.
didn't
Okay.
get a level 1
Now, the
review.
ones that were rejected for absence of presence of signature would be sent to curing, is that correct?
No, it would go to well, if you're talking about still the signature verification process, it would go to level 2,
Okay.
which would be 100% reviewed. And then they would be just as if they were set through an exception, would be then identified as a preliminary question or a question signature. That would then absolutely go through curing, require that they go through curing.
So if none of that data that we just talked about with respect to users user 26 and 9 was sent to level 1 review, and Mr. Specken did not analyze those in his review that is before you as exhibits 47, those have no way to skew the percentages contained in exhibit 47. Is that correct?
I could not concur. I don't
Yeah, he didn't do
know
the
the
calcs.
data enough to how Mr. Specken calculated, so I wouldn't guess.
Well, then I'll ask you to assume. If you assume Mr. Specken, as he testified, did not include those numbers in his analysis, they cannot impact the percentages, can they?
If he did not include them, then correct, they would not impact the percentage.
Okay. You have another 3,800 approximately that were sent via UACAVA, correct?
That's how many total that were returned to us.
Okay. And those do not go for level 1 review, is that correct?
They cannot.
Okay.
Because they are not in an envelope, as I already indicated.
Understood. I just want to make sure that the record is clear with respect to numbers, because there was a lot of talk yesterday about baseball and averages. And so if these never went to level 1 and Mr. Specken never included them in his analysis, they would not impact the percentages contained in exhibit 47. Is that correct?
That's incorrect.
It's incorrect.
Yes, because they don't go through level 1 as what you're inferring, but they do get a disposition of good sig. So when that user logs in to scan in that piece ID, that is attributed to that user as having scanned in, and could be a 0 second for that user that scanned that in on one of these lines, because you can't just scan. It must be under a user name.
Okay. Are these done under the user account number 26?
No, these are done under staff usernames that are assigned that day to review that signature, make that good, and then go into that special handling system that will say, we are identifying these as good sig under, as an example, Valenzuela R, I scan 3 in, then there would be potentially under Valenzuela R, those scans, it could be 0 second.
Okay, and they would show as a level 1 acceptance?
No, they would just, because there is not an exception. Level 1 is specifically driven towards exception. It would show as a good signature.
Right. And so it says either, and I apologize, but I'm sure you'll understand my terminology. If I don't use your specific terminology, please refresh my recollection. But level 1 reviewers can either accept or exception.
You can do exception or good.
Okay. So now is what you're testifying to right now that a level 1 reviewer might get one of these 3,800 UACAVAs, see that it's approved, and hit accept?
No, they would not.
They would not get it.
Not a level 1 reviewer, no.
All right. So if my question to you is this, if Mr. Specken filtered out for only those level 1 reviews, would you strike that? Let me rephrase the question. If Mr. Specken testified or filtered out those ballots and anything that was not done by user level 1, they would not impact his analysis as contained in Exhibit 37. Is that correct?
That is incorrect.
Why is that incorrect? If Exhibit 47, Ray, is based on user level 1 inputs, and they only have one of 2 inputs, how would their inputs be impacted by this UOCAVA data?
Because there is no level 1 identifier in the raw data. I am absolutely certain of that. So a user could have set a good SIG at level 1, is correct, but can also be set at level 2. So to indicate that we extrapolated the level 1 good SIGs or only focus on that it's impossible. This would be inclusive of all good SIGs because there is no level identifier. I can also set a good SIG at level 3 in the audit review. So again,
Who told you, Ray, there's no one level 1 identifier?
I know that because I'm part of that public records request. And then we know our system, there is dispositions that can be captured, but it is not tracked by the level.
Okay. So you testified yesterday, I think it was yesterday, that you had never used this data before, never seen it before. That Maricopa County Elections Department does not review employees based on this data, and you've never used it. And I think that's pretty clear from the PRR 1482, correct?
Objection to form clarification, what data he's referring to?
The data that is contained within Exhibit 20 that you testified you analyzed before you came here today.
Objection.
Sorry, at the beginning of trial.
The Maricopa County records.
Again, he
I don't want to
testified he
mistake
did not analyze it.
Hold on.
Well, he
You understand
filtered
the
them and
question?
pivot tabled
I
them.
believe so.
He manipulated data.
And you can answer it.
So I testified that I did not see the raw data that is used to create this, but I am very familiar with the raw data that was provided for the We the People PRR 1482.
I know what I gave them. I don't know what they created.
May I approach, Your Honor?
I know what I sent out, but I don't know what this is.
And here's what I would like.
Hold on, strike that. I'm going to ask that question in a few minutes.
He's trying to get this expert to confirm his expert, to confirm that his calculations were right, which he's never going to do. Trying to use him to prove his math and say,
Okay, if we
well,
go
our
back to the
calculations are correct,
70,000
right?
number,
He's
we'll
never
just
going to
make
say
this
that.
easy. Let's go back to the 70,000 number, right? There are 3,800 UOCAVA ballots that you say would be included in that. Is that could be included in that because of the rate at which they were approved?
That could be included, correct?
And you can do simple math?
I believe so.
So if you and I just had a gentleman agreement whereby we would simply remove the 3,800 from that data, what would the number be?
The 70,000, and it'd be 66,000 if we round up to 4,000.
Okay. It's a fairly substantial number, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That you're identifying as being 0 second.
No, what does the chart say? Table.
It says 0 seconds, 44,799. And then for the.
No. If we extract the 3,800 UOCAVA ballots, because we had already agreed that users number 26 and 9 were not included in Mr. Specking's analysis. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
The top users or the top people who approved the most?
Okay.
If they're not included in there, and your testimony is that the 3,800 is included in there, then that's all we need to remove, correct?
Objection, form and foundation.
I suppose.
If you understood the question and you can answer it, you can do so.
The first point is that I don't see the 70,000 number noted on this chart at all. So when you keep referring to, could that not be? There is no 70,000. It was only brought up by Mr. Olson and also within the court. So I'm using that just as much as you are, saying 70,000 is what you determined to be 2 seconds to 0 seconds that, and I don't see the 70,000 here at all. So I wouldn't remove 3,800 from 70,000. That's not reflective on this chart.
Okay, all right. And we'll come back to that. And,
We will?
well, I got another
How
question.
many times?
Well, no, Your Honor, we're gonna more math.
I don't mind more math, but I do mind going over the same problems or the same questions again and again and again. So
Understood, Your Honor.
Judge is getting
you
irritated.
get the answer,
You can't
you
tell.
move on. So do you have another question? I'm trying to be patient and I'm giving you all the leeway I can. But let's be succinct, to the point, and then move on. I assume that much of this is for foundation for another witness I'll be seeing later today,
No,
right?
no, there's
Excuse
no,
me, Your Honor?
I'm assuming much of this is for another witness I'll be seeing later today.
like
Well,
a rebuttal witness?
that depends, Your Honor.
Okay, then that's fine. I'm not going to inhibit your case.
Right.
I'm just saying for expeditious use of time, it seems to me,
All right.
as the trier of fact, that I've heard the same line of questioning at least 4 times this morning.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
So he doesn't want to hear about the 70,000 votes anymore. And he's wondering if he's going to have a rebuttal witness or somebody to come and rebut any of these things. And I'm not sure that Kari Lake does.
You testified about the video of whom I've been referring to as a specific user. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And you testified that, you couldn't be clear, but you believe he might have been going backwards. Did I get that right?
Doing a second review, however, that normally would infer going backwards from your almost done batch.
And so you've had a chance to look at your own data now, right? Does going back through and looking add any keystrokes?
It does not, unless you change something, you have the option to say, oh, that should have been a reject or exception or a good signal, whatever it may be.
So if someone took 250 seconds to review 250 signatures, and this is a hypothetical, right? And then they went back and scrolled back through them all just to clarify, it wouldn't suddenly become in the data a 250 in 500 seconds, correct?
Correct. It would not be part of the data because you're not setting a disposition.
Okay. So the only data then, just to be clear, that is contained within Exhibit 20, the data set, in terms of ballot, affidavit, envelope, acceptance, or exceptioned. Those 2 pieces, correct? And user number but for data keystrokes, it would be accepted and exceptioned?
For level 1, it would be exception or good.
Okay, good. Good's better than saying accepted and accepted. So. And can we bring up October 17th? I want to talk to you a little bit about who I refer to as user number 134. And you've had some time now, apparently, to look into this user, to learn more about him, correct?
To inquire about.
Objection, foundation. We have no idea who 134 is. What he's referring to.
Okay. I'm going to overrule. If a question is asked about 134, Mr. Valenzuela can determine whether he can answer the question or not.
And the witness answered, Your Honor.
And if I may, for clarification, I don't know that that's 134, but I do know who this individual is as far as.
Okay, well, that's clarified it. You weren't paying attention because you're talking back there, but he just answered the question that you objected to. I'm not trying to be critical by saying that. He clarified, he just stated on the record, I don't know who 134 is, but I know who the person in the video is.
I understand that, Your Honor, but
Yes.
I'm rising for a different reason.
I apologize then. Go ahead, Mr. Liddy.
I don't know, Your Honor, what is up on the screen. Is that Exhibit 19 or is that a new video?
Oh, that is not an exhibit, and I apologize.
Yeah, thank you. Joining as well, I'd ask the court to please have Ms. Lake's counsel tell us what we're looking at before they start asking questions so we can follow along and do our jobs.
So it's foundation, Your Honor.
And so what I'm going to show, Your Honor, I will ask the witness if he can tell if it's the same individual or not. But what I'm going to show, Your Honor, are still images of the individual I'm referring to as Exhibit 134, as user number 134. Now, I know there's no agreement or stipulation as to that, but I'm referring to him that as I don't have any other better name to use. But I'm going to show still images of him sitting at the same desk on October 17th, on November 10th, 11th, and then one of him in his new role that is actually handling ballot affidavit envelopes. Because this trial started, Your Honor.
Well, first of all, you've already told me, you don't have to tell me why, the because, and make the argument. You've told me what you're intending to show by using this video. You want to use videos that are not marked for identification?
Correct, Your Honor, and stills, and I'm not going to move them into evidence. I'm not going to try to move them into evidence.
3 objections over here from the government.
Okay.
Record, Judge, just so I can do what you need to
Ms.
do.
Morgan, go ahead.
Objection, Judge. He agreed to disclose exhibits. We disclosed exhibits. I'll remind the court, I disclosed my impeachment exhibits even. This is late disclosure. I'll remind the court, I think this is the second or third time. This is inappropriate. I think the court agrees. I think the court expressed that agreement.
Your Honor, I would add that this is prejudicial to our clients as well. We have no way of understanding what's happening right now. How to
And Your Honor, I would add that I understand why the court has been lenient, certainly in the case in chief. They've rested their case. I think it's wholly inappropriate and prejudicial to have new exhibits entered while he's cross-examining a witness at this late hour, a material that has not been disclosed to this party.
That's my question.
you,
Why
Ron.
wasn't this done when they called Valenzuela as a direct? They called Kari Lake's team called him as a witness. They could have presented all of this
Right.
during that direct exam.
I'm trying to stretch.
They called him on day 1.
Yeah, it's been pointed out to me that we're over time for the court reporter.
Oh.
It had been my apparently false hope that we might have been finished with one portion of direct or cross in a relatively short period
No,
of
we
time.
spent hours on objections today.
If it pleases the court, Your Honor, we can take a break and I'll move on.
You don't want to use the evidence, or you're not going to ask that line of questioning?
Well, Your Honor, I would love to because he's given completely different versions.
If you're not going to ask the questions related to showing the video, then just tell me that. You don't have to tell me why or why not, but that will alleviate the objections and the ruling on the objections, but it's up to you.
I will withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're not going to use the video clips?
They're still images, but no, Your Honor.
Images, I'm sorry, I misspoke. All right, so you're not, so the objections are all withdrawn.
Objection withdrawn, Your Honor.
Withdrawn, Your Honor.
Thank you. For the sake of my court reporter, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. And we'll be back at quarter after the hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise. All right, please be seated. All right, goodness, my friends. All right, challenging morning, challenging morning. We are not getting many new details out. I can't believe how much time we spent on the mechanics and objections and some difficulties getting through lines of questioning. We almost got no cross-examination actually completed. I was expecting to get most of cross-examination done. I thought the redirect would take, I don't know, the most of the afternoon, but we're not even at redirect yet. So we've also got concerns about a rebuttal witness. We saw the judge intimate at that, say, hey, maybe you're going to bring somebody else in to come and rebut this guy. But that hasn't happened yet. And I'm not sure if Kari Lake's team have a rebuttal witness or have a plan for that. But a little bit of a rough morning, I would say, in terms of anything new and concrete coming out. I can see where Kari Lake's team is going with this. They're trying to, as we talked about at the start of the show that the process was so bad that the entire signature verification methodology should be invalidated. And we saw a lot of time from Mr. Blem trying to dig into that 70,000 number and use Ray Valenzuela to confirm Eric Speakin's numbers. And I'm not sure that that's going to be a fruitful effort, just because he will never, ever confirm that other guy's numbers. He's just not going to do that. It reminds me of DUI cases where the government has their DUI expert witness. We have our private expert witness. We put them up against each other. He says the numbers are this. We say the numbers are that. It's just math, and you can never get the government's witness to come in and use to explain your side of the math to get to the calculation that you've gotten to. So it's usually a fruitless effort. But the better strategy is to go and shatter their credibility and shatter the methodology that they use to get to their number, not to use their expertise to confirm your number, which they'll never do. You got to wreck their number. You can't get them to confirm your number. You got to just destroy them. And so these were some of the questions that I was thinking about as we were listening to Valenzuela's testimony this morning. And the way, that I would have approached this a little bit differently would be to break this up into chapters and approach it by topics, one by one. And rather than, it feels like we've been sort of flying around a little bit here this morning, but just it's a stylistic thing. But I have a lot of questions. You can see I wrote them all here. And so let's take a look at a couple of them. What were some of them? So let's just talk about the timing on L1, L2, and L3. How many did you do? What was the time? I don't think we've ever got any time on those numbers yet. He may have mentioned something that he didn't keep track of time, but I'd like to know this. You said a lot of these things were logged, especially on the L4 numbers. You said you could log in and see performance metrics, essentially. I've got questions about whether that was logged or not, and if they were logged, why we don't have them, and whether you can just do a quick calculation to just do averages on the processing time and take out the buckets from the other batch processed ballots that he talked about. So specifically, how many L1s did you do? How long did it take? Same with L2s, same with L3s. And L4s, were those things logged? And then that leads into the entire question, because he acknowledged right here during his direct today that they have L4 daily auto reviews. And we want to know about those metrics, because he said, like, you could log in and see if somebody wasn't performing well. Great. That's great, because that leads right into the question and the whole conversation, the entire chapter about Steve the Pecker, the person in the video. I've got questions about how they identified him as being a problem. Was it through that system, the L4 level review system? I don't know. Were they measuring his time? Were they looking at his rates? Were people complaining about him? If so, who? And I want to know, at what point did they identify all of these problems? Were there visual monitoring? Was somebody monitoring him? What was Steve's response when you told him that there may have been a reason for a reassignment? I want to know about all those things. Now, his story changed, and he said that Steve was just, he just finished his job well done, and got reassigned. But that's not what the government said at the opening. So I would dig into all of this. Is there a process for complaints? If one person is sitting next to another person and they feel like they're going way too fast, not doing their job, do they complain? What does that process look like? Does that go to a superior? How many people complained about other people? How many people were removed? Did you remove anybody of the 153? What's the process for the removal? Who was involved? What were their names? How does the process work? Is there a form? Is there emails? How quickly does it work? If somebody complains on day one, how many days until they're removed off the line? When was he identified? How much time elapsed? How much time did you keep them in the process so that they could just keep processing through ballots before you did remove them? How do you actually remove them? But what indicia support the removal? When you're looking at your daily dashboard, what are you got to have metrics, right? Are they hitting those metrics? What are the indicia for removing the person? So that means that you've got some quality scores, right? And that goes right back to our argument about this needs to be about quality controls. The quality was so bad that the entire process is invalidated. So it sounds like you've got different levels of performers because you have monitoring software. So who is qualified and who is unqualified? And if people are unqualified, what happens to them? Do they get reassigned to other locations? What skill sets determine whether somebody is qualified or unqualified? And if they're unqualified based on one set of skill sets, when you reassign them to curing, don't those skill sets translate over? It's like if one person's not good with a hammer, they're probably not good with a screwdriver, right? Are they good with these tools? Are they just bad with technology, for example? Do they just not know how to read? Are they incompetent? Or are you telling me that every single person who came through here was totally competent? They all did an amazing job. They're just all perfect humans. Nobody had any malfeasance or maliciousness in their hearts. Nobody screwed up. Everybody was perfect and everything went by the books. How many other people were removed? We want to know. Was anybody removed or were they all just reassigned? Is that the standard? Nobody didn't show up one day and got penalized. Nobody did something problematic. Everybody was competent and perfect. And do you investigate the people that are removed or reassigned, and who makes that decision? I want to know, how many ballots did Steve process? How many total ballots were processed by people who were reassigned? And what did you do with Steve's ballots after you reassigned him? Were they rechecked? He'd probably say no, they didn't need to be rechecked. They were all perfect. We also want to know how much time it takes to review a single indicia. We know that there were 11 different indicia in there. Hey, how much time does it take you to review one of them? Is there a standard, base minimum standard? Do you have averages on these things? There are 11 indicia. How much per indicia? And are there any metrics or targets internally? And we know that there were because he confirmed that. We had questions about this going up to level 1 and then up to level 2 and then back down to level 1 again from Jacqueline Onake's testimony. Did they go back to the same person when they go up? So level 1 says accepted, rejected, sends it up to L2, comes back down to L2. They saw the same signatures. They've already confirmed this was exception. Does it go back to the same L2? Does it go back to a different L2? Who's making those decisions? Are they just trying to reassign it so that somebody else will squeak it on through again? We had a ton of testimony about private offices and about people being able to remote into their systems to access and do signature verification. How many signatures of this entire election were done in private offices without notice to observers, without communication that this was being done? We have questions about the technology. If anybody can just remote in to a system, can you have concurrent logins where two people are accessing the same data set at the same time? Meaning people can change things and attribute it to another user who may be totally oblivious to that happening. We saw some of that hint from Garrett Archer, the data guru on Twitter. And I've got questions about this and more. And that's just getting warmed up from this morning. So we'll see where they go with any of this. But zooming out, the whole point is that Kari Lake has to show the entire process is just invalid. It is problematic and it invalidates the entire election because they couldn't competently produce results. And so we, my friends, are going to take a short stretch bathroom, refill the drinks break in a quick second. I want to queue up the expert testimony from yesterday, and then we'll be back in just about 5 minutes or so. Just a quick stretch break. A quick stretch break, and then we're going to start back up with, while we are on break, here's a little bit of testimony from yesterday.
Take judicial notice of the fact that computers.
We've already, here's yesterday.
Marked, and she has it. That should be up here.
We'll be
I
back
apologize.
You don't have anything different in your hand.
less
do
than
you,
5
than
minutes.
Exhibit 47. Wonderful. That's good news. So did you
And
have questions about Exhibit 47?
it's muted,
that you
so
were
it's
gonna
not
ask?
gonna,
Yes, Your Honor.
your house is not on
Okay.
fire. See you in 5
As long
minutes.
as what we're doing is laying foundation, I'm okay with that. I can see how it progresses. I just didn't know what we were doing.
Thank you. Is that where we're at, Mr. Olson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please then.
Pull up exhibit.
We get the video.
Well, first, you're going to talk about Exhibit 47. You're going into what it is. I was at the earlier objection that some of the states council had was that to the actual foundation, as in custodian of record, like this is the complete and accurate copy. Because the original exhibit number 18 was missing every other page because it was only copied halfway. As I recall, the objection that council had was this is late disclosed because we only had every other page. And so I had asked that the 47 be made available to them so that they could inspect it and look at it. And I understood that the argument you're going to have is that this is the data that came from them that's transposed onto the exhibit. So it's not something that's newly discovered, but it's supposed to be something that's marked and exchanged as an exhibit ahead of trial so that they know, everybody knows what the evidence may be, but what's actually going to be presented is a different thing. And so has the state had the chance to inspect Exhibit 47?
Your Honor, only in so much as that I've got a copy of it and I've looked at it. And what I'll tell the court is, one, it appears to be, again, statistical conclusions. And two, based on the testimony I just heard with respect to another exhibit, it appears that this may not even be created by this witness. And we have foundational problems.
Okay,
Now we got a
Then
paperwork objection.
maybe I'm
Spreadsheet.
working under a misunderstanding.
And now an exhibit paperwork
I
objection.
thought that Exhibit 47 represents nothing more than a physical printout in written format of the data that was provided by the county. If it's a product of analysis and a summary of the witness, then at this point in time, that makes sense that you're laying the foundation by talking to the witness about how the witness created it. Is this something created by this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now I understand. Okay, all right. So we're going to go through that with Mr. Olson laying the foundation. So now I
Perfect.
understand it's not a custodian of record, it's he created it, meaning he being the witness, and you're going to tell me the basis for it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's get started.
We're back.
You wanted to play a video, is that right?
No,
It is the exhibit.
we wanted to put the exhibit up on the screen.
Oh, fine. It's not a jury trial, it's a bench trial, so go ahead.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness and give a hard copy?
You absolutely may, Mr. Olson.
Your Honor, while he's doing that, may I please move this television screen?
You may do so, absolutely, Mr. Morgan. In fact, if you want to,
This isn't in your way too. I don't want to get in your way. Oh, I know what I'll do. Look at that. So how's that work? Can you see? All right. Does this work? Thank you, Judge.
okay, now we're working on, just to be overkill here, we're working on Exhibit 47, right, everyone?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Spicane, do you recognize what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 47?
I do.
And what is this document?
This is a summary table of the data related to user number, how many total verifications they did over the period of time that was given for the data.
Spreadsheet.
The election cycle for the general is what was requested. The verification rate, so how many of the keystroke entries were to what I said earlier, just quite simply is pass or good signature related to the other keystrokes. And then as we move to the right, the speed at which those verifications or comparisons or determinations were done. So when we get to the first column, it says in less than or equal to 5 seconds. Just to clarify, that's an integer-based search. So it means if the integer.
Your Honor, I'm sorry for interrupting the witness, but he's testifying about what this document says. The foundation has not been laid, and we're still objecting on the basis of the foundation for this.
No,
But he's
come
beginning to
on.
offer testimony about what the document says.
He explained that was Eric speaking from yesterday, and he is Kari Lake's expert witness. We're wondering if we're going to hear from him again today, but we are scheduled for, this is the final day of trial, and we still have closing arguments. And so I'm wondering if the judge is going to want them to pick up the pace a little bit more, because we are flying through the day. I mean, we've got still want time for closing arguments, and I don't know how much time he is setting for that, but let's say he gave each side an hour with a rebuttal. It's going to take up a lot of the afternoon, and if they have a rebuttal witness, then it's going to be a full day. So we're going to see what the judge says here in a quick minute. Let's say hello to some super chats while we are waiting for the court to get back in session. And I appreciate everybody supporting the work we're doing here today and joining us as we do it. JC in the house. Oh, court's back. Thank you, JC. We'll come back to you, my friend. He says, thanks for
We are
covering this.
continuing on the record.
Fam, make it rain.
in
We'll come back.
CV 2022-09-5403. This is Lake versus Hobbs et al. And present for the record are the parties' respective counsel. Presence of the actual parties has been waived in certain circumstances. There are other party representatives present. And we are continuing with the cross-examination of Mr. Valenzuela by Mr. Blem. So we'll resume where we left off, Mr. Blem.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm almost done, Your Honor. Very brief. All right, Mr. Valenzuela, I'm sorry, Ray. Do you recall your testimony yesterday about exact matching signatures being pretty quick?
I don't recall, but using the terminology that they're exactly consistent, maybe more appropriate, but.
Would you like me to replay it for you?
No, but I'm saying that, yes, to that degree that I recall that if their signature is consistent, using that term match, then it would be pretty quick.
Using the term exact?
There is no such thing as an exact signature, even if I signed here today. So I try to stay away from saying exact, but it is consistent.
May I play, Your Honor, a video clip of his testimony from his previous testimony on this very issue?
Well, first of all, if you ask him, did he or did he not?
And there's last three.
Still here. So if you ask him the question, if this is for impeachment's sake. So if he said, I don't recall at this time, if you want to ask him, there's a difference between a denial and I don't recall. Could you have said that? And if he did, whatever.
Understood.
Just go ahead and ask him.
Yesterday, during your testimony, was it yesterday? I believe so. You testified about different types of signatures and the speed it would take to conclude for a level one reviewer whether or not it's a good signature or an exception. You recall that line of testimony?
Yeah.
You specifically testified that it would take maybe 1 to 2 seconds for a level one reviewer to approve an exact match.
You recall that?
I can believe that yes, that I could have said that.
And then you went on and testified about those signatures that might take a little bit longer to approve as being close. Do you recall that?
Correct.
What are you basing this measure on?
Basing the measure on the fact that if the whole purpose of the signature review is to look for consistency, when you find consistency to be 99.99, using a hypothetical, in that rare circumstance where using the term an exact match, then that makes it so that there is no necessary time frame to have to go through all signatures, look at different characteristics.
Use a stopwatch?
Do I use a stopwatch? No, but I use my own personal experience having done signature verification for 20 years and probably millions of signatures.
Millions of signatures. You only did 1,600 the last election.
I've been in the occupation for 20 years, and if you multiply that times the million elections that have been held over that period of time, and me being part of the early voting signature review process for that time frame, I can extrapolate that I, at the very least, looked at over the 20 years.
There've been 1 million elections within the jurisdiction.
No, 1 million signatures.
All right.
Again, I apologize. That's just an estimate of having looked at average worker as shown in the data. It looks at 60 to 70,000 an election, and 10 years would be 660. 20 would probably put me at the million.
The reason I ask you this question, and let me hand you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, marked and admitted as Exhibit 1. And I believe we've looked at this exhibit before, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
All right. Can you read, please, for the court, the last sentence on paragraph 1 of page 2?
The last sentence, paragraph 1. If after going through the above analysis, you find the combination of differences between the signature on the ballot affidavit and the signatures in the voter registration database, consider whether the difference can be reasonably explained.
Yes.
We're back in after the morning break. This is Kari Lake's lawyer, Mr. Blem, cross-examining Ray Valenzuela.
I'm sorry, there was some confusion. I meant page 2 in terms of hard copy pages, and he
Different point.
went to a page numbered page, so I apologize, Your Honor.
This is what you want him to read, though.
Correct, Your Honor.
Got it.
Last sentence of paragraph 1, please.
The guide is provided to assist county recorders offices and their staff in conducting signature verification, and is intended to be used as reference in combination with the county recorder's specific procedures for early ballot processing. The Arizona Secretary of State's office thanks the Colorado Secretary.
You're on the
Pointed to the last.
Please just point to it, what you want him to read exactly.
Judge has had enough. Just point to it.
For
the love of
the
God.
last sentence starting here with this
first
guy.
paragraph. Okay.
No, that's the last sentence in the first paragraph.
Okay. This guide will help those reviewing ballot affidavit signatures determine whether the ballot affidavit signature and the voter signature in the voter registration database were authored by the same person.
That's pretty weighty, isn't it?
I apologize, I couldn't hear. You're pretty
That is pretty weighty, isn't it?
defining weighty.
That carries a lot of weight, and that's
Okay, yes. Well,
pretty profound job, isn't it? It's important,
signature verification is indeed important.
Yeah.
incredibly important, right?
Correct.
Because although you testified earlier that there are these multiple processes in place to ensure that the right people are voting, the only one at the end of the day that matters is that signature. Isn't that true?
I disagree.
Disagree? Well, I suppose we can disagree, but what's standing in the way of that ballot? But what's standing in the way of that ballot being tabulated and not?
It's a preponderant and a combination of multiple checks and balances, but it is one of the factors that is important. All asthma is all.
At the end of the day, you get a ballot affidavit envelope with a ballot inside that is signed by somebody. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. The only thing standing between that ballot affidavit envelope being opened, the ballot removed, and the ballot being tabulated is that signature and the person verifying it, correct?
Correct.
It's a significant act, is it not?
It is indeed.
And your testimony about
That's the court feed.
about exact matches being able to be done very quickly that I started this line of questioning with. Well, strike that. Is there such a thing as an exact match?
There is a potential to have a high consistency signature that then, on general terms, could be considered an exact match.
You're pointing something out, yes.
Mayor Gross, I was gonna point to another page in line
Please, you may do that, yes.
so we can save this court time and yeah.
Just point to it again.
All right. Paragraph 1, sentence 1, and don't start reading yet. But you have a trained forensic document analyst that trains your workers. Is that correct?
That trains our permanent FTEs, correct.
You're permanent.
And there is some folks that came back from the primary that we included in that, correct.
Okay. So are you telling me that that trained forensic document analyst does not train your temporary signature verification employees?
Depending on the cycle, there could be a point where we're bringing them in 2 weeks and they would have missed that class. So there is a training. It's just that it's, as provided in the exhibit, our training that extrapolates the forensic training done by that.
But they're not all trained by this professional, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you read that first sentence that I pointed to in paragraph 1 for the court?
When conducting signature verification, it is important to keep in mind that everyone writes differently and no one signs their name exactly the same way twice. A ballot affidavit signature should not be rejected because it does not look exactly.
Are you done with the first sentence?
Oh, I apologize. I was reading the first paragraph.
Okay, so you testified yesterday that that document was prepared by a collaborative effort involving the different counties, correct?
Correct.
And forensic document analysts, correct?
This document, not by forensic documenting. That is, it's extrapolated from their training.
Okay, from their training. And that training is that no one signs their name the exact same way twice, correct?
Not as a definitive, but yes, that is, and the norm is that it's not 100% exactly the same, not all the time.
All right. And so if that's the case, then aren't all of the signatures your workers verify either close or not? Because there is no exact.
Consistent. That's exactly the term I continue to use. Are they consistent or inconsistent?
The reason I'm down this road is, Ray, you used the term exact, and you've said you probably did, so we're not going to go into the video.
Actually, if I may, I know exactly what you're trying to infer, but I said, could it possible that a person looks at if that signature is an exact match? So let's say that out of 1 million, we had 10 exact match. It's possible to have an exact matching signature. So I was inferring that as a hypothetical, that if you had an exact match, those should go pretty fast.
But then those that were close, you testified could take 3, 4, 20 seconds.
Correct. If there's more looking at these broad and local characteristics is necessary, and absolutely could take longer and shake longer.
Okay. And Aren't these broad and local characteristics designed to get subjectivity out of signature verification?
They're designed to help you assess and in the lens world, the consistency of that signature as you look to review the characters, but not all are required, as it actually says in this actual statement and analysis, that they're not all required.
Okay. You testified none of them are required, is that correct?
No, I testified that they are not all required, that you do not need to go to 11-point check on every signature. And as an example, a little bit facetious, there is none to look at in a no signature. In a signature that has a high consistency, you do not, as prescribed here, do not go into the local. It actually says if their signature on the broad characteristics are clearly consistent with the broad characteristic of the voting signature and the voter registration status, you may accept the signature and move on.
Understood. But your testimony was that if they see an exact match, they don't even have to go into broad characteristics. They just see an exact match. And those are quick.
I would actually disagree again. An exact match actually visually is going through these broad characteristics. You're actually looking at it and saying, oh, the type of writing, the cursive and the print is exactly the same as a type of writing. It does not require that you go, let me double check. All of those things and why they're called broad characteristics are what can be done instantly, if you will.
Now we're getting into
that's cursive, that's not.
Some of the more
But if
indicia.
that's cursive and cursive, you do not need to go line item, is what I was indicating.
Like 1 second per indicia.
The point of my
half second
questioning
per
is,
indicia. Tenth
you
of a
agree
second
with
per
me,
indicia.
wouldn't you, that it's not just about, well, strike that. I have no further questions.
All right, great.
Redirect, Mr. Liddy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Valenzuela, it's been a long day, long morning.
A bit.
You've been asked questions about Mr. Spakeen's chart. Recall that?
Yeah.
Did you create
Testified
that
that
chart?
you're not really
No.
that familiar with the chart. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When was the first time you saw Mr. Spakeen's chart?
Here in court.
So you didn't create it? You didn't have any involvement in it? You know what he did exactly? No.
Would it be true that, say, you don't know anything about Mr. Spakeen's chart except the representations that were made in court,
Yes, that's right.
That'd be correct.
including the representations made by Mr. Spakeen?
That'd be correct.
Don't know anything he did?
And do you recall him testifying that he and the others that produced that chart used the Maricopa County response to the We the People public records request materials in order to create it?
Correct.
And you are familiar with the We the People public records request,
Very familiar.
and you recall participating in finding the materials for Maricopa County to respond to that.
Correct. In crafting the request as requested through the PRR.
And you're familiar with the data in the Maricopa County response to the public records request, correct?
I'm familiar with the multiple responses of data sets that we provided.
But you have no knowledge about what was or wasn't and how any of it was put into the Spakeen chart.
I do not.
On cross, you were just asked by counsel questions about worker number 9 and 26. Do you recall that?
I do.
You were asked whether the data on number 9 and number 6 columns were eliminated by Mr. Spakeen when he was calculating his averages. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
You recall being asked by Lake's counsel whether the worker number 9 and 26 columns were eliminated from the cumulative totals that would affect the averages?
I do recall.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. There's a long exchange of questions about whether or not they were averages. And they're not.
Okay. The objection is to the form of the question.
The form, and it sort of misstates the evidence.
Well, the way he's phrased it, if he understood it, he can answer it. He can do that. I understand the distinction you're making. I'm the one taking notes, and
Thank you, Your Honor.
it's noted, but
So, Mr. Valenzuela, if those numbers were included in the cumulative totals, your understanding of the calculation of averages, would it affect the calculation of the average?
It would.
And you do know what an average is, don't you?
I do.
Mr. Valenzuela, many persons in this room, including yourself, have used the word batches in court over the last 3 days. What do you mean when you use the term batches in respect to the 2022 signature verification processes that you were a part of after the election?
As part of our normal signature verification in context to that, batches to me infer the 10,000 are received and the 250 sub batches at a level 1, level 2, whatever would review. That's what my terminology when I'm referring to signature verification batches.
So regardless of what was anybody else's mind, mine, council's, anybody else's about match-based process, whatever, that's what matches means to you with respect to all of your testimony with regard to the 2022 general election signature verification process. Is that correct?
Correct.
This is redirect. This is government lawyer and government witness redirecting
Now,
to
you have
rehabilitate
heard
this witness,
it
Ray
declared in
Valenzuela.
this courtroom that the only thing standing between an envelope being opened is signature verification. Do you recall hearing that?
I do.
You've already testified about the curing process?
Correct.
Would you say that the curing process is also a process that's executed by the Maricopa County Recorder's Office in the signature verification that quote unquote stands between whether an envelope is opened or not?
It is.
And previously you testified about several other steps that Maricopa County takes pursuant to the mandates of the Arizona statutes to ensure that only lawful voters are even receive a ballot affidavit envelope on which they could affix their signature, correct?
That is correct.
So it would be accurate to say that there are many different steps that Maricopa County takes and did take in November of 2022 to ensure that when a ballot an affidavit envelope is opened, there's a high assurance that that was in fact sent from a lawful voter. Is that accurate?
It is accurate. There is foundational data that is, or checks and balances that are in place before that ballot is tabulated that must be undertaken.
Do you still have Exhibit 1 in front of you as it was presented by counsel for Ms. Lake?
I did.
Would you turn to page 4, please?
Page 4 is numbered, page 4 on the bottom. I'm at that.
If you recognize that, just can you match it up with the one that you just read?
It is, just to clarify, the Begins with broad characteristics. Is that page 4 that you're referencing on the bottom?
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you for liking this video, wherever it is you're
Where's
watching
the
it.
sentence he asked you to read?
Oh,
Started here,
mhm. This was the one.
and then you went on, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and read that and read all the way through the bottom of that.
Okay.
Wait, I want to make sure the court understands what I'm asking you to do. So, Mr. Valenzuela, please reread that sentence, and you were cut off as you were continuing on. I'm asking you to please continue on to the end of the sentence.
This guide will help those reviewing ballot affidavit signatures determine whether the ballot affidavit signature and the voter signature in the voter registration database were authored by the same person. Continues, this guide is provided to assist county recorder offices and their staff in conducting signature verification and is intended to be used as reference in combination with the county recorder's specific procedures for early ballot processing. The Arizona Secretary of State's Office thanks Colorado State Secretary of State's Office and Yavapai County Recorder's Office for sharing their excellent guides from which this guide is adapted.
And from your personal experience, was that done in the 2002 signature review process in Maricopa County?
This guide was indeed referenced, and it was following the county recorder's specific procedures for early ballot review.
Now, I'm asking on the same document, can you look and see the paragraph that is labeled B's and Bravo analysis?
Yes.
Would you read that first paragraph in its entirety, please?
Beginning with when conducting.
Yes, please.
When conducting signature verification, it is important to keep in mind that everyone writes differently and no one signs their name exactly the same twice. A ballot affidavit signature should not be rejected because it does not look exactly, emphasize, italicized, the same as a signature in the voter's registration record.
Thank you.
Following two-step analysis will allow you to confidently decide whether signatures are consistent with each other.
Thank you.
Government lawyer looking through his notes, wrapping up, wondering if there's anything else he needs to
Through
rehabilitate
your
on.
testimony today, you testified about certain quantities of election packets and ballot affidavit envelopes. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And you testified about specific numbers of them, correct?
Correct.
As you hear today, you believe those numbers you testified to are facts. Is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't calculate any averages.
Absolutely did no analysis or calculation, simply filtered to a specific user and that total.
So the numbers you provided in court were facts. Is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't testify at all about any voter data averages. Is that correct?
Correct. And for the record, if I may clarify, I did not testify voter data average as it relates to that data. I did not do any analysis.
Again, Your Honor, just so the court's continuing knowledge applies.
Say again?
Oh, I would object, but I don't want to interrupt this court, but again, we're talking about averages and so. Your Honor had previously said you understand what's being said.
Well, I understand what an average is, and I understand what
Understood, Your
the
Honor. but-
estimate was before. So if you're asking me to reassure you that I understand what an average is, or I don't follow quite.
I just want to raise my continuing objection because he just said he gave no testimony with respect to averages in this case.
Right. Okay. Noted. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I address that to clarify the record?
Well, I mean, you both can make closing arguments
I
based on
understand.
what the proof is. If you think you need to clarify something with the witness, you certainly may do that with the witness.
Thank you, Ron. I will take your advice. I will do that. I just asked you questions about numbers of ballots and ballot packets that you testified to. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I asked you whether you calculated the averages of any of those. And you answered what?
No.
Your Honor, that was the testimony.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Getting a little bit tense in there.
Mr. Valenzuela, I just handed you what's been admitted into evidence as Exhibit 47. You recognize that document?
I do.
Have you seen it before during these proceedings?
Just minutes ago.
Does that appear to be the document that was prepared by Mr. Spakeen?
Does indeed,
And you know that how?
because Mr. Spakeen indicated that he did create it.
Outside of his representations made to the court, you have no idea how that document was created. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We already went down this line.
Have you personally verified any of the information
No.
used by Mr. Spakeen placed into Exhibit 47?
This specific exhibit specifically, no.
Do you have personal knowledge of any of the calculations that were used to create this chart?
Leaf blower guys here.
The raw data that we provided, I have personal knowledge of. How it was extrapolated to get these percentages, I do not.
You'll look at that exhibit all the way to the left, what I would call the first column, but the leftmost column. Do you see that?
Yes.
And up on the top, can you read the label of that first column?
Worker,
And the first entry in that, would you read that for me?
user 001,
Could you scroll all the way down to the bottom and read the last one for me?
user 032
All the way down to the bottom.
to the end, that last page,
Yes, please.
user 155.
User 155.
Hopefully he just blows
Did
my
you
the whole
memorize the
building
names
over.
of all
That'd be
the
good.
155
Just blow it out. Just blow it over.
users of the
We're ready.
level 1 signature verification that was used in 2022 general election?
I did not.
But you did testify that only 153 of them were employees, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall hearing Ms. Lake's attorney ask if workers number 9 and 26 were eliminated from the cumulative totals that would affect the averages?
I do.
You scroll all the way down to the bottom. Well, you're already there. So in the second come from the left, can you read that total down there for me?
1,416,520.
Could you scroll all the way up to the top and tell me what the label is for that column?
Verifications overall.
1,416,520. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
1 million for signature verifications. Wow, we did a lot here in Arizona. See, Judge?
Your Honor, no further questions.
There you go. Good way to end it.
Sorry, Your Honor. We have one minor housekeeping matter. I'm sorry.
Your indulgence, Your Honor. What exhibit is that?
Is the exhibit.
Kansas. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ray, I just handed a document to you. Could you read the number on the green slip?
Exhibit number 36.
Take a look at the document.
I'm familiar.
Tell me what it is.
It is not a complete, but a cover page and the summary of the election results for the 22 November general election.
And to your knowledge, are those numbers depicted on that canvas correct?
They are.
Did you participate in the canvas of the general election for November 2022?
I did.
Did you assist in the presentation of that canvas to the Board of Supervisors?
I did.
And do those numbers depicted on that canvas reflect the work of the many permanent and temporary employees used by the county recorder, Stephen Richer, and himself in doing signature verification of those ballot envelopes, affidavit envelopes, prior to those numbers being totaled?
Very specifically, these are the number of good SIGs in lay terms, the 1,311,734. It's a total, grand total of absolute good SIG, unique voter IDs cast.
How many ballots, presumably, that were inside ballot affidavit envelopes failed through the entire process that you've described over these last 3 days of signature verification, and in the end, were not opened and were not tabulated?
The grand total out of those that were not cured, if you will, was 3,099.
You know that from your personal experience?
3099.
3,099, Your Honor.
So
And you
two
know that
elements.
from your personal information.
Because I am party to create that for the canvas, that what would be termed as a reject report.
And
for
you,
no SIGs and bad SIGs.
and you and Recorder Richard's team started with north of 1.3 million. Is that correct?
Correct.
Signature verified all of them except 3,099. Is that correct?
Amazing.
Correct.
Wow.
With those, a portion of those going to questionable that are then 15,411 were cured, meaning the voter contacted.
And there's the UCAVAs and the other that you've testified about.
Remainder would be the 3,099.
And Ray, that really happened, didn't it?
Absolutely.
And you were there, right?
And we have data unique to voter IDs that tie to those particular records.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
We excuse the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I move that exhibit, what is it?
It's 36.
36 be moved into evidence.
Objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
36 is admitted.
So
My question
3,000,
again, can we excuse the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Valenzuela, thank you. You can step down.
3,100 ballots divided by 1.4 million
Does
total.
the defense have any other further witnesses? Or are you resting?
I think that's a 0.2% rejection rate. Is that right?
Yes, please put that with the rest of the exhibits.
3,100 divided by 1.4 million.
Thank you.
The county defendant's rest, Your Honor.
Wow,
Right.
pretty good.
Um,
0.2%.
Plaintiffs anticipate any
Is that right?
rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
No rebuttal.
Okay. So will you be all prepared to return at 1:30 to present to me your closing arguments?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well then. I will see you then.
Closing arguments, 1:30. And we're going to do some super chats right now, and then we're going to take a lunch break, and then we'll come back for closing arguments. I don't know how much time he is going to be delegating out. All rise. Thanks, Judge. Have a good lunch. What's good around here? They're all saying, what's good around here? We're in Mesa. Oh, gosh, we're in Mesa right now. Where are we going to go? We're going to go. There's not much around Ceph, that facility. There's a QT right there. Maybe run in there, get something. Yeah, I mean, you're right on the 60. You could go down a street or so, but yeah, not much over there. Anyways, all right. So that, my friends, was a morning. We are done with evidence. We have finished all the testimony in the Kari Lake trial. The plaintiff, Kari Lake, and her team presented several witnesses. The defense presented one, Ray Valenzuela, who was a witness for both sides. And we just finished with him. Some cross-examination happening from Kari Lake's team. Some questions I would have liked to have dug into a little bit further, but they are done. No rebuttal witness. They're going to have a long lunch break. They're going to prepare for their closing arguments. We'll come back. We'll see what they have in store for us. But yeah, so the chat is confirming for me, because I'm terrible at math, that yeah, 0.002 is 0.2%, right? So I think I got that right. Yeah, 0.214%, which is amazing. It's like 0.2% of all the signatures were figured out in Arizona. It's just amazing. I mean, it's a really amazing number. I don't know. I don't know if other states do that or how that works, but that is just damn impressive. We know how to sign things in Arizona, and we can verify them very fast. So let's take a look at some super chats before we wrap it up for our lunch break. And for our lunch break, we're going to go back to Kari Lake's expert witness testimony from yesterday, Eric Specken, in case you missed that. But let's get caught up on some of these super chats, my friends, before we get our food ingested. We have JC says, thanks for covering this. Says, fam, make it rain out there. Hopefully they are going to. They're going to bring it all together in closing arguments. And thank you, Jay. American Dreamer says, hope you got your beauty sleep, Rob. Well, a little bit. You know how this goes. You squeeze in what you can. Hopefully you got yours, American Dreamer. I'm looking at your profile photo. I can see that you did. Fabulous. Hey, McKinney Realty Maui became a member. Welcome, Makina Realty in Maui. Whew, that sounds like a nice realtor to have. Anybody need a realtor in Maui? Well, now you know. Makina Realty in Maui. Thank you for joining us as a supporter. And Dolphin Fan is the man and brought in 5 new membos. And here's our Dolphin Fan gif. Says here, who came in here? SCVM got a membo. Michael Allen Hughes in the membo house. Patriots, Sweet Tea, and No Jabskis in the house, courtesy of Dolphin Fan is the man. We appreciate you, Dolphin. We also want to say what's up to Squirrel. Squirrel is here. He says the following, says, Ray, is it your contention that a few level 1 signature verifiers were able to verify and re-verify 300,000 votes within a few seconds? Please show us in the logs as to when each user would have first verified the signature then. Yeah, a lot more of those questions, Squirrel, a lot more of those. So in other words, what you're saying is that, and what we were getting out of this was him trying to use Valenzuela to support Eric Specken's testimony, and that is never going to happen. And I just thought it was a nice attempt, I suppose, but unlikely to be fruitful. Wuxia Games says the easiest way to discredit this witness is to hold up 2 documents that are different and ask him if the 2 documents are consistent, then take it away. Yeah, I like it. So you go up real fast. Okay, here's 2 signatures. What do you think? Do you think these match? 1001. Boom. How about these? 1001. Go. Do they match? What do you say? Here's another one. 1001. Go. First one, did it match? Yes or no? Second one match? Yes or no? Third, did it match? Yes or no? It'd be a very interesting little demonstrative to get into. And I'm not sure what the judge would have allowed there, actually. He may have actually allowed that. Sometimes you can get into that stuff, like in a DUI trial. You can ask, typically not a good idea to do this if you're doing a DUI trial, is to ask the cop to get up and perform the field sobriety tests. You say, oh, yeah, because one theory in the DUI case is that the cops give you a bunch of tests on the side of the road, so you'll fail, right? Like if you're walking a line, heel to toe, turning around, following instructions, doing finger to nose, the HDN tests, all these things. You can do it differently if you're in an office and an environment where the cops do their testing, but it's different when it's 2 a.m. on the side of the road, there's traffic whirring by, there's weather, the road's not balanced, you've got headlights, you've got all sorts of distractions, and you've got a cop barking at you with their lights flashing around and so on, right? But if you ask the cop to get up in the middle of the trial and say, okay, perform this field sobriety test for me, show you how you do it, oftentimes they're very good at it. And so it'll make you kind of look foolish if you have them get up there and demonstrate it. So, you could have that same risk here is my point. You could put it up there, and what if he got them all? What if he's like, oh, boom, match, not match, match. You're like, oh, crap, that sucks. Yeah, and you could be wearing 4-inch heels and all of the other things. So he could hit it out of the park, just like in the DUI trials. Sometimes the cops get up there, you're like, damn, that looked really good. You didn't even move at all. Like, you didn't wobble at all. When they stand up, they put one leg up. It's like a friggin' board in the ground. You're like, you son of a gun. You have practiced that every morning for the last 30 years, haven't you? Like, that's not human. So maybe he could do the same thing. Match, 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 rejection, rejection. And that would look pretty bad, but it is, who knows? But it's a good suggestion. Rocky Water says that plaintiff needs to answer the question, how much time per ballot is normal? I don't know if the rules of evidence in this suit hinder that. Well, that question kind of came in. I mean, it wasn't as explicit as I would have liked it to be. I don't understand why it hasn't come up. Thanks again for the coverage. Very appreciated. It has kind of come up when they asked him about the standards. And he said that there really wasn't a hard number. I mean, there's been a lot of trial here, so I may have missed it. But there has been a lot of testimony that it's how much time it takes to make the measurement. So it's not like in a DUI case where it's a limit, like 0.08. If you're above that, okay, we can say you're impaired. If you're under that, not. We haven't heard any testimony that there's a hard line because signatures are different. Sometimes it's a long name and a short name, and sometimes it's 1 letter or 2 letters versus 8 letters. And it's as much time as necessary in order to get it done based on the signature and based on the context. So that's why they've had a lot of ability to be fluid about what they've reported. But it's a great question. I would like to know the answer, and I would like to dig into that. Okay, if there isn't, you just ask the next question. If there isn't a normal threshold standard that you have by law or by manual or whatever, what is the standard? What is the standard that as it exists for your operation, for the different levels, for the different people, and you just do individual analysis and then again, like we talked about earlier, you go into the other questions. What happens if somebody doesn't meet that threshold? It's just performance metrics. Okay, so this is the standard. What if somebody's one standard deviation away from that? They're failing according to our quality control standards. And what's the process when that happens? And did that happen in this case? And honestly, it doesn't sound like it happened at all because we had only 0.2%, not a full percent. 1/5 of 1% was rejected. Every other signature in Arizona was great. I mean, if that doesn't tell you enough right there, I don't even know what to tell you. But all right, so that's from Rocky Water. Good to see you, Rocky. And we had another one from Adelia. What's up, Adelia? Says, thanks for the coverage. And that came over from Rumble. And Adelia is also a member. Aldla. I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. But I appreciate the tip. And thank you for being here. And thank you for watching on Rumble. We love that. We have another one from Squirrel. Says, Ray, what was your user ID there, buddy boy? How much time did you spend on the signatures? What did you perform your work on? What did you do your work on, too, is another good question. Where was he in? Was he using his remote server? Was he, logging in? And that was one of my questions, is how much of these were confirmed on the actual remote systems versus the internal systems? How many people remoted into their desktops? Thanks, Squirrel. Hey, Rocky Water sent in another one. 153 level 1s. Great. Where's the data showing each of their statistics? Another great question. Yeah, I mean, presumably every user logs in and it's a 1-to-1 correlation, 1 result per user. And as we mentioned earlier, if you missed it, but Garrett Archer was concerned or had some questions about whether there were duplicate logins. So what happens if you've got 2 people logging in under the same user? Could you see those? If are there 153 different level 1s? Are there different profiles for each reviewer's activity, all 153 different profiles, or are there duplicate profiles? Maybe there's 153 level 1s, but there's 10 accounts. We don't know. It's a great question. Another one from Squirrel says, in my opinion, Ray hosed the defendants by arguing math. Lake's team needs to destroy him on the math. Yeah, they didn't really do that. I mean, they talked about it a little bit. And I think this, if we zoom out on this point a little bit, there was, remember in the advisory opinion, or the under advisement opinion that came out, not an advisory opinion, different thing, but the under advisement opinion came out, and they specifically, there's two ways to interpret that, right? The one way the judge, I think, is interpreting it is they've got to show 0 signature verification for level 1, 2, and 3. The only way they can meet that argument is by showing that although you saw a lot of signature activity, it doesn't equate to signature verification because the process is so corrupted. In addition to that, they've also got to show that that corrupted process also was consequential to the election. So it also had to be enough to change the margin of victory, which is the less complicated thing to do. But they did spend time on that today. I was wondering if they were going to do that, and they did. They did go in and say, okay, look, even if they wanted to come out here and make an argument that there was some ballots that were not cured, it's only 3,099. Like, that is the bottom, that is the highest number that they could ever say maybe wasn't properly signature verified, even though everything else was done. We agree that we'll even stipulate that 3,099 didn't get done. But that, as you can see, is going to be under the margin for the election, which was 17,000 votes. So they're also covering their ground on that one in case the judge, for some reason, buys their argument. LG Angelo, welcome as a new member. Very, very nice. We appreciate you. Thank you coming in. Welcome to the shout out member level on LG Angelo. We appreciate you joining us. And hey, don't forget to grab the Telegram link. So LJ, go on over, what I say, LG? LJ, go on over to the community tab and make sure you grab the Telegram link and join us on Telegram. Patrick Parker says, hey, what about dead voters? How'd you verify them? Yeah, that's a good question. And all the people who voted multiple times. Did you also get the multiple voters too? Good to see you, Patrick. This one came in from Squirrel. Squirrel says, Ray, and this one, before we get there, Linda Ramey sent in this one. Thank you, Linda, which is it's the sad Nintendo controller from Linda Ramey. Oh man, Linda Ramey. Yeah, sad Nintendo controller. No doubt about that. Patrick was in the house. Squirrel says, Ray, if this user's logs indicated that none of his verifications were more than 6 seconds on that day, what can you infer from that? Another good point. And I think that the Lake team didn't have access to a lot of those records. I don't know that they got access to a lot of these things, but you could also corroborate those, right? Cross-reference those. You just take all of the data, right? I'm sure we could get a great statistician who could really break this down more than we can here. But what if you got all 153 users, you plotted all of their time, you had an average time, you plotted it all in a bell curve, you'd see who was the slowest, who was the fastest, and you'd probably see a big chunk in the middle of people who were more or less in the center. And then you'd ask yourselves, well, why were these people very slow? Why were these people very fast? And is there quality control measures that help us distinguish who's doing a good job and a bad job based upon those numbers? And just dissect that every which way and say, why was that guy going so fast? And then go and review his logs. But we're sort of past a lot of that now. Charles says, why don't they show more of the video 3 minutes before and after watching from South Africa? Amazing from South Africa. Global, baby. ZARs. Thank you for the tip. It always blows my mind when I hear people from around the world. It's just amazing. Awesome. Thank you for saying something. Thank you for sending this in. And yeah, we don't know exactly what they played in front of the court, but that's another point of this. So if Steve the Pecker was really just rewinding and just clicking fast to check his work, certainly you could go back in time forward 2 minutes and say, well, we would see the forward. We'd see him going slow, all through 250, and then checking them all backwards. Fast, right? It seems to me that would be obvious. You just play that. Say, well, he wasn't checking because we saw this. He was doing this for 6 hours on our videos, not for 2 minutes. Maybe they'll play the rest of that or talk about the rest of that in closing. We'll see. This one came from Rocky Water. Says, man, I need to reread Ray's earlier testimony. I'm feeling like he's flirting with perjury as well. I don't think you're alone on that. I think some people are getting close to that. I think Kari Lake's feed said something about that today. Charles says, Lake's lawyers, Charles Argo from South Africa, says Lake's lawyers should request no abbreviations and acronyms. Just to make this whole thing a little bit more painful. We could just make it really hurt. Slow it down even more. It would be agitating everybody in the courtroom. Good to see you, Charles. Hey, Naldo, V-A-Z, Naldo Vaz is in the house. What's up, Naldo? Appreciate you sending a tip in. Thank you very much for that one. Tara Rayner's in the house. Says if they showed ID in person, they wouldn't get adjudicated. So put the 44,000 back on. So dishonest and sneaky. Yeah, so that was an interesting conversation, and it's hard to follow along with all the buckets and all the batches because we're not looking at the spreadsheets. I would love to see the same spreadsheets that they're talking about that he's referencing in front of him, but we don't have that. But what his testimony was is those 44,000 don't need to be adjudicated or need to be verified because the ID was checked, so you don't actually have to signature match. And when I went down in Arizona, I voted on election day, and my signature didn't match because, my signature never matches. And I mean, rarely on the computer. Okay. So I went in, printed my ballot on demand. It said, who are you? This is me, date of birth, address, would look you up, whatever, find me. Then it said, then I signed to get my ballot printed, and then it printed it out and it said, no, you've got a problem, tag somebody. So I said, hey, I've got a problem over here. It says verify. So I gave my ID and they said, are you who you are? And they held it up and I said, yeah. So then they printed the ballot out and they said, you're good. You are who you are. This is your ballot. Go fill it out. Then I put it into the thing and it was fine. But I went at about noon on election day and I was downtown. I wasn't at one of the other areas where all the conservatives are who were voting. They made sure that they had difficult time voting. I was downtown with the rest of the libs down here and I got to just put my ballot right in. No problems at all. So I think that's the bucket that he's saying didn't need to be signature verified or something, there's a category in that manner. Anyways, good to see you, Tara. But you're right. A lot of dishonesty, a lot of sneakiness going on around these parts here today. Michael Allen Hughes says, allegedly, fact of the matter, maybe, must, and oh my. From Michael Allen Hughes. Fact of the matter, a lot of language like that coming out in this testimony today. Vientica says, Broccoli Rob says, drink your field of greens. That's right, baby. Got to get your field of greens, and we'll make sure we hit this on the way back after lunch. You might want to have some of these in your lunch. Field of Greens over at fieldofgreens.com, where you can save 15% off with code Robert. Thanks for the plug, V. Who else is here? We have Ray submitted this one. No, this one came in from Daxinth. Daxinth says, Ray has a user number. How long did level 1 take him? Another great question. And a member for 4 months. Wow, amazing. Thank you, Daxinth. I appreciate that. Yeah, another great question. Would love to know how long it took him since he's so experienced and all, Cool Frog. Hey, Cool Frog and their viewers just joined. Well, that's pretty cool. Welcome to Cool Frog, the Cool Frog channel, and all the Cool Frog viewers in the house. We're glad you guys are over here. Hopefully you're enjoying. If you like things, stick around. Hit the subscribe button. We'd love to see you. Sounds like Cool Frog has a pretty cool channel. Hey. All right, we've got Dolphin Fan is the man. He says, if he did 1,000 and he's an expert, we got to question the speed of all his new employees. New employees take longer because they've never done the job. Yeah, I mean, unless they're maybe Democrat employees or something, then they're just clicking it away. No problem at all. Good to see you. Dolphin Fan is the man. We also have, who else is here? Another one from Tara says, all start at level 1, all of them, meaning they go there. Yeah, I think he excluded a bucket of them that had identification verifications. But I get your point. Yeah, they all go through there. They shouldn't. Yeah, as a general process. Indeed. Thank you, Tara, for that one. Patrick invited 5 new members. Shout out to our new members on YouTube. And hey, if you're on YouTube, don't forget to grab the Telegram link, our members only Telegram link. It's where the chat goes on and on, my friends. Betsy, welcome. TK, welcome. Pope Rackets touched me is a new member. Well, I guess we'll have to talk about that as a member. Member only's stream. Debrief what happened there. Raul Ramirez, although Rackets is innocent. Raul Ramirez was gifted a membership, and welcome to Drea D, joining our new members. We're very appreciative of you guys. Welcome, and thank you to Patrick Parker for inviting them over. Patrick also sent this one in. Says, my math level that I did is college level trigonometry, but this witness, Ray, is 1 + 1 = 11. Trigonometry. I remember trigonometry. I actually liked, that's the, no, I don't remember that one. That's too smart for me. I don't think I got that far. That sounds like way more advanced to me. What was I thinking? Geometry is the one I think I like, not trigonometry. Although there's a podcast called Trigonometry, I believe. Anyways, good to see you, Patrick. A lot of math in there. Usually fries my brain. Tara also is in the house. Says, Blem just proved keystrokes mean good or bad SIGs, not scrolling for a review. The data is based on level 1, and all level 1 under 2 seconds were counted. Yeah. The way the government is dealing with this is they're saying that they're measuring other entries that shouldn't be measured because they're not actual signature verifications. So the way I'm reading this is that there's these giant Excel spreadsheet logs that are just stuffed with other keystrokes and entries. And they're just saying those don't count. That's why it looks like there's a ton of entries that got done very quickly, but it's because big portions of those were just verified like stamp. So they have a bunch of stuff they're measuring that they shouldn't be measuring, is what the government is saying about that. And Tara says, nothing else matters. Level 1, 70,000 under 2 seconds. Yeah, and again, that's the bucket that they're saying should be under 2 seconds. They're saying that's no problem at all. They should be like under 1 second. They should be like half a second, is what the government is saying. Charles Argo says, did they have eye tests? That's a good question. Can these people see at all? Can they read? Like, can they read? And I know that they sat there for 5 days of training. But did you ever verify that they're competent at all? Good to see you, Charles. This one came in from John Allen. Says, another break? Sheesh, Rob. You're acting like you're working 9-hour days or something. Come on, man. Says, okay, I'm joking. You know I love my favorite spotlight bearer. By the way, just to let you know, I accept that I was busted fully yesterday. That was a good one, and I applaud you being so prepared. I laughed so hard, I snorted my Sprite. Well, good, John. Good, John. I'm glad you took it in good spirit. I meant it in good spirit. I thought it was funny and fun. And, you know, you kind of were giving me the old jab yesterday with the comment. And I gave you a little old jab back. It's all good brotherly love. And I appreciate you being, you know, a good sport about it because it is pretty funny. And I thought it was pretty funny too. But anyways, brother, I appreciate your support. Thank you so much for always being here and being a part of what we do. And I'm glad you got a laugh out of it. I got a laugh out of it too. And so thanks for being here, John. And again, I appreciate the super chat, brother. Let's see. We've got another one from Jeff Pearson in the house. Says, is it just me or is Lake's attorney a slow talker? LOL, if you speed him up, he sounds like a normal person. I don't know. Who are you talking about? Blem or Olson? They're both a little measured in their speaking, I'd say. Certainly. But I hear people speed me up too. I feel like I talk rather quickly, but people say they listen at 1.5, which is funny. So I guess maybe we're all just slow. We're all a little slow, and it is a Friday. Thank you, Jeff. Good to see you. This one came in from Tara. Tara says 70,000 SIGs at level 1 under 2 seconds below the margin of error level 2, level 3 cured or in person with ID is irrelevant. Her lawyer is rocking this, and everyone is missing it. Artful, says Tara Rayner. That's one interpretation, Tara. That's one interpretation. We'll see if the judge, I could be totally wrong about it, you know, and I see Kari Lake on her team, on her war room, they're saying the same thing, you know, and they may have a very different interpretation of what I'm looking for. And we'll see. We'll see if, you know, what the judge says about it. But I certainly love the different perspectives. And, you know, we'll see if they can bring this full circle and make that argument and close, and really what the judge does with it. But thank you, Tara, for sending in the chats and for offering the different perspectives. I think they're good. Patrick says, I need to put this one out, and if I'm wrong, please tell me. Why does Ray sound like Alejandro Mayorkas? Well, I don't know. Maybe because they both testify without saying much, I guess. Maybe that's why you're seeing a similarity there. They talk about the mechanics and how everything's perfect. Both of them, similarities there. Border's perfect. There's no crisis, no catastrophe on the border. What's wrong with you? Are you a conspiracy theorist? Same thing here. We did all of our signatures perfectly. In fact, we had only 0.2% that were bad. That's how amazing Arizona is with signatures. It's amazing. Good to see you, Patrick. This one from Sayburns Jax over on Rumble. What's up, Sayburns? Says, been watching in replay, but wanted to say thank you for the coverage and the thoughtful discussion. Well, thank you, Sayburns. Very nice comment. And I'm glad you're joining us over on Rumble. And thank you for sending that in over there. And we actually have, so we're working on some recaps. I know the 8-9 hour burner streams are just a lot to unpack. And so I don't expect that we're going to get a ruling today in any way, shape, or form after the conclusion of closing arguments. I would be shocked if we did. But we're going to put together some recaps. So right now we're working on recap for day 1, day 2, and we'll do a recap for day 3. We're going to try to keep them about an hour long, just synthesize everything into a recap. So if you're missing, you know, that, we're going to try to get that done in the next day or two. So we're working hard on that right now. But it's a lot, actually. It's like taking 8-9 hours and condensing it down. Even just moving the video files around has been like a, dang, this is like, even just the stream files are like 16, 18 gigabytes by the end of the day. And if you take the raw files, you're talking like hundreds and hundreds of gigabytes. So I got to convert everything down. It's been interesting. It's been kind of interesting to process a big 9-hour show. But anyways, we are going to consolidate it down because I know a lot of people don't have the time to wait around for hours and hours and hours to get through the full day. So be on the lookout for those. Hopefully they drop before we get a ruling, which I expect the ruling to be probably, Monday or early next week. But thank you, Sayburns. I really appreciate it. We had another one from CA Human. This one came in from Dolphin Fan first. Dolphin Fan definitely picked this one out accurately. Says, Rob, you look so mad and frustrated. Sorry, bro. Yeah. Yes. You've been observing that correctly today. Been a lot of that feeling going on. I want total domination. I want crushing domination. And I get frustrated when we don't have that. We had another one from CA Human. Says, in honor of leaf blower Guy, his timing is impeccable. He's always here, man. He shows up just to say hello to everybody. Probably with his FBI handlers or something, Oh, what are you guys doing over here? He comes around to this side of the building, then he comes around over here to this side, and he just sort of hangs out, blowing his leaf blower or whatever it is he's doing, gobbling up my Wi-Fi data or something. Got to keep my eye on him. Thank you, CA Human. Thank you for the tribute to Leaf Blower Guy, our very friendly neighborhood fed. We have, who else is here? Peter. Peter says, this is incredibly weak. Maricopa is asking Ray, but what if they lied? Maybe? Over and over. Says, prove the expert lied in cross or you're the liar. Good comment on that one. Yeah, it did feel a lot of that. Well, they could have lied, right? And you can't say that they didn't lie. And you don't know whether they didn't lie or not. And you don't know what he said in his report and all this. No, I didn't write the report, but I know what I did. Yeah, good to see you, Peter. Thanks for the comment. Barbs loves Alaska. Says, will the judge make a verdict today or however that works? I doubt it. I'm going to doubt it. It'd be kind of nice if he did, but I doubt it. This judge has been taking things under advisement for a while now and issuing written opinions. And so I'm going to guess He's going to take it under advisement today, issue a written opinion. Probably we'll see that out maybe, Monday or Tuesday next week. Probably Monday. I imagine it'll be quick. We have another one, and thank you for that. SoCal Boho Gal says court needs to order third party to rerun the election. Thumbprints, scans, cross-reference for verification. Attorney testifying was hearsay. #corruption. Yeah, I mean, the remedy, not that I disagree that would be nice to do, just to get to the bottom of this. I think we should increase our election integrity standards massively across the board. I mean, we have this battle between voter enfranchisement and voter integrity. Voter integrity meaning we want to make sure that the people are voting are who they say they are, and they are the people voting. And they say that if you require thresholds to check somebody's identity, to make sure that they are who they say they are, to make sure the ballots are counted appropriately, there's a proper chain of all those things, they say that's voter disenfranchisement. How dare you make somebody show their ID before they vote? You're discriminatory, and so on and so forth. So I disagree. I mean, I agree that I would like to see a lot more election integrity here. The remedy at law on this is that the judge basically just declares Kari Lake the victor. That's one of the remedies. I think that is the remedy. They can just say, no, Katie Hobbs, you lost. You're out. Bye. Just declare it. And so the idea that the judge is going to do that, I think, is another tall order. But good to see you, SoCal. Boho Gal. This one, our first super chat in the house from Crash to the Contrary. We're glad that thank you for joining us. Thanks for jumping in the chat. Crash to the Contrary. Says Rob, Blem made a mess of the first trial as well. He was incoherent all over the map. I'm not a lawyer, but I could have done a better job than that character. If Kari loses, he's the reason. Case was winnable. I try to, thank you for the comment, Crash to the Contrary. I think there was a lot of room for some more organization and a little bit more structure around the cross-examination. I saw his strategy of trying to use, there is a strategy of using somebody else's expert witness as your own witness. So oftentimes in a DUI case, you don't have the capability to go hire an expert witness. They're very expensive. So if your client can't afford an expert witness, there are strategies that you can use to get the government's expert witness to sort of become your expert witness. And there's a whole line of questioning you can develop around that. And so I would have liked to have seen that come from Kari Lake's lawyers. They didn't, well, if they were going to go that route, I would have liked to have seen it a little bit more structured and less like what a prior commenter was summarizing for us, which was sort of trying to get him to say nice things about the other expert. I don't think was going to be useful. I think the better strategy would have just been to shred his credibility and twist on every possible mechanical, procedural error that went wrong and just dig on that. And we didn't really see much of it. So, and again, that being said, I want to be cognizant and be considerate of the fact that these are interesting and novel cases where it's hard to practice. We don't have gubernatorial election challenges regularly where you get practice on these cases. You can do hundreds of DUI trials over the course of a year, over the course of a career. But how many gubernatorial election challenges can you get in the state of Arizona? Like, I don't know. I think I know of like one in my whole life, right? In Arizona. Maybe there's been more election challenges, but they're like something of this caliber, this scale, it's a once in a lifetime type of a trial. And so you don't get a lot of opportunities to get really warmed up on these things. And so I try to show the attorneys who are working these things grace, and also be cognizant of the fact that they're under a lot of pressure. A lot of people are coming hard at Blem and at Olson. You're going to lose Arizona, and they're going to be blamed for. In other words, I don't want to blame the defense or the plaintiff's team for what Arizona did. They didn't disenfranchise, in my opinion, half the voting population on election day for several hours in the morning of election day by making it difficult to vote in person at the various ballot centers, right? These lawyers didn't do that, certainly. I would have liked to have seen, a little bit more depth and a little bit more structure and I would have done things differently, but this is lawyering and this is how lawyers practice. And some lawyers practice differently than other lawyers. That's why you work with other lawyers. But my point to wrap this up is to say, I want to show them grace. I'm in this cognizant of the fact that it's easy for me to armchair quarterback this thing and all that. I would have liked to have seen other angles of this, but I also recognize the criticism. And quite frankly, the criticism is important, okay? Because this type of stuff cannot continue to happen. If there's another election challenge in Arizona and this one's not successful, the Republican Party, Kari Lake's team, whoever's going to be running, has to figure this out and create a better team to deal with these cases, because this is how it's going to be. And so, the criticism is done out of love. Any critiques are done out of love. That's not, I try not to be personal on these things. It's just, how can we build a better team? Because I think these lawyers are in alignment. They don't want to see this crap happening in Arizona or anywhere else. And so if we can, learn from this, and another point on this, as we're sitting here watching this, certainly I'm enjoying the trial as much as anybody, but this is very instructive, I think, not only for me, but others out there who are watching the mechanics of this. How do electoral challenges work in Arizona? What are the different standards? How do we navigate these things? Because this is going to come up again. It's going to come up again in Arizona and elsewhere around this country, because everything in this country apparently is just broken as hell, except elections. Foreign policy's broken, economic policy's broken. We've got problems everywhere. Everything the government touches, FBI's censoring and breaking the rules and covering up for themselves. The border's broken. Everything's broken except elections. No, elections are just great. Everything is perfect. In fact, they're so perfect, we have a 0.2% rejection rate of signatures in Arizona because we're so competent. So I don't think dogpiling on anybody's really particularly useful. Not that you're doing that, Crash. I'm just saying, I'm explaining, how I'm sort of processing this. But it's instructive. What can we extract from this, and what can we use for the next election when this becomes another issue? So great comment. Thank you, Crash, for helping me spiral off on all of that. Helped me to clarify some things I was thinking about yesterday. But we'll see. Case is not over yet. We got closing arguments. We'll see where it goes. I appreciate that, though. Dolphin fan says Ray said he checked on a worker case on his performance, but based on what? Say for what? Too slow or too fast? Yeah, exactly. He said that we could log in and see the L4, which was like a daily dashboard of who was performing well and who was not. I want to know, what was the next step? If somebody was performing poorly and you identified them, where did they go? What happened with them? What's the mechanism for that? And I want to see those logs. How many other people were removed or modified or reassigned or whatever? And it's no wonder we have a 0.2% rejection rate ultimately. Everything else was verified. It's because they just kept sending them up from L1 back down to L2 until they pushed them all through. Thank you, Dolphin. Another one came in from our friend Tony. Says, Rob, let's say we have an apolitical judge. How do you think he's seeing this? To be honest, I haven't seen any signs of politics in this judge at all. I think he has been very apolitical in this trial. Now, the standard, you can make an argument about the standard that he set in his under advisement opinion. But even there, I think he's got some deniability on that, because he can say he's bound by the Arizona Supreme Court to interpret the complaint in this manner. And, the only other areas where I typically will come down or, be critical of a judge about, with all due respect to the judges, is about discovery and disclosure. Are they limiting people from getting access to things and not? And we don't really know the details of that here, because disclosure has been not a public thing that we've been a part of. So they've been transferring documents back and forth, and we haven't seen much of it. So, as an example, if this judge precluded Kari Lake's team from getting stuff that she deserved access to, you might say that is biased. I can't tell you whether or not that has been happening. What I can tell you is this judge has shown both sides in this trial a ton of leeway. And quite frankly, probably a lot more leeway than I think is deserved. But the judge has been allowing both sides to lay everything out there so that we can be done with it. The last thing the judge wants to do is to limit a bunch of stuff and then get more complaints and appeals that people couldn't be heard, and then have this all come back down again and do this all again. So the judge is going to let everybody make their piece, say your piece, because we're not going to do it again. And it's a good question. And we'll be critical of judges here, within bounds. But like Judge Kaplan, with the Donald Trump trial, take a look at how those two judges are comporting themselves, and you'll see the difference there. But good question from Tony. Hey, we had a nice one from Karina. What's up, Karina? No question on this one, but sending in a nice tip. Thank you there, Karina. Karina D in the house. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for sending that in. And we had this one from Interested Party. Says, I was screaming at the stream yesterday because good old Ray's testimony strongly indicated that fast reviews should have been the result of accepts, meaning almost a rejection, just moving it into the other bucket. Right after Lake's expert testified that under 2-second reviews were almost never rejects. Statistics said Lake is right, but then the people making decisions are all lawyers and not statisticians. So we're doomed. From Interested Party on Locals. Good to see you, Interested Party. Yeah, this is what we call dueling experts, the battle of the experts. And this is exactly why we saw Mr. Blem try to connect the dots. He tried to use Ray Valenzuela to prove his expert, to eliminate the dueling. But that almost never works. So it's a difficult thing to try to do. This one came in from EVA Cal. Eva Cal. Thank you, Eva Cal. Very nice, Dono. Thank you for sending that in. And this young, what is this, like a lemon or something? Is that like a leaf on his head? He's bursting into the scene. And thank you very much for sending that one in. EV Cal. Appreciate that one a lot. Tara says, another one says, can't verify 70,000 signatures in under 2 seconds each. That is what they parsed. Level 1 verification of 70,000 under 2 seconds each is the proof. So Tara's point is that the 70,000 done under 2 seconds, I think this is a good argument. The 70,000 done under 2 seconds is not signature verification because you can't do it under 2 seconds. And that hits element number 1, that practically signature verification was not done. And it also satisfies element number 2, checkbox 2, which is 70,000 would have been enough to change the margin of victory in the election. It checks box number 2. Kari Lake should win according to that argument. Good to see you there, Tara. Thank you for sending that in. Brad Bowers says, Lake's lawyer should have hammered the time difference it took to cure the votes between the 2022 primaries and the general. Saying, yes, again, so taking another good point, taking that back to the argument that essentially there was no level 2 or any curing because it was so slow. Or, I'm sorry, because it was so fast. They did it so quickly, it's as though they didn't do it at all. A great comment from Brad. Yeah, and we'll see if they hit that in closing. Mark Jenkins says, the Maricopa attorney admonishing voters who vote on election day should make your blood boil. It did. I'm glad you caught that one there, Mark. It did. And that was yesterday. He said, we warned her campaign about it, and he was being critical of Kari Lake's voters for voting on election day. You guys could have voted by ballot if you wanted to. If you showed up and there were delays, even Bill Onesie Twosie Gates just said, well, just go to a different location. Just go vote somewhere else. And you go, well, a lot of people aren't going to do that. What if those were Kari Lake? What if those were Katie Hobbs voters? You guys would be throwing a hissy fit over that. Vince J, what's up, Vince? Says, can people of AZ inundate the legislature to perform a recount and verify all the signatures? I don't know. I mean, I think you're going down the line of like a recall. Also, what repercussion can Hobbs get for certifying voting machines in secret? Well, I don't think that they're going to say, I don't think that they're going to say that they certify, well, we're not, this is a complicated topic here because that's not the subject of this trial. It was alleged and they tried to bring in those other counts. Remember, they tried to bring in counts 2 and counts 5 to make those allegations that the machines were problematic because they testified and they certified them after they signed off that they were certified. They said, these are verified, these are good machines, and then they tested them after the fact. Here, that is not in this trial, okay? So I know how frustrating this is, believe me. All of the other malfeasance that we've talked about, all of it is not here. So the certifying thing, it's just not relevant in this trial. The judge said we're not talking about it. So the other part would, I think, would be more like a recount, or like, yeah, I think they could do an audit if they wanted to, like they did in 2020. Certainly, they could form a special, select committee in Arizona type of a thing and go look into it. But maybe we're talking about a recall or something like that later down the line. We'll see. Here, good, and thank you, Vince. Tactical Gaming Network says, this one says, signatures are useless. Should be ID matching addresses checked in person when you go vote. Even Canada has them, even though its elections are tainted by Chinese interference. It says LOL. I don't know anything about that at all, or what's going on in Canada. I know a lot of people are leaving Canada because that little dictator Justin Trudeau is wrecking your country, just like Biden's wrecking our country. So I in general, I agree that the voter integrity rules should be elevated majorly, because it's the only way we can have elections that we trust. And I think a lot of people are getting more and more doubtful about our elections and our electoral system as the years go by. David Nelson says, as an attorney, are you able to offer your assistance to the Kari Lake team? I am able to, I am able to offer it. I'm trying to assist here in a way by discussing this and sharing some ideas, and hoping that they permeate the ecosystem of thought. But at this point, it's the train has already left the station, and I'm not on the train. We're in the middle of trial. It's when you're in the middle of trial, you're just trying to keep your train on the tracks. Bringing somebody else in from the outside and say, "Can you get up to speed and help me with all this stuff?" Trials, they generally, they've been working on this case for months and months and months. And so to introduce another element to it is not ideal for them and for them as a team. And it's not acceptable in most instances by the courts, late minute additions and all of this stuff. And also remember, like a lot of the stuff that I'd want to get into and bring up, I wouldn't be able to be prepared to investigate it because I have not gotten I don't know what led to I don't know what's in their file, in other words. And so I might have a bunch of questions about something that's in the file that I can't talk about because of whatever reason that I can't see right now. Or they didn't ask for something, and I thought, well, I would like to have that data, but they didn't ask for it, so I can't ask questions about it. But yeah, generally, yes, I could. Yes, I'm a lawyer. I'm licensed in Arizona and in California. And I can help, but probably not on this one. Ruben McGrain says, say my name. Just kidding. Great job. You're my go-to guy for live legal now. Well, thank you, Ruben. That's a very nice thing. Ruben McGrain in the house. A Ruben McGrain. Or no, McGroin. Ruben McGroin. Oh, I thought it was Ruben McGrain. Like it was like a Reuben sandwich on a grain bread or something. But it's actually now Ruben McGroin. I get it now. That's why you said say my name. Ruben McGroin. You get it? Ruben McGroin. Almost like what are the other ones? The guy who wrote that book, Yellow River. Remember the author of that book? You know his name? I.P. Freely, the guy who wrote the book Yellow River. You know that guy? Or the guy who wrote the book Brown Spots on the Wall. Do you know that one? Brown Spots on the Wall. Who wrote that one? I think it was an author from Asia. His name was Hu Flung Poo. Remember that guy? Brown Spots on the Wall, the author of Who. The author is called Hu Flung Poo. Remember him? Yeah, that guy. Anyway, so Ruben McGroin is in the house as well. Yeah, all right. So that's good. So Ruben McGroin, good to see you. Thanks for the tip over on Rumble. We had this one from Joe Maz Q. Says, for future challenges, I think pointing out ballot signature error rates on candidates who have been kicked off the ballots should be used as evidence. Error rates and speeds, I'd like some quality controls in general, I think is a good rule. Just some quality controls before you say the whole thing was done appropriately. Makes sense to me. This one came in from Nathan. What's up, Nathan? Says, we know that rejections of ballot is a layer 1 over layer 2 over layer 1 over to curing. So it goes layer 1 up to layer 2 down to layer 1 over to curing. What happens if a vote is accepted by layer? What prevents someone from saying yes to a ballot that doesn't match en masse? Nothing. Nothing. If it's accepted, it's accepted. There's no second check for accepted. The only thing that you get a second set of eyes on it is when it is accepted. So if you accept it from layer 1, it goes to layer 2, you get a second set of eyes. But that's the point. That's the problem with Steve the Pecker down at level 1, right? If he's just sitting there, accept to everything, there are no exceptions that push you into level 2. So if Steve the Pecker is a problem and he's somebody who was removed, as they said, they admitted it in their opening argument, then they went and looked into it. Oh no, he was reassigned. Oh, so nobody was removed? Give me a break. Why'd you say it in your opening argument then? But the point is, if it goes up and it is accepted, nobody looks at it again. It's just it's over. And so my question was, if Pecker is removed, or if somebody is removed, if nobody's removed, why not? Is everybody doing an amazing job? Seems a little hard to believe out of 150 people having run teams before. Seems a little bit amazing that nobody was problematic. Everybody did an amazing job. Shocking. But if it is accepted, nobody looks at it again. So if Steve was a problem, did they go back and look at it again? Did they have a mechanism for doing that? Did they double check his work, in other words? Answer, I'm guessing is no. I would have liked to have known the answer to that. I can't believe we don't know the answer to that after all this trial. Kind of amazing. Tara says, L's close will be level 1, 2-second ballot. Lake's close will be level 1, 2-second ballots counts, bets. Well, I think he'll definitely talk. I don't want to take that. I agree with you. I think that he will definitely talk about it. And he's going to say that he has to talk about it. If he doesn't talk about that, that's going to be a big problem. Because that is his argument. That the level 2, he made the argument even above level 2s, but level 2s, and I think level 1s in particular, will get you over the margin, which is what the number you were referencing, Tara, which was the 70,000. But yeah, I agree. That should be his closing. If it's not in his closing, it's going to be a bad closing because he's got to make that point. This one from Joe Maz Q says, previous signature rejection rates from kicking people off the ballot should be used since those rejection rates are always so much higher. Do people sign so much more accurately in one case or another? So from kicking people off the ballot, do you mean like voters are going, do you mean candidates are going off the ballot? Do people sign so much more accurately in one case or another? No, I don't think they sign. I mean, my signature is like close-ish. And I think if you looked at my signatures on multiple instances, you'd say, yeah, those match. But they're not identical. So I think if they're extremely obvious, then it would go up to L2 and then they would make a decision. Pope Rackets touched me, says, did you see 30 tons of fertilizer vanished in transit? No, I did not see that. There's a headline about that. 30 tons of fertilizer vanished in transit. That doesn't sound good. We're in transit to where? I don't know. Good. Doesn't sound good. Hey, Brad Bowers, welcome to our supporter level. Thank you for joining us, Brad. And don't forget to grab the Telegram link over on the community tab. Joe says, can you please briefly recap what we've seen so far? Well, we're on day 3 of the Kari Lake trial, and we're just getting ready for closing arguments. A lot of evidence and testimony has been presented, and now we're going to hear them wrapping up. So you are about to hear, Joe, a nice recap of everything we've seen so far in about 40 minutes when they come back and do closing arguments. So stick around. They'll do it here in a minute. Both sides are going to come to conclusions shortly. We also had Rocky Water says, I agree with Crash's comment from earlier. This was winnable. I don't think the plaintiff did enough. We're overcomplicating what should have been simple. Layman's opinion, but I felt Blem was too concerned with following his plan of setting up a mic drop moment rather than just coming to the honking point and asking directly what you need to ask. Yeah, we were looking for some mic drop moments, and I don't think those, those are fun for us, but we need more. Like, this is not a jury trial, right? This is a judge. This is a bench trial. The judge wants them to argue. There's the case that you want to argue, and there's the case that you have to argue. And there's some instances where you can make any case you want if you're in front of a jury, and you can say, I don't really care what the law is. I just need one juror to vote my way and to acquit my client. So if I just make a nullification-ish argument to this person, maybe I'll get it. Or if I make a policy argument about drugs and there's a drug person who's is against prohibition in a type of laws, maybe you get them on your team. But this is just the judge. So a mic drop moment, the judge is not going to care about. He's actually going to go whatever. Unless Valenzuela is like, and that's why I deleted the entire directory. You go, what? What do you mean? You deleted the whole directory or something like that. And that's when I lit the hard drives on fire in Maricopa County. You go, what? You what? I don't think that's going to happen at all. So what you need then is just a slow chipping away at the legitimacy of the process. He told us how amazing they are at making the sausages. We got to come back and say, you're terrible at sausage. This whole sausage factory is disgusting. This one came in from Voice of the People. Here's a book for you. 50 Steps to the Outhouse, written by Willie. Okay, here you go. I thought this was an actual book. 50 Steps to the Outhouse. This sounds like a great book. 50 Steps to the Outhouse, written by Willie Make It. Willie wrote that one. Willie Make It. And it's illustrated by Betty, last name Won't. Betty Won't did the illustrations on it. Love it, love it, love it. I have not heard that one. That's a good one. That is a fun one. Who else do we have? We had another one come in from Melanie. Said, could Kari's lawyers had set up a demo and have Ray display how he verified signatures? Have 100 for him, show how he can do it at an average of under 2 seconds? That would have been eye-opening. It would have been eye-opening. Yeah, I would have been very curious to see. And I don't know if the judge would have allowed him to do that. And we sort of explored this. You could do it with like 3 of them, maybe right in front of him, but have him like sit there and perform a test. I don't know that the judge would necessarily indulge that. I think he would say, well, what is it relevant to? And that it's an example of it's like, it's not demonstrative. Doing it in court in a session like that is not demonstrative of the entire operation in Maricopa County. So I think the judge probably would have found a way to stop that from happening. And they would have objected to relevancy and all of it. It's overly demonstrative. You don't need to go that far, is I think how they would have narrowed that in. But you're right. It would have been eye-opening, and I would have loved to have seen it. I think you could show a lot of that data if you could just get the data from them and just ask him that question, Do the logs show that? You said you did 1,600. How long did it take you? Do you have logs for that? Well, how much time did it take? Who knows? David Nelson says you should reach out to Mike Lindell for assistance. Well, I don't think I need any assistance. I'm good on what we're doing here. I think maybe you mean Kari Lake's team should reach out to Mike Lindell. I mean, unless I need assistance like with some new slippers or pillows or something. But I think I'm pretty good on those right now. But maybe if I need some new pillows, I will reach out to Mike Lindell. I know he's doing work on this case. I don't know if he's associated with Kari Lake, but maybe they could reach out to him. I'm not sure. We also have, but thank you for sending that one in, David. And I don't mean to be pejorative at all to Mike Lindell. I don't need his assistance currently. I'm sure he's doing good work though. The Chief's Way says, hey Rob, sorry to correct you, but the author's name was Who Flung Dung. No disrespect, just saying. What did I say? Brown spots all on the wall by Who Flung Poo? Who Flung Poo? Who Flung Dung? That's pretty good too. Yeah, that's pretty good too. They're pretty good. LR Custom says, welcome to supporter. Welcome to supporter is the message. You didn't leave a message, but you are a supporter, and we're super grateful. Welcome to LR Customs Inc. And I wonder what that is all about. LR Customs Inc. Welcome to supporter. Don't forget to grab that Telegram link, my friend. And we had a couple more before we go to our lunch break. Pope Rackets Touched Me is here. Says, Wyoming to California. I'm sure feds are on it, and not like in OKC, not like in Oklahoma. I don't know what feds you're talking about. Maybe the leaf blower guy. Hopefully the leaf blower guy is not the same feds that were responsible for Oklahoma City. That would be gross. I'll have to go check on that. And before we go to lunch, my friends, our last one came in from Joe Mascu over on Rumble. Says, candidates get removed from ballots by applying rigorous standards and a signature rejection rate. Oh, I see where you went. 3 to 10% may be found. Judges frequently remove a candidate on that basis, so use that standard here. Thank you for the clarity on that one. And I was confused on your question earlier, and I appreciate you clarifying that. Yeah, so this was the first comment from Joe Maz to connect the dots. Thank you, Joe Maz. Says, previous signature rejection rates from kicking people off the ballot should be used. That makes much more sense now, since those rejection rates are always so much higher. Yes, so bringing this full circle, saying that, you know, when you go into the grocery store and there are all those people, out, you know, in front of the grocery store. Hey, will you sign this prop something? Will you sign this prop? Will you come in here and sign? And there's like 3 to 10% of those ballots or of those signatures are all dumped. They're like, they're not good enough. These are all fake signatures. You're saying take that standard, apply it here. So we should see more like a 3 to 10% error rate or rejection rate like you see in other areas. But here we don't see that. We see a 0.2%. 3,100 ballots out of 1.4 million were bad. Everything else was good. It's amazing. Just kind of shocking that is even the standard. And we had another one, our final one before we head on out to our lunch break. We saw this one come in from our friend David Nelson. Says, talking about the Mike Lindell comment, David says, I mean, he has legal teams in every state, which I did not even know that. Yeah, I did not even know that. I know Mike Lindell is doing a ton of work. And I think we need a lot of hats in the ring to get our bearings straight on elections in this country. And so we'll take all the help and all the support we can get. Mike Lindell, of course, included. And so, my friends, we are going to go to a quick lunch. We will be back in about 30 minutes. And in 30 minutes, we will have closing arguments. It's going to be about 31 minutes or so. And so let's see here. We'll get this timer off. We will turn off the volume so that the house doesn't feel like it's burning down. And then we are going to come back and I'm going to play a little bit of Kari Lake and the expert witness from yesterday, if you missed it. And then we'll be back here in about 1 hour, about 30 minutes. 30 minutes from now, my friends. This is yesterday. This is Eric speaking from yesterday.
Just to recap, since we're starting after lunch, where it says verifications in less than or equal to 5 seconds and 3 seconds and 2 seconds at the top column.
All right, my friends, I'll see you back here.
In simple terms, in less than 6 seconds, where it says 5. And
in 30 minutes.
Means in less than 4 seconds.
Make it a great lunch, everybody.
And then where the column says in less than or equal to 2 seconds, that means less than 3 seconds in simple terms, correct?
In simple terms, that's what it means, correct.
Let's pick a couple, and this table is sorted by user number, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we took user number 20, can you tell me what this data reflects?
Yes, so you would read across associated with that user. So 55,888 determinations, verifications, conclusions, whatever you want to say, that were inputted by that user. 96.39% of those would have been approvals or passes, or like we talked about earlier. I hated the word accepted for the reasons that we talked about. So pass.
Okay, and then continuing on.
As you go to the right, under the column that simply stated less than 6 seconds, there were 36,086 instances where that user did that. In those instances, the pass rate of those was 99.65%.
Objection, Your Honor. Again, what I'm hearing here is a summary of a
Statistics.
document, or I should say of CD-ROM, leading to what I'm hearing is our statistical conclusions. Again, I think we've made our record, but I just want to read the.
True. The objection should be foundation, I believe, as to if he's
Correct.
going to use a number, he can do the math and show his work. So that's the objection on foundation. So how did he get the 99.65% for the last thing he testified to? That's the objection. If you could have him show his math.
This one. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the 99.65%, with this table, we're just talking average, correct? Average and averages and percentages, correct?
Not even average, just percentage on this table. Correct, yes.
Where does the 99.65% derive from?
That's the number of passes or accepted signatures, good signatures, compared to the overall number of determinations made. So in simple terms, if they made 2 determinations and one of them was a pass, 50%. Made 2 determinations and 2 determinations were passes, 100%. They made 10 and one was a pass, 10%. It's super easy.
Not for them, it isn't. Somebody get them a
Question.
slide rule.
Continuing on with, in simple terms, the column which is less than 4 seconds, can you just continue to the right with user number 20 as to what this data shows?
Yes. So for that user, 24,904 were done at that speed or faster. In other words, the less than 4 seconds. So obviously the ones that are included in that column were previously included in the one where we had a larger time that we're analyzing. This is a smaller subset of the same data. And of those, the approval rate, 99.87. So we get 13 out of 1,000 are not included, 9,987, or I'm sorry, out of 10,000. 9,987 out of 10,000 were passed.
Amazing. Wow, that's amazing. That's like almost
Continuing
a hole
on
in
to
one.
the column less than 3 seconds.
All 18 holes.
So that total number of instances where comparisons were done, where the keystrokes were entered in that amount of time is 13,749, and 99.88%. Simple conversion, 12 out of 10,000 were not passed, the rest were.
12 out of 10,000.
If we selected number, let's take user number 31. Could you go through the same recitation that you just did with respect to that user as to what this table reflects?
Sure. Same principles apply. They did 46,854 determinations. The overall, call it approval percentage, passing percentage, 97.23%.
Amazing.
At a time of less than 6 seconds. Of those 46,000 instances, 37,588 of them were done at that rate of less than 6 seconds. And for that, the approval percentage for that subset, 99.37%. Moving to the right, less than 4 seconds, 29,751 instances. Approval percentage, 99.72.
99.72.
And then even faster rate of less than 3 seconds, 21,471. Approval percentage, 99.84.
Let's, if you would move over to the third page with user 72.
Amazing. Wow. Man, Arizona knows how to
Or strike that.
sign
Let's
your
go to user
documents.
79.
Don't tell us we don't know how to sign things, okay?
Objection, the witness is
Perfect.
testifying to these numbers as if they are admitted for their truth. They are not admitted.
We're perfect with our signatures.
No, these are his opinions based upon what he's reviewed.
Is it-
So overruled for that.
Fabulous too. Fabulous
Go ahead.
signatures. Flamboyant.
So
Just
user 79, Mr. Spakeen?
with the-
Same takeaway.
I'm trying to dig these
479,
charts up.
54,298 in total, the total body of work. 98.9% approvals. You go to the next column of what we're calling less than 6 seconds. 45,217. Approved at 99.91. So in simple terms, 9 out of 10,000
99.91.
would not be approved. At the next fastest rate
Amazing.
of less than 4 seconds, 37,524, 99.97. And the last column of 3 seconds or less, 27,196 instances with 100% approval rating, approval percentage.
Perfect.
Looking at the approval ratings going from less than 6 seconds to less than 3 seconds, what do you see about the approval rating?
Well, they're all very high for this user, but the faster they go, the more they get approved, the higher the rate for this user.
Does that seem unusual to you?
But definitely seems counterintuitive. It's also against my experience. The faster you go, it would be a rejection. It's easier to tell something doesn't match when you're doing a comparison, not that it does match.
Unless you don't care.
Turning to the last page, Mr. Spakeen, and the total verification.
We are
Under
back
the
from
total-
lunch. This is live now.
Can you read the totals for the various columns, less than 6, less than 5, less than 4, less than 3?
Well, we only have 3 columns. So we have less than 6, less than 4, and less than 3. And the first one, less than 6, 779,330, 779,330. The next fastest time, 512,597. And the fastest time on the table, less than 3 seconds, 321,495 instances or times that occurred.
And my recollection is there is a lower figure for comparisons at less than 3 seconds, around 276,000.
Well, my opinion for the comparisons that were actually done in less than 3 seconds is less than the 321,495 number, because user 26 and user 9 had some activity that appears to be inputted through a computer by some algorithm or some script. I didn't think it was fair to count them, or it would be misleading if I did count them, if indeed they were put in through a computer or some algorithm, as saying that the keystrokes were done in that time. If I'm wrong, the number would go up from my opinion to what's on the chart. I just believe that's what was inputted.
So your opinion, would that subtract the number of ballots processed by user 9 and 26 from the total of 321,495.
Yes, so for the rate, the count or the instances or the rates, I think it would be correct to subtract that number to arrive at a smaller number. As I said, 321 minus 44. Or it might be 45. When you add them up, 45,670 from that number.
Did you assess any rate of less than 2 seconds?
I did. I ran the search further out than shows on this table, yes.
And what did the data reflect?
There were about 70,000 instances, accepting or removing the 26 and 9 that I just talked about that were lightning quick. Removing that, roughly 70,000.
So roughly 70,000 signatures processed in less than 2 seconds?
No, I would use the word compared.
Compared, excuse me.
Process would be a bigger number because you'd include 26 and 9. Compared would be the lower number, yes.
And do you recall any figures with respect to the approval rating?
So I did look at the users that had over 1,000 instances of that less than 2 seconds comparison, and 7 of them had 100%. I remember that.
Nice, perfect matches, 100%. Man, they're good.
What is your expert opinion as to the physical ability to compare a signature for consistency in less than 3 seconds?
I don't believe it can be done. I look at this all day, every day. This is what I do, and I've done for 30 years, handwriting and signatures. I'm not going to sit here and tell the court no one in the world could be better than me, but I really do believe I'm at the top of the pyramid of who could do this and how to do it. If I can't do it, I don't see how anyone could do it on a mass scale, day after day after day, hour after hour, at these rates. It can't be so.
And how are you using the term compare?
Well, compare to me, this morning, I just Googled what does compare mean? And it says to look at carefully to see similarities and differences between two items. Obviously, in this case, we're talking signatures. But that's what it means to me anyway. But to give you the definition that I read this morning, that's what it said.
And what is your understanding of the Arizona statute that governs signature verification 16550?
Well, it says that they should be compared. And then it infers after that for consistencies or inconsistencies based on this is the path for an inconsistency. It uses the word compare. The standards that I use in my field and the standards that are written use comparison and compare. The training manual use it. It was at least had input from someone like me. I don't want to drag her down to that level if she feels differently, but someone with similar background to me. It's a common word that we use in the English language, and it's no different in my industry what the word compare means.
Your Honor, at this time, we have no further questions.
Very well. Who will be conducting the cross?
I will, Your Honor.
Morgan, go ahead and proceed as soon as you are ready, sir.
Your Honor, may I use the podium?
You use the podium, sir.
Okay, so that was it.
I want to make sure I say your name right because I'm not particularly great with names. Spakeen?
That's actually right. I was going to say use Eric if you feel comfortable, but Spakeen is correct. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Spakeen. You'll agree with me in your profession, detail is a thing. It's important, right?
Absolutely.
Devil's in the details, as they say, right?
Perhaps an overused phrase in our language, but I don't disagree.
Okay. And you'll agree with me then that in connection with the signatures that we were just hearing you testify about in Exhibit 47, which is a demonstrative. You didn't personally do any of these signature comparisons yourself, correct?
That's right. I wasn't the level 1 reviewer or level 2 or whatever.
You haven't seen any of those signatures, correct?
Correct. I haven't seen a one.
And you'll agree with me then, in the realm of possibility, it's entirely possible that many of those signatures completely matched.
Well, I suspect some would have, yes.
Okay. Now, again, I want to talk about details. Earlier in your testimony, my colleague brought up a case in Hong Kong. Do you remember that case?
I remember very well.
It's Nina Kung versus Wang Dinxin. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct. More or less, yeah.
More or less. All right. You had testified that there was an opinion from a higher appellate court that essentially said the intermediate or the lower appellate court got it wrong with respect to you. Is that right?
I said the initial trial court. I didn't say the lower appellate court.
Okay.
There was an intermediate appellate decision, but I didn't say anything about that.
And you, if I understood your testimony, and I'm summarizing, you feel like that appellate decision vindicated you essentially.
No, I'm saying it backs up the fact that the judge copied what the other side wrote.
Okay. Well, I would like to show the witness, Your Honor. I'd like to approach the clerk and have
The judge
this
copied what the
marked
other side wrote.
as Next exhibit. It's the it's the court case that he mentioned in his direct, Your Honor.
Well done.
May I approach him?
You can mark it and you can approach him with it right now for
Thank you.
impeachments. We'll talk about admissibility later.
Not saying anything about the opinion. I'm just saying the judge copied what the other side wrote. That's all. I'm not making any judgment about it. That's just a fact, statement of a fact. Hilarious.
Got another copy.
So this is Eric Specken, who is on the stand, and this is Kari Lake's witness, now on cross-examination by the government. Finished testifying. Should be the Kari Lake team's last witness.
I believe exhibit 48. Do you have that in front of you?
It doesn't say 48, but oh yeah, it does. I have it, yeah.
Okay. I want you to turn with me. There's some numbers there at the bottom, okay? I want you to turn with me to page 91. Would you let me know when you're there?
I'm there.
All right. I'm going to read aloud paragraph 452, okay?
Okay.
This is the decision from this appellate court in Hong Kong. I do not find these arguments excusing the judge convincing. Not only was the evidence on EEC dating wholly unsatisfactory, Mr. Specken himself was wholly discredited as an expert witness for, among other things, claiming professional credentials that he lacked, claiming acceptance of his methods by the scientific community when that was false, and having been trapped into demonstrating that his opinions were quite unreliable. It would therefore have been wholly perverse for Yam J to do other than reject that evidence. However, even then, Yam J did so by copying verbatim almost the whole of the appellant's submissions inviting such rejection. Did I read that correctly?
Absolutely.
And you'll agree with me then that what the appellate court is saying is that the judge got it right.
I don't believe that's what's in the entire opinion.
Well, let's talk about what I read. I only want to talk about
For that one paragraph, does it say that? Of course.
If you like, you can take a moment to point to me anywhere in the opinion where the judge vindicates what you did and says you did a good job.
I don't have one that says exactly that, but we have wholesale copying and an unfair trial is paragraph 445.
Sure.
And paragraph 90.
Yeah, but the paragraph we read said to declare anything other than you falsified your credentials would be perverse. Those are his words, not mine, correct?
That was the words of the person who wrote that. Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying there are other paragraphs that don't say the same thing. Is what I'm telling you.
Can you point me to one that contradicts that paragraph?
It just did. 445 on page 90.
Slow down.
Just trying to impeach him right now with other
Now,
external evidence.
you recall testifying earlier about your involvement in a case called EEOC versus Ethan Allen. You recall that?
I do.
And that's in the federal district court in the Northern District of Ohio, correct?
It was. Yeah, it's 20 some years old.
Honor, may I ask what it's on?
You can approach the exhibits, but ask about approaching the witness, please.
Exhibit 40.
I do.
Okay, let's talk about Exhibit 40. Is this the case that you were giving testimony as an expert in?
I never gave testimony as an expert. I gave a deposition, but never.
That's right, because you were excluded as an expert in that case, correct?
Correct. That's what I said.
Okay. Now, let's talk about this case for a minute. You gave a statistical opinion in that case, didn't you?
I did.
And the court discredited you based on your lack of qualifications to give a statistical analysis, correct?
Don't believe so, but you could point me to the paragraph
Sure.
that says that.
I'm happy to do it. Let's take a look at page 6. I'll read it aloud. Many of the criticisms leveled at Spokane by the Wayne court could also serve as a basis for this court's conclusion that, based on the standards imposed by Daubert, Spokane's testimony is inadmissible in this case. Ultimately, however, the court finds two particular grounds especially compelling and independently sufficient to justify its conclusion. And the first being Spokane's statistical analysis is deeply suspect. Now, I ask you again, you were excluded from testifying in that case because your statistical analysis was suspect, correct?
The analysis at one standard deviation. Yeah, it's like you asked me if because of my knowledge. I
Is a
misunderstood.
yes, no, we're fine. Your Honor, I move exhibits 40 and 48 into evidence.
So he's been qualified as expert many, many times, many countries, many
Objection.
places, but they're trying to do some credential busting to pick out a couple areas where in some
They're
cases
admitted.
the judges didn't appreciate him as an expert. Maybe not because
Now,
of his knowledge
let's
at all,
walk
but just
through-
because of
I want to revisit the
its
Wang case.
applicability to the
Let's
case.
walk through the information that the trial court
So,
said
okay, whatever. You single them out, whatever.
and that the
Throw that
appellate
away.
court found
Meaningless.
it would be perverse to have concluded that you could be an expert otherwise. They conclude in the Wang case, he did not study, well, actually, what's been marked as exhibit 40.
Walking around, flipping
Exhibit
through
43
papers.
is a copy of a decision from the court of first instance
Another one. Okay.
in the Wang case. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you please turn to page 211? Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Now, at paragraph 29.5, the trial court in Hong Kong said he did not study statistics either in his BA degree, and that is why he was not awarded a BSc degree. He is plainly deficient in his knowledge of statistics and chromatography disciplines, one would have thought essential for an analytical chemist, essentially one who offers himself to the court as an expert, even more so for one who claims to be one of the world's leading experts in one particular branch of analytical chemistry, i.e. ink analysis. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And do you disagree with that statement?
Absolutely.
Let's go to 29.8. Same page. He attempted to magnify his experience by claiming to have examined over 100,000 documents. When the sheer mathematical impossibility of this was pointed out to him, as it would have taken him 274 years to do it, he claimed that simply flicking over pages looking for something else amounted to an examination. Remember giving that testimony?
Absolutely not what I said.
Didn't tell the court that, in your opinion, that you flipping over the pages amounts to an examination.
That's absolutely correct. I did not say that.
Okay. Goes on to read, obviously has examined many documents in his short experience, but there's no way that this court can evaluate the extent or depth of that experience. This lack of experience may account for the reason why neither he himself nor his laboratory are included in ASTM's directory of scientific technical consultants and expert witnesses. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Now, other courts have taken issue with what they consider to be misrepresentations about your experience, correct?
I can recall one court that sent me a letter clarified with the judge by replying. But that's the only time I can think of that.
Okay. Your Honor, I move into evidence exhibits 43.
Any objection on 43?
There you are.
43 will be admitted. You may.
Thank you. Okay, that's been marked as exhibit 41.
I do?
This is the letter you were just referring to.
Yes.
And this is a letter that was sent to you from the 13th Judicial Circuit from a judge, Philip E. Rogers Jr., Circuit Court Judge. You see that?
I do?
And this was a case called People versus Douglas William Adrian, correct?
Yes.
And you were appointed as an expert by the court in that case, correct?
Yes, the court appointed me as the expert. That's
Court
exactly
appointed
correct.
you.
That's
Right, and this
exactly
is a letter
correct,
From the
he
court
says,
that
yeah.
appointed you.
That's exactly right.
Nailed
And
it.
first sentence
They
says,
did.
the court authorized your retention to provide expert witness services to this defendant. Next paragraph. However, I was extremely disappointed in your presentation. While I initially found you barely qualified to offer an expert opinion in this case, upon the completion of your examination, I came to the conclusion that I had made an error. The last paragraph on that page says, you also need to address the issues associated with your resume. You certainly did the defendant no good whatsoever when you were confronted with an affidavit to which a Lawyer's Weekly article had been attached. This was a clear indication to the court and the jury that you countenanced an overblown statement of your credentials as they related to your work with the IRS and the Secret Service. You recall reading that when you saw it or when you received it?
Of course.
I move exhibit 41 into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection?
So the judge didn't like the presentation.
41's admitted.
Now, you testified earlier, I think I heard correctly,
Another one? Come
that
on.
you were you gave testimony before one or both chambers of the legislature in Arizona.
Yes, I said I wasn't sure. I thought it was.
Yeah,
at the
of
same
course.
time, but
Yeah,
I said
one
that.
or both.
Yes, I said that.
That was when?
I don't remember the date, a couple months ago.
Okay. And that was in connection with work that you performed for an audit in 2020, right?
I don't know if I would say audit. It was work that I performed on the 2020 ballots.
Was that related to what might be commonly referred to the Cyber Ninjas audit? Does that sound familiar?
Well, it was completely different from what they were doing. It was happening at the same period of time. So in that sense related, I mean, I wasn't working for them and they weren't working for me.
And your ultimate conclusion in connection with your findings was that you couldn't really make a conclusion. You needed more information, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay.
You may.
Handed you what's been marked as Exhibit 38. You recognize this?
I do?
Did you create this?
Did?
And this is your executive summary related to the work we're discussing now, correct?
Right. I testified to more districts in front of Arizona, but specifically related to what happened in Arizona. This is the summary.
Okay. Your Honor, I move Exhibit 38 in evidence.
Objection?
There, Your Honor.
Okay.
38's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, can we please turn to the second to last page of this exhibit?
It's two-sided. Do you mean, what is the first word at the top?
The first word at the top is going to be when the contents of the box were examined.
I'm there.
You there? All right, let's go to the bottom. You see the section that says summary and discussion of further forensic review.
Yes?
All right, my
Based
friends.
on the forensic findings, it is my opinion that further
We
work and
are
review
coming
of the
on back
ballots
from
or the
lunch.
Images at a minimum should be conducted.
And we are closing out the preceding day's activities. That was Eric Speakin, who was is currently Kari Lake's expert witness. And that was from day 2. We are now waiting for closing arguments to begin here on day 3. And we should be back in session. The court has been right on time. It is 1:29. So Kari Lake's team will be presenting first. They are the plaintiffs, and so their closing arguments will be attempting to summarize all of the malfeasance that they allege occurred and observed during the 2022 election here in Arizona. And if we recall, there's a certain standard the judge has set. He said that they need to prove that there were not any, underlined, any and no signature verification that was taking place in the election. And so we're going to hear today Kari Lake's team try to fit their case into that argument. I expect by saying that the process was so broken that it was invalid. And then the government will say the exact opposite, that there was signature verification that occurred, and that's all they need to prove, and that they've done that. And so the judge will have to take it and go from there. Let's see who is back as we await for the court to get started. I see Vientikis is in the chat. Who else do we have here today? How was everybody's lunch or afternoon? Odessi is in the house. We got Dana's here. Zach Nichols. We got Rock Your Water. We had a tip come in from Rocky Water. He says, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard Ray, or maybe Eric, confirm that 2 operators with the most signatures were numbers 9 and 26, and that 9 and 26 were both identified to have been the ones to capture 40,000 ones level 1 ballots. And most importantly, the data for 9 and 26 were not included in the data that Eric Spieken analyzed. So they have zero effect on explaining away the fast signature check times. From Rocky Water. Yeah, and this has been something that's been hard to follow, and it sounds like Rocky Water's been doing a great job of that, on what is happening in front of the witnesses. They've got different spreadsheets and documents and exhibits, and we haven't been able to follow along with those. And some of the ones that we were tracking got reassigned, and so we're trying to see exactly what they are looking at. But the big argument, zooming out on that, is Kari Lake's team is saying we're measuring all of these entries, and there are too many entries and not enough time. Too many things happened in not enough time, because we expect that these things are defined as signature matches, or at least comparisons. And they're saying those are not signature comparisons. Those belong in a different bucket that are just rubber stamps, that are just check, 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 and we're good. And they're saying you can't count those. And so we're having debates about what is in what bucket and what are the appropriate calculations. And we're waiting for the court to fire back up. And let's make sure that we have our feed. Here we go.
Goes on in Maricopa elections. She is far from alone. She felt like
They started.
and her
Closing
grandchildren's
arguments.
sacred
Kari
right
Lake.
to vote is being lost. That's why she teared up. As stated before, Your Honor, mail-in ballots are the largest source of potential voter fraud. Let's put that in perspective. In 2005, when the Carter-Baker Commission made that statement, there was about 40% of votes in Maricopa were mail-in ballots. They are now 80% of mail-in votes. If there was ever a time for strict enforcement of election laws governing mail-in ballots, this is it, because the vast majority of voting is done by mail-in here. signature verification of the voter is the gatekeeper defense against fraud and mail-in voting. The Arizona legislature enacted ARS 16550 to deter voter fraud. It wasn't done to make it easier to vote. It was specifically designed to deter voter fraud. As former Attorney General Brnovich stated in his April 6, 2022 letter to Senate President Karen Fann regarding Maricopa's handling of the 2020 election, requiring a match between the signature on the ballot affidavit and the signature on file with the state is currently the most important election integrity measure when it comes to early ballots. AG Brnovich followed up that statement, revealing that there are problematic system-wide abuses that relate to early ballot handling and verification. The early ballot signature verification system in Maricopa County is insufficient to guard against abuse. At times, election workers conducting the verification process had only seconds to review a signature. For example, on November 4th, 2020, the Maricopa County Recorder verified 206,648 early ballot affidavit signatures, which resulted in an average of 4.6 seconds per signature. There are simply too many early ballots that must be verified in too limited a period of time, thus leaving the system vulnerable to error, fraud, and oversight. This letter alone, Your Honor, put the county on notice of their failures before the 2022 general election. And regardless of whether the county believes they debunked the statement that there were 206,000 ballots that were processed in 4.6 seconds, what's not been debunked is the actual county data that underpins plaintiff's claims, that shows, as plaintiff's expert testified, that approximately 274,000 ballots out of a 1.3 million cast were compared and the signature verified purportedly in less than 3 seconds a ballot. 70,000 in less than 2 seconds a ballot.
So 4.6 is the standard. Everything's
signature
below.
Comparison in accordance with 16 ARS 550, as I will delve into a little bit later.
Nice.
Maricopa puts on a facade of taking signature verification seriously. Last week,
nice.
Counsel for Maricopa called signature verification an art. But there are no rules in art. This week, they changed it and they talked about the science of signature verification. And what defines a science? A science is defined by recognized and defined criteria. And there are recognized and defined criteria for evaluating or for comparing, to use the express term in 16550, there are defined criteria for comparing a signature with a record signature to verify whether it is consistent or not.
11 indicia.
Again, this is the gatekeeper defense to voter fraud. And Maricopa, 80% of the ballots are mail-in ballots in Maricopa. Maricopa's training manuals note a number of these defined characteristics. For example, we've heard testimony about the 11 unique characteristics used to analyze and compare signatures and to determine whether or not they are consistent. Maricopa knows this. They've also brought in a signature expert. You heard testimony that Kathleen, got her last name, but Kathleen, the signature expert, which came in to train people in the science of signature verification. So on one hand, Maricopa claims signature verification is a science and that they are doing a great job training its signature verification workers in order to boost public confidence. But in practice, it's anything goes, as Maricopa's own data shows. That data shows that their vaunted signature verification training and manuals is nothing but disingenuous window dressing. The law is not that flexible. 16550 states that the county recorder or other officer in charge of elections shall compare the signatures thereon with the signature of the elector on the elector's registration record. If the signature is inconsistent with the elector's signature on the elector's registration record, the county recorder or other officer in charge of elections shall make reasonable efforts to contact the voter and cure. The shall compare is mandatory. A determination of whether or not a signature is inconsistent is mandatory. It has long been settled in Arizona, in the case Arizona Supreme Court case State v. Miller, that the words of a statute are to be given their ordinary meaning unless it appears from the context or otherwise that a different meaning is intended. There is no alternate meaning other than the common usage of the terms in this statute. Webster's dictionary defines compare as, quote, to examine the character or qualities of, especially in order to discover resemblances or differences. Webster's dictionary also defines consistent as marked by harmony, regularity, or steady continuity, free from variation or contradiction. The election procedure manual, which has the force of law under Arizona code, requires signature verification for mail-in ballots as well. Signature verification is the term or phrase that is used. To verify means to establish the truth, accuracy, or reality of. ARS 16550 does not say the county recorder or other officer in charge of elections shall glance at signatures thereon.
Quality
control. The
control.
whole purpose of signature verification is to make a comparison of the signature on the ballot envelope with the record signature. That requires a minimum amount of time in order to accomplish and to comply with the statutory requirement.
I see.
If I flip the pages of a book, thumbing through them, I can say I'm reading it, but it's not so.
That's right.
Similarly, parking a signature verification worker in front of a computer screen while they tap on the keyboard and scroll through ballot images or ballot signature images is not signature verification in accordance with the law.
Nice.
You heard the live testimony of two whistleblowers from Maricopa County who performed the signature verification. That's Andrew Myers and Jacqueline Onakite. Ms. Onakite performed level 1 verification. Mr. Myers performed primarily curing, though he testified he did perform level 1 signature verification during the general election in the first week. They testified that there were approximately 24 workstations at MTech for level 1 and 3 for level 2. That's a maximum of 27, 28 workstations for level 1 and 2. 2 shifts working 7:30 a.m. to approximately 7:30 at night. That's a maximum of approximately 54 personnel with 2 full shifts. That's what the public saw. This was the front that Maricopa puts on to the public. It's under camera, there's observers watching. Looks like things are being done out in the open and transparent. But Maricopa, as we learned, had an additional 99 signature verification workers that were not subject to camera, that were working in back offices, a recorder, as Mr. Valenzuela testified. He was doing signature verification and he wasn't going to have anybody standing over his shoulder looking at him. 99 other workers who were not open to the public. What's really interesting about that, Your Honor, is that both witnesses testified that they interacted directly with the level 2 signature verification workers at the area which the public saw. And they testified how the level 2 workers were overwhelmed with all of the ballots that were being sent up to them. And they were complaining. They also testified that the level 2 workers just flat out could not perform a level 2 review and were kicked it back without even opening. Again, not performing signature review. They were overwhelmed. They kicked them back to level 1. The question is, if Maricopa had all this extra help, and I'm not saying they didn't, I'm sure they did, but why didn't even the whistleblowers or anybody at the public viewing station or the level 2 workers who were overwhelmed know about these other workers? Why was this all done behind closed doors?
Good question, Kurt. Good question.
That is the secret army that Maricopa employed that goes to the heart of the observation of Andrew Myers, who testified that the math never added up. And if you recall, Your Honor, he testified how on November 9th, a flood of 290,000 ballots came through. And for the next 2.5 days, they were working, but not working 24/7 like they expected. And that there was no way for the signature verification workers at MTech in those 2 rooms, which are under camera, which have observers, there was no way for them to process it. And the Maricopa managers and officials weren't even making them work 24/7. He thought it was really odd, strange. But no one ever told them that there were all these other workers that were picking this up. Why the secrecy? Lack of transparency goes to the public trust. This is what Maricopa does. They put cameras, these signature verification workers over here, transparency, the public has to try to build faith in the system, but they're in the back office having twice as many employees running all these signatures. Maricopa's own timestamp log data proves by clear and convincing evidence that Maricopa is not conducting signature verification in accordance with the law. And Your Honor, if I may, I would like to pull up Exhibit 47 that was entered.
I like what he's doing. He keeps going back to the conclusion, not in accordance with the law, not done. And it needs to be not done. And then he's backfilling it. He's adding meat to the bones. The bones are, all this was activity, noise. He even used the word facade, which was great. Love that. It's just painted over. It's this stucco exterior on a dilapidated old shanty house called Maricopa County Elections. And they just papered over it. In fact, what you saw, what you think you saw, was not even the bulk of the analysis. A large portion of it was being done elsewhere. According to Ray Valenzuela, they could just remote back into their computers
So I'd
and
just like
do
to
things
run
offline.
through a few of the findings from this data produced by Maricopa County. Would it be easier, Your Honor, if we pulled it up on your computer screen as opposed to? We can do both, and I can.
No.
So, Your Honor, just to point out a few.
Do you have it in hard copy? Do you have the exhibit? Are you using the original?
I'm using the original. But, Your Honor, I could.
Tell you what, I've got your copies up here. But do you have 47 in your binder? I didn't see it before. Because the binders were done before trial and 47 was added. Ready.
So, Your Honor, if you look at, there are 155 users here. There's been much controversy about whether or not user 9.
I can give back. She's got it now.
Oh.
I've got it here on my screen. I'm sorry.
Hey, nice. We get some charts.
Defendants have made a number of inaccurate statements with respect to this exhibit. First, with respect to users 9 and 26, Mr. Valenzuela, in attempting to reduce the number of signature verifications that were performed, claimed that Mr. Spakeen, in his testimony, included the number from user number 9 and user number 26 when he opined that 274,000 signatures were compared and verified in less than 3 seconds. Recall, counsel for Maricopa went through this exercise of trying to reduce the number. Mr. Spakeen expressly testified that he did not include the figures from user number 9, which is 1,309 ballots and 44,361 respectively, in that calculation. Thus, he testified, Your Honor, if you flip to the last page,
You've got user 135
in the
circled.
column to the right, which is the number of ballots that were compared and verified in 3 seconds or less. That's basically just above 0, up to 3, just below 3 seconds. 321,495 signatures. Mr. Spakeen testified that from that figure, he deducted the results from users 9 and 26, and that's where he came up with the figure of 274,000.
Go back again. Which column are you looking at now?
This is the last 2 columns entitled verifications in less than or equal to, and it says 2 seconds, but as Mr. Spakeen testified, it's really less than 3 seconds because
I
it's.
see where you're at. Thank you.
Mr. Spakeen also testified that though the metric of signatures being compared and verified in less than 2 seconds of 70,000 is not reflected on this chart, he testified to that amount, and he further testified that users 9 and 26 were not, those figures were not included in that calculation. But Your Honor, if we go to the first page and look at user number 20. User 20, less than 3 seconds, validated or compared and verified 13,749 ballots at a rate of 99.88%. User 31, 21,471 ballots at 99.84%. Flipping to the next page, user 34.
Wait, hold on a second. You're jumping around on columns here.
I'm sticking all the way to the right-hand column, Your Honor. That's the less than 3 seconds, which is the.
I got it.
Okay.
But second in from the right, user 20. I got that. Then what was the next figure you used?
31, Your Honor.
30.
21,461 ballots.
Okay.
At 99.84%. Going to the next page, user 34, 6,563 ballots at a pass rate of 99.77%.
Amazing.
There are a number of others on this page. We can flip to user 79 on the third page. 27,196 at 100% pass rate.
99.93 too, I see. 99.81 user 67.
Next page, user 112, 20,932 at 99.96%. And I'm just giving a sampling of these, Your Honor. User 134, 19,805 ballots at a pass rate of 99.7%. Last page, user number 135, 24,414 ballots at a pass rate of 99.88%. Those ballots and others, all others in that column, were being compared purportedly and verified in less than 3 seconds each, all with a pass rate that was the vast, vast majority of all of them in the column are above 99%. By way of comparison, Mr. Valenzuela testified that when he reviewed approximately 1,600 ballots, he rejected about 311. That's a pass rate of about 81%.
We're really good at signing things here in Arizona. Really, really good at it.
One point I do want to make, Your Honor, on Exhibit 47, because I believe counsel was trying to argue something with what the total verifications are on the last page where it says 1,416,520 verifications. To the extent that counsel would argue that that number is different than the number of mail-in ballot signatures that came in, as Mr. Valenzuela testified, these verifications, you can have more because you can have a level 1 not pass a signature. It goes up to level 2 and then it's reversed, and that's 2 touches, therefore 2 log entries. So to the extent counsel would make an argument that the 1.416 million figure means somehow that the data on this chart is inaccurate, that would be false.
If you pass everything, are you actually checking anything at all? If
Another
everything just
point
goes
that we've
through,
heard a lot of testimony and questions about as to whether or not the data reflected on Exhibit 47 involves averages. There are no averages here. As Mr. Spakeen testified, I have a video clip of that, but I see Your Honor gets that. There are no averages. The data on this chart is a straightforward filtering of data of the number of comparisons and verifications of signatures by each individual user. The percentage is not an average. It's the percentage of those signatures that have been deemed verified and consistent versus those that have been accepted, not EXC, not ACC. So there are no averages here, Your Honor. This whole argument about baseball analogies affecting the rate and all this that Mr. Liddy was making is false. It's simply not true. These are straightforward numbers. There are no averages. There were approximately 274,000 ballots. There are no averages. There were approximately 274,000 ballot signatures compared and verified in less than 3 seconds. To the extent some of the other issues that Mr. Valenzuela testified to, they're immaterial to that number. For example, Mr. Valenzuela testified that no ballots that had no signature, that they could come back and be processed very quickly. Well, there's about 1,400. That has an immaterial impact on 274,000. Even accepting the cured ballots, and even accepting for argument's sake that those cured ballots were verified by the signature at less than 3 seconds, there's only 16,000. It's an immaterial effect. That still leaves 256,000 ballots that were compared, allegedly, or purportedly, and verified in a time that Mr. Spakeen, an expert in signature verification and evaluation, said is simply not possible to do. The one audit that Maricopa talks about is a 2% spot check. When signature verification workers are passing at 99+% rates, hundreds of thousands of ballots, that's immaterial. And more to the point, Mr. Valenzuela testified that they monitor each worker every day. They know what's going on. So here you have Mr. Valenzuela, who's testified that he is doing level 1 review in his office and out of camera, out of sight, like apparently 99 other workers, but that he testified he rejected about 19% of the ballots. But all these workers are speed demoning through, verifying, comparing and verifying signatures at 99.9, 99.7
Amazing.
pass rates.
Almost like they're not even doing anything at all.
Maricopa knows that the sham clicking through the ballot images just to get through the 1.3 million ballots, including the 299 or 98 that arrived on November 9th and were processed in 2.5 days, is not actual signature verification. That's no review in accordance with the law. And again, if you're not complying with the law, the purpose of the law is to be a gatekeeper. Simply flashing a screen with a signature in front and not making even a minimum comparison to determine whether it's inconsistent is not signature verification. Mr. Spikeen testified that it is simply not possible to do, particularly in the context of a mass comparison verification system such as that in Maricopa County in the 2022 general election. We're not arguing and claiming that signature verification workers are doing a poor job. What Mr. Spikeen testified to is there is no comparison going on. The defendants did not offer any expert in rebuttal to Mr. Spikeen's testimony. They could have. We've already heard testimony that they brought in a woman by the name of Kathy Nicolaitis to train level 1 and level 2 workers. She was certainly available. As Mr. Spikeen testified, it's on her website that she helps train Maricopa workers. This issue was known. They did not bring in any recognized expert, including one that they themselves have employed to put on the facade that they're actually doing signature review, to say, no, that Mr. Spikeen's wrong, can do a signature comparison and verify that signature in compliance with 16.550.
They'll say Valenzuela refuted that.
Nor did the defendants rebut the data. They've known that the data that underpins the numbers in Exhibit 47, which is explosive, 274,000 ballots supposedly compared and verified in less than 3 seconds. They did not bring an expert to dispute any of the data. Mr. Valenzuela quibbled with some of it, but he is, by his own admission, not an expert, and he was just wrong in trying to conflate averages with percentages. He didn't know, for example, that user number 9 and 26 was not included in Mr. Spikeen's testimony, or he ignored it.
They still have
They've
us
known
on
about
the
that
Elmo
data
cam, by the
since
way.
we first disclosed it on last Friday in Mr. Spikeen's declaration. They've known about it in terms of the Rule 60 motion that we filed on Monday, where we disclosed all of this data, but they didn't bring anybody. They didn't ask a rebuttal. They're not disputing Mr. Spikeen's testimony that it is not possible to compare and verify a signature, determine consistency as those terms are commonly understood in the English language dictionary. Signature verification, Your Honor, is not a joke. It's not something to get through. It is the gatekeeper defense to fraud. The Arizona Supreme Court gave us a task. That was to show that we can prove our claim, plaintiff Kari Lake's claim, that ARS 16672 and 16550 established that, quote, votes were affected in sufficient numbers to alter the outcome of the election based on a competent mathematical basis to conclude that the outcome would plausibly have been different and not simply tethered to an assertion of uncertainty. We've done that based on defendant's own data. Mr. Valenzuela was kind of all over the map saying, well, you definitely couldn't compare a ballot within half a second, and then uncertain it would be 1 to 2 seconds, and then 2 to 4, and so forth. That's a standard, but they offered no proof. They offered no proof to rebut, from expert to rebut our expert, that it simply cannot be done within the definition of comparing a signature. It's physically possible. Your Honor, we have shown by unrebutted, clear and convincing evidence that defendants did not perform signature verification in accordance with 16550 with respect to approximately 274,000 ballots. The precise number is in the table. And in fact, 70,000 ballots approximately were purportedly compared and verified within less than 2 seconds. And again, Your Honor, this is not simply were the two viewers. These ballots were being passed, as Mr. Spakeen testified, at a 99% or greater approval rate. The vast majority, the 274, were above 99%. Same with the 70,000. That means once that level 1 signature verifying worker reportedly compared, verified, and clicked pass, that was the end of the review. Those ballots entered the system except for a 2% audit, which would not have much of a chance of catching anything. Your Honor, the case of Rays v. Cumming, which is the theory that we have brought this case on, that Maricopa is not performing signature review in accordance with the plain language of the statute, stated the following. In Rays, the Court of Appeals stated, the Miller Court first considered the nature of the statute at issue in that case. At first blush, mailing versus hand delivery may seem unimportant. But in the context of absentee voting, it is very important. The court held that ARS section 16542B advanced the constitutional goal of protecting a behind the closed doors ballot by setting forth procedural safeguards to prevent undue influence, fraud, ballot tampering, and voter intimidation. The quote from that begins with, by setting forth the procedural safeguards to prevent undue influence, fraud, ballot tampering, and voter intimidation. These same values are protected by ARS section 1650A. It guarantees that the absentee ballots are being cast by the registered voters and prevents fraud and ballot tampering. And then the Court of Appeals cited the Arizona Constitution at Article 7, Section 12, quote, there shall be enacted registration and other laws to secure the purity of elections and guard against abuses of the elective franchise. The court continued, the instant case illustrates the manifest importance of signature comparison because almost 1/3 of the votes were cast by absentee ballot and each candidate personally returned many of the sealed ballots. In Maricopa County, there are, again, 80% are mail-in ballots. Your Honor, the election contest between Kari Lake and Katie Hobbs was decided by 17,117 votes. That, however, is out of 2.559 million votes, a difference between the two candidates of 0.67%. The number of ballots at issue, whether the court were to set aside for illegality the 70,000, the 274,000 in a proportional manner, or in a under Ground B laws, proportionality is the standard. And under Miller, it could be a straightforward calculation. This election should be set aside. Your Honor, the election was unlawful. 16,550 was not complied with. Defendants don't dispute our expert. They don't dispute the evidence. Trust must be restored, Your Honor. Following the law requires acting in accordance with its express terms. It's that compliance that builds faith in the system, and it's non-compliance that destroys it. And just as you saw Ms. Onikite testify, she saw firsthand what goes on in Maricopa County during the elections. Same with Mr. Myers. As he said, the math didn't add up. Your Honor, we request that this election be set aside. Thank you.
Kurt Olson for Kari Lake, finishing up closing arguments. Nicely done, I will say. I really like how he started with a conclusion and said that this just didn't happen. That is the standard that needs to be met. And so he brought it all the way back to that conclusion that the judge wants to hear. And he then layered on a bunch of meat on top of those bones. Conclusion, it's so bad, it's as though it never happened at all. Here's why. And he went through a nice list. He showed us some documents, beautiful spreadsheets. Very well done. And now the government is up for their closing arguments. They're going to say it was all perfect.
Mr. Liddy.
And so
Thank you,
on.
Your Honor. First time we heard in the last 3 days anything about fraud. That's kind of new. No evidence was put on a fraud.
The whole thing. The whole thing.
Your Honor, just heard that defendants did not dispute the data of Mr. Spakeen.
They're going to say Valenzuela.
Oh, yes, we did. You're
Yeah,
right.
that's
The moment it was first presented in this courtroom, we objected to foundation. We don't know what all those numbers are. We didn't know where they came from.
Maricopa County.
And this court ruled that that document, document 47, was not coming in as evidence to prove the matter asserted therein. But no foundation was laid for any of those numbers.
They came from the county.
Respectfully, Your Honor, this court should not consider those numbers during its deliberation as to whether or not Contestor Lake and her team have met their burden.
That's ridiculous.
The
He
court
said they
only
got it from the
admitted that
county and they created it and they put it on a
chart
CD-ROM.
for the sole purpose of the witness saying that his opinions were based on that. That's it. Not a single witness came before you, Your Honor, this week and said that a single ballot packet, affidavit envelope, was not reviewed for signature in accordance with 16550A. Not a single witness. Not a single ballot. Not this number we hear about, 274,000. Mr. Spakee never testified that 274,000 ballot packets were not reviewed for signature.
No, he was
That's
saying
not in the record.
they were done poorly.
And as this, Your Honor well knows, nothing that I say in opening and closing and nothing that counsel for Ms. Lake says in closing is evidence.
You're lucky for that one,
Summation,
buddy.
Argument, no evidence.
Yeah, because you admitted in there that they removed him from the
I would
line.
respectfully submit that this
This guy.
claim that there's 274,000 ballots that were not compared, checked for inconsistency with a recorder's record as required by the law, occurred. No one said it didn't occur. There's no evidence of that.
Right. He's saying as long as we
What
did
else
it,
do
it
we
doesn't
have,
matter
Your
if it was good or bad. It's quality control matters versus quality control doesn't
Fair
matter.
amount.
This is team quality control doesn't matter at all. The fact that we did the thing
of it-
is enough.
Admittedly, very credible. Let's start with
That's how you want your
Jacqueline
elections to be
Onakite.
run.
What did we all learn from this woman who so obviously loves her country and loves her grandchildren,
Shout out to Jacqueline
that she
Onakite.
would invest so much of her personal time to be trained in classroom setting and in practicum, and then to show up for work day after day after day in order to ensure that we have competent elections?
Yeah, and to be betrayed by you people, have no
Now,
faith
did
in what
she say?
you've done.
She said she was thoroughly trained, Your Honor. She said she was provided with the signatures on front of the computer screen to review the 2022 affidavits provided to be, and also provided with the past signatures. And she was trained to look for, and she did in fact look for slants and loops and cursive versus block letters, her testimony.
I like where this is going. Yeah, she's very credible.
She testified that she came in every day, logged in, and got a new batch of 250 signatures. They would pop up, her words, Your Honor. And she would verify them by comparing the signatures with the voter's record. Again, her words, Your Honor.
She just did the thing. That's all that matters, according to them.
She testified that some were very difficult.
They all don't have to be
She
perfect.
testified that those that were difficult took more time. And in the end, if she could not find the indicia based on her training that they were similar to the record in the recorders, then she would put them in the exception pile.
Kick them
Because
up
she
to level
could not
2.
find that they were consistent.
And then level 2 would send them
She
back
even
down to her
testified that
and say, "Do it
sometimes they
again."
would come back.
Yeah, do it again. Pass
She
it
was
this time.
somewhat frustrated by that. And again, she said, she'd look at it, and if she did not find the indicia of consistency, she would not good sig that signature. She would label it as exception and move on to level 2.
Right, but what about the others? All the other people who got their ballots back
She
again.
testified that she
Maybe they
worked
just
day
pushed
after
them
day
through,
as a
huh?
level 1 reviewer, and that she knew level 2 reviewers. She congregated them during the breaks, had snacks and beverages with them. She said that those that worked on level 2 had more signatures to compare by. And she said that they, by and large, had more experience, had done this in previous years. Jacqueline Onakite said that there was a whiteboard where they kept the number of ballot packets up, a goal for the day. She testified that she had 2 managers whose names she could remember, Tony and Celia. Celia, she testified, was the director. And Your Honor, she told this court that her supervisor told her to look again and again for any inconsistency. And if it was inconsistent, mark it exception, her words. Do not good sig. And she assured this court, and she assured everybody in Arizona that she did not ever do that.
What
That's
about
some pretty
everybody
good
else?
evidence that Maricopa County did signature verification in accordance with 16550A.
See, we knew that was coming.
As the burden on the contester under Reyes is that it did not happen at all.
Right. At all.
I would argue in closing
one
that
person did it right, that's
is
good enough.
absurd and that argument is dead.
Literally, he's holding that standard. If one person did one signature right, literally one
But
in the
in the
entire Maricopa County, it's
Your
good
Honor
enough.
is not persuaded. We heard from a very competent and very earnest, patriotic American, Andrew Myers, who, like his counterparts, loves his country and its process of
Except
elections enough to
not your process of elections.
dedicate his time to come in and be trained. And you heard about that, Your Honor.
Didn't have a lot of faith in what you guys were doing over there. That's why
He
he
said
testified
he
for
even
Kari
got
Lake.
involved in curing. And as they moved along in the process, his words, he was trained to verify everything with 4 points before you could pass it on. His words, Your Honor. No-goes would go to level 2 for review. His words, Your Honor, his testimony. He was trained to look from the left to the right for the slant of the cursive or the box printing and to the spacing in between the first name and the last name.
Yeah. And it took some time to do all
And
of that.
He was
Yeah.
his practice of his training was to look at the overall signature.
This is a weird closing.
And he testified under oath that that's exactly what he did.
Right. It took
And
time
he
to do that.
testified just like the individual
You can't do it in half a second.
who was depicted in the left chair in exit 19. And as they went on, he was asked to do less and less level 1 signature verification and more curing. Another obligation of the Maricopa County Recorder and his outstanding team. I might do a couple of actions
most
in the
perfect
morning
election team
of
in
signatures and then go
the
right to
United
curing
States.
for the afternoon, said Mr. Myers. He said when he was in there, he's 6 foot by 3 foot folding tables. And there were baker's racks lined up against the walls. And that the process, well, there were 23 U.S. postal bins on the baker's racks, and that's from where they got their postal, their affidavit envelopes, their ballot packets, if you will. How many signature reviewers and managers were there, he was asked. It's been a long time, he said. He didn't really know. But he thought the number was in the 20s. Well, he knew he wasn't alone. No, he said 40, I think. He said he worked on signature verification straight up, quote, straight up until the last day permitted after the election. And there were others, he said, that were on the night shift. He said he knew of at least 6 or 7 that worked on the night shift. Your Honor, that's some pretty good evidence that Maricopa County did in fact execute signature verification.
Again, just the mechanical process. You just do the thing, doesn't have to be good. You can bake a cake, doesn't have to be edible.
Your Honor, Mr.
No quality
McKean's
controls.
data and his data analysis is somewhat of a mystery.
Not really. It came from Maricopa County records.
It was represented that that he was part of a team that created it, and that
From
the
Maricopa.
basis of it was data that was sent from Maricopa County to a group called We the People Alliance pursuant to a public records request.
Yeah, so they want us to trust
The
Maricopa
math,
County's chain
whatever
of
that
custody
was, it was
and
done
their
in the bottom
data,
right-hand column of that
but not data that we analyze that we
demonstrative.
get from them. So we just can't analyze anything.
I would ask Your Honor to do that math on your own. But moreover, I would say that the numbers on that are not in evidence for deliberation.
Oh, come on.
That if in fact there was enough interest to see the actual data that came over, you should look to this evidence in Exhibit 20, which is the CD-ROM, if I'm not mistaken.
Don't look at their evidence, look at our evidence. You can't use their numbers, use our numbers. They should be the same numbers or closely related. I mean, the source material for both should be the same. They got their numbers from the county. What he doesn't want the judge to look at are their conclusions.
The Supreme Court remanded this case in a very narrow issue, Your Honor.
That is true, unfortunately.
Can Ms. Lake prove by clear and convincing evidence that the recorder failed by clear and convincing evidence that the recorder failed
That's the court, of course. Come on, court. Ugh, the court. All right. Let me try to do a refresh on this. Right in the middle of closings. Hasn't happened this entire trial. And here we go.
this case in a very narrow issue, Your Honor. Can Ms. Lake prove by clear and convincing evidence that the recorder failed
It's doing it again. Let's see what it's doing. Does anybody else have the stream working, or did they kill it for, or are we just
this
off?
case in a very narrow issue, Your Honor? Can Ms. Lake prove by clear and convincing evidence that the recorder failed
What the heck just happened?
this case in a very narrow issue, Your Honor? Can Ms. Lake prove by clear and convincing evidence that the recorder failed
I don't know if it's on our end. I think it might be on the court's end. Can you guys check? Somebody can hop on here and see if you can get. Scroll down to Kari Lake and see if it's working for you, or if it's
this
just
case
cut
in a
out.
very narrow issue, Your Honor? Can Ms. Lake prove by clear and convincing evidence that the recorder failed
Are you guys catching that same error? Oh, RSBN's doing the same thing. It's the court. Ugh! Rage! Rage! All right, we'll hang tight. So RSBN doesn't have a feed either. Gosh. So it sounds like it sounds like feeds just down across the board, unfortunately. Let's see what RSBN's got going. Yeah, looks like their feed's down too. Dang it. Here's what they've got. Same deal. All right. So it's not just us. Let's give them a minute. Let's give them a minute, my friends.
this case in a very narrow issue, Your Honor? Can Ms. Lake prove?
All right, we'll keep playing around. We'll keep checking with it. Right in the middle of closings. Ugh, punks. All right, let's see what else we've got. Let's try it again. Bananas. All right. Well, while we're here, my friends, make sure you're hitting that like button like you work for Maricopa County. Is Viva in the house? What's up, Viva? Came right as closing arguments eluded us. Let's see if we can get this back open.
This case in a very narrow issue, Your Honor. Can Ms.
Doesn't
Lake
look
prove by clear and convincing evidence that the recorder failed?
Doesn't look good. These punks. All right, well.
To conduct signature verification.
Wait a minute.
What else do we have, Your Honor?
I think we're back.
Fair amount. Much of it admittedly very credible. Let's start with Jacqueline Onakite.
No, that's previous.
What else do we have, Your Honor?
Oh, man.
Fair amount. Much of it admittedly very credible.
Who's in charge of this live
Let's
stream?
start with
Maricopa County?
Jacqueline Onakite.
Maricopa County's probably running
did
this
we
live
all
stream
learn?
feed, huh? Gosh.
From this woman who so obviously loves her country
Ridiculous.
and loves her grandchildren, that she would.
All right, let's do a refresh on this. We'll keep poking around. I'm sure they'll get it back up because we've got a rehab, a second close that has to be coming. And actually, it looks like the whole... Wow. It looks like the whole feed is down. Wow. Okay, so check this out. There's not even a link there anymore. Look, there's not even a link on the website. So the whole thing is like just down. Like you can't even click the link now. Remember there used to be a link just like this? These eyeballs? Now we don't even see it. So the whole court feed went down. Hopefully everything's all right over there. So we can't even click back into it, which is strange. Very, very strange indeed. Which makes me concerned now that maybe this is not just a internal court problem. Maybe this is like a bigger technical problem, which means we may not come back if all of these are not available now. Not good. Not too good at all. All right. Well, my friends, I guess while we're waiting, let's see. Let's hit some super chats and let's see what you guys say about this as we wait. We'll do a refresh and we'll check back in. I don't know what else to do at the moment. Yeah, JC says I'm getting the same result. Give it a minute. Yeah, if anybody else grabs it, holler at me in the chat. In the meantime, we'll just hang tight until it comes back. Wait, hold on a minute.
2 reviewers. She congregated them during the break.
Here's another
Snacks
feed. This
and
came in
beverages.
from Vienticus.
She said that those that worked on level 2 had more signatures to compare by.
Thank you,
And
Vienticus.
she said that they, by and large, had more experience.
Where is
Had
this
done
coming
in
from?
Previous years.
Oh, this is delayed?
Jacqueline Onakite said
Oh, so they're going to go out too. Yeah.
that there was a whiteboard
This
where
is
they kept the number of ballot packets up, a goal for the day.
Yeah, this is going to crap out in a minute too.
She testified that she had 2 managers whose names she could remember, Tony and Celia. Celia She testified with the director.
This is going to go out any minute now.
And Your Honor, she told this court that her supervisor told her to look again and again for any inconsistency. And if it was inconsistent, mark it exception, her words. Do not good sig. And she assured this court, and she assured
Unbelievable.
everybody in Arizona that she did not ever do that.
All right, so this feed I think is going to cut out any minute
Well, that's
now.
some pretty good evidence that Maricopa County did signature.
We'll see if that changes. Epoch Times is down to yeah, Epoch Times is down. RSBN is down. What a bummer. Are you serious? Right in the middle of closing arguments? You're going to cut us off? We've gone through this whole trial. We want to see the second close. We want to see what the judge does. What's the judge going to do? No, that's delayed. I'm pretty sure that's delayed. The AZ family one. This one here is, I think they're going to lose it in a minute.
His country and its process of elections enough to dedicate his time.
We already heard
Coming
this.
in
This is
and
Andy Myers.
heard
We
about
already
that.
heard him talk about that. So they're like, I think 10 minutes delayed. That's AZ family news. Okay, here's a refresh. Hey, they're back. They're back. Look at this.
It's unconstitutional concept.
My
of
man,
randomly
JC,
depriving
thank you.
people of the franchise.
Vienticus, thank
And
you. Thank everybody in the
proportionally
chat. Thank
discounting
you.
those votes. The problem here, Judge, is manifest. It is beyond cavil. There is no evidence in the record for this court to conclude what a proportional reduction could even look like. You couldn't even do the math because no math was presented. There's no competent mathematical calculation whatsoever to conclude that a sufficient number, even one ballot, was improperly counted, let alone that there's a sufficient number of votes improperly counted so as to affect the election's outcome or even render it uncertain. That's particularly important in light of the presumptions this court must entertain in connection with this election and the public officials that conducted it. Now, at the end of the day, Your Honor, Ms. Lake, they've conceded repeatedly, this is a Reyes challenge. This court, rightfully so, accepted that concession. And frankly, Judge, and Ms. Lake wanted to make an offer of proof to try and establish some sort of proportional reduction calculation, make some sort of argument, put on some sort of evidence she could, but she didn't. Now, Your Honor, Mr. Olson said during his opening, signature verification is not a joke and it's not fraud. Your Honor, we agree. And frankly, Ms. Lake has proven that our election process in Arizona is neither a joke nor a fraud. It works well, and Arizonans can vote and be confident their vote will be counted. I ask this court to again reconfirm Ms. Hobbs' election as governor. Thank you.
Oh, Freudian slip there, bro. You got busted. Oh, almost let the real victor slip
Good
on
afternoon, Your
out.
Honor. And for the court reporter, Elena Rodriguez Armenta for Governor Hobbs. In October 2022, when asked whether she would accept the results of the 2022 gubernatorial election if she lost, Ms. Lake responded, "I'm going to win the election and I will accept that result." In Ms. Lake's own words then, this election contest was a foregone conclusion before a single ballot was cast or counted, and certainly before a single signature was verified. Her most recent version of her ever-evolving signature verification claim only proves as much, as she now contends that the sheer number of minutes and seconds in a day and the number of workers hired by Maricopa County precluded any signature verification process.
No, that's not exactly
But
her
Lake's
argument.
new theory is quite possibly her most absurd yet. First, The number of signature verification workers and the time allotted were established well in advance of the election. As Mr. Valenzuela testified just hours ago, the Maricopa County Elections Plan, published 6 months before the election, reveals the number of signature verification workers the county planned to hire specifically for the 2022 election. As Lake's counsel have been repeatedly reminded, we are not here to litigate a process that could have been challenged before the election. Second, Lake's theory is contradicted by the objective data regarding the number of signatures that were flagged as potential mismatches or exceptions at level 1, ultimately rejected at level 2, and finally, and importantly, cured. And third, this newfound assertion that no signature verification took place is undermined by Lake's very own witnesses who participated in the level 1 signature verification process, conducted curing, and testified to the additional layers of review above them.
It's the cumulative
Ms.
process,
Onakite, for
not the
example,
individuality
testified as a level 1 signature verification
each
worker.
person.
She performed signature verification on hundreds of affidavit envelopes daily, and further testified as to the signature verification conducted at level 2 by hardworking managers. Mr. Myers also testified that he performed his duties as a level 1 signature verification worker and at curing, and testified to use his own words, caliber and work ethic of higher level reviewers. And crucially, Mr. Valenzuela, co-director of elections, testified based on his personal knowledge that all 3 levels of signature verification and curing were performed in Maricopa County during the 2022 general election. The most charitable view of Lake's case boils down to the simple assertion that unless Lake or her allies personally observed with their own eyes every signature reviewer and every signature, the signature verification process couldn't have happened. But the evidence proves that Maricopa County engaged in a robust signature process, notwithstanding Ms. Lake's inability to oversee that process and her refusal to believe in it.
You did a lot of things,
And
but
for
not
this
a lot of
court to
things
presume
well.
misconduct based on Lake's and her witnesses' lack of knowledge about what happened during the 2022 election flies in the face of the core presumptions that govern election contests like this one, in favor of the validity of the election, the good faith and honesty of election officials, and the accuracy of election returns. At the end of the day, all Ms. Lake claims, all she has ever claimed, is that because she lost the election, something, anything must be amiss. 7 months after the people of Arizona elected Governor Katie Hobbs to office, Ms. Lake continues to make good on her refusal to accept defeat, no matter the cost to Arizona courts, these parties, or the voters and taxpayers of the state. Ultimately, the simplest explanation is not the complete failure of the signature verification system at every level. It is not that the Republican election officials secretly conspired to rig the vote against the Republican candidate. It's not that Maricopa is somehow uniquely plagued with thousands of fraudulent voters signing thousands of fraudulent ballots. But it is that Kari Lake lost an election.
Arizona has only
Kari Lake
0.2%
lost this election,
rejection rate.
and she's clearly unhappy about it. But that is not a problem for this court or any court to continue to try to solve. Every second that this contest continues without any actual evidence is an attack on election integrity, on democracy, and on Arizona's strong public policy favoring the stability and finality of election results. Your Honor, we respectfully ask the court to deny Ms. Lake's remaining claim and put an end to this contest. Thank you.
All right, so Katie Hobbs, that was her closing. We also have the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors. We also have other defendants. There are basically 3 defendants in this case that make up the different aspects of the government, and they're all joining in on the close.
Your Honor, the defendants have proved our case by
Second
stating
close.
the testimony
Kari Lake's
of Mr.
second
Myers
close.
and Ms. Onakite. They did their job right, just as was described.
Yeah.
How they would compare a signature before verifying. They were diligent. That takes time. It's not sitting in front of a computer screen and pecking on the keyboard like a woodpecker in less than 3 seconds every time and scrolling through. They did their job right. Our claim is not that there was fraud. Our claim is that Maricopa County did not follow the statute 16550 as written, and that constitutes a raise claim. With respect to the data, Mr. Valenzuela testified today that he was accessing it. I forgot what he said he was doing, but he was running the numbers on certain users and everything else. If there was something wrong with the numbers on Exhibit 47, or any of the numbers which Mr. Spakeen testified to, and Mr. Spakeen's testimony is admissible evidence, regardless of whether Exhibit 47 is, Mr. Spakeen's testimony is admissible. You can bet that with all of their resources, they would have taken that chart, run the numbers with their own data and said, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. You're all wet, why are you here? They didn't do that. Because the numbers are real, they don't dispute them. Mr. Lee brought up, as did some of the other counsel, that we've changed our allegations. Your Honor, it's been through the briefing. They cite paragraph 151 in terms of whether or not a determination that the ballot had not been verified made it through. That's not our claim, as Your Honor has already ruled in its May 15th order. Rule 8 pleading, we set forth our claim. It's always been that there was simply never enough time to perform signature verification in accordance with the statute, given the flood of ballots. That is our claim. That is a raise claim, Your Honor.
The process was so corrupted that it's as though it didn't happen.
Counsel for Katie Hobbs stated that the number of signature verification workers was disclosed. And it was. But as Mr. Valenzuela testified, it was a goal. The question is, again, how is it that you can have cameras and all the accoutrement of a signature verification room, people watching the live feed, observers, this is all going very well. This is where our Mrs. Onakite and Mr. Myers were working. It's a facade. The fact is, there were 99 other workers employed by Maricopa County who were under no transparency, no observers, who were free to do whatever they wanted. And when you have 274,000 ballots being processed in less than 3 seconds, Your Honor, that's not following the law. Thank you.
Okay, my friends.
Very well.
I think we are getting to a close. That was Kurt Olson
I'll
for
take the
Kari
matter under
Lake.
advisement. I'll render my ruling in accordance with 16676.
Under advisement. Not going to get a ruling today.
Be adjourned then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Make sure this finds its way back to where the other exhibits are right now. Somebody.
All rise. Court is adjourned. Judge is exiting the courtroom. Kari Lake's lawyers shaking hands with the government attorney, Tom Liddy. Wow, wasn't expecting a handshake. Always nice to do a handshake. Always appropriate to be courteous. And they have booted us out of the meeting. That is it, my friend. So Kari Lake trial is over. We had 3 days here. A little bit of a shorter day on a Friday. About what we expected. I didn't think we were going to go into the full day. Actually, I thought it took a lot longer for us to get there than it should have. This morning was really a lot of kind of twisting and turning and stretching and ouch and all the things, trying to get questions in and objections. And we were arguing about a lot of minutia, but the trial has concluded, and we've got to take a look at what you have to say about it in conclusion and walk through and unpack all of the things that happened. And so let's jump in to some of the comments and some of the questions. And hey, I saw that Viva stopped by. What's up, Viva? If you're not already subscribed to Viva's channels, he's on Rumble, he's on YouTube, he's on Locals right next door to us at vivabarneslaw.locals.com. Good neighbors. And so shout out to Viva who stopped by. But yeah, what a doozy of a week. And now it is time. Remember, the judge has taken these opinions under advisement other times. The first trial took it under advisement, and we just had oral arguments that we covered last week. That was also taken under advisement. And so I expect that we'll get an opinion probably Monday, and he'll be working on it all week, and we'll see what he says. Now, let's jump into some of the questions. And we'll start off with this one from Viva Maga, not Viva Fry, Viva Maga, who's over on Locals, says, Rivers on the Moon by the author known as I.P. Farr. I like it. Rivers on the Moon by I.P. Farr, or Yellow River by I.P. Freely, or Brown Spots on the Wall by Who Flung Dung. All good stuff. All right, let's see who else we had. Rocky Waters says, okay, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard that Ray, or maybe Eric, confirmed that the two operators with the most signatures were numbers 9 and 26, and that 9 and 26 were both identified to have been the ones to capture 40,000 level 1 ballots. And most importantly, the data for 9 and 26 were not included in the data that Eric analyzed. And so they have zero effect on explaining the fast signature check times. And so again, lots of different buckets that we are trying to extract and see what goes where, but very good questions. And now it is in the judge's hand to make heads or tails of any of that. And so thank you for sending that one in, Rocky Water. Also, 1R5 says, if Katie says pass 'em, as Secretary of State, she was the boss after all. She was. Yeah, she was the Secretary of State when the entire election went on. Rocky Water also said, good start to the closing. I did like Kurt Olson's closing, and we talked about it a little bit, but what I think is what I think I was wanting to see was the hard definition of the team meeting the judge's standard, saying that this is as though it never happened. It did not happen. It was a facade. You saw a bunch of activity, but you didn't actually see anything done. You can say you verified signatures, but you actually have to do the thing. You can't just rubber stamp ballots and call it job well done. And they made that, and then they supported it with, they filled in the blanks a lot more in the closing, and I liked it. I thought it was a job well done. Benjamin Lewis says Arizona equals the most efficient government employees ever. And that testimony came from Ray Valenzuela himself, right? He told us that 3,100 were excluded. I think 3,099 were excluded out of 1.4 million total. So if you just do the math on that, 3,100 divided by 1.4 million, you get 0.00222, I think, which if you it's 0.2 of 1% were rejected. 0.2 of 1% rejected. And these are volunteer people who, you can't do anything with that type of success rate in this world, You try to order a meal, there's a greater than 0.2% chance that something's going to be off there. Always. And so the fact that it was pretty dang perfect. My signature is not that great. I don't think that it's even within that threshold. But all right, that's Arizona, I guess. Good to see you, Benjamin. Thanks for that. Dana says one of the witnesses said that they were told if they failed too many, they would be pulled into the office. A second time could cause them to be removed. In my opinion, that likely caused hesitancy to fail signatures. An excellent point from Dana. I think a real great point. several things were happening. You could be let go, or you would get the thing back. The signature would come back your way. It'd go from level 1 to level 2, back down to level 1 again. They'd say, do it again. So you're either going to get in trouble if you cause too much problem for them because you're sending too much stuff up as they monitor. You're going to get it again and be told to just pass it because we're tired of having to double check your work at level 2. And if you are failing too many, yeah, you lose your job. Great comment. Good question, or good comment on that one from Dana in the house. Another one from Norman Smith says compliance is paramount. Non-compliance is evidence of fraud. Fraudulent election is intolerable. Lake has demonstrated perfectly. Thank you, Rob. And thank you, Norman. I appreciate you submitting that. And you're deviating from the standard. And that's where Kurt Olson was arguing the law. He came back and he said that the law says you shall do the thing. It's not you shall go through the motions. You actually need to verify the signatures. And the data shows that there was just too much activity in too compressed of a period of time that it's not actually possible to do what they allege they did. And then when you layer that on with all of the other complaints, we have other evidence that's closely related, but doesn't necessarily by itself impute impropriety. But when you start putting it all together and you say, wow, there's also 80 or something people that are not even at MICTEC, the center where they're doing all this tabulation. And we now know that Ray Valenzuela and others can just log onto their computer and remote desktop in and start verifying things. We also heard from Garrett Archer that there is some evidence somewhere that you might have concurrent logins with different users and all sorts of various information that is certainly troubling indeed. So good to see you, Norman. I appreciate you sending that one in. Who's another one? Hey, Pope Rackets victim is here. Says, would he accept chicken cooked halfway? It's cooked. I don't know. Who are you talking about? Pope Rackets? Would he accept chicken cooked one halfway? It's cooked. I mean, probably not. I think you probably want either an uncooked chicken or a fully cooked chicken. I don't know what you do with a half-cooked chicken. I mean, you can't eat it, right? It's not cooked, you know? So this one came in, but it's a good question, I suppose. This one from Norman says verification reduced to going through the motions and pretending. Yes, you're just rubber stamping. The state is just as arrogant as they seem, rubbing our nose in it. Putrid. Yeah, they're proud of their work. We did a great job. We did a great job. I mean, it was perfect. Everything was great. And they even made the argument that they don't have to do it amazingly. They say we did do it amazingly, but we didn't have to, you know, and they didn't prove this. And we had 1,600 in this bucket and 1,600 in that bucket or whatever the buckets were. And we did a great job. You should be happy with us, Arizona. You're welcome. Super great. We got Rocky Water says, thank you to Rocky Water. Another one says, a layman's grade on plaintiff's closing, Kari Lake's closing. C+, maybe a B-. Your thoughts? Though I guess he does have a chance to add to it after the defendant's closing. I thought it was good. I mean, I think I'd give him a little bit higher than a B-. I'd say I'd give him a B or maybe even a B+. I thought it was good. I thought that the one thing this entire trial that I was concerned about was that we were deviating too far away from the standard. All right. And I got very concerned about this, and he brought that home at the end. And that's really what caused my shoulders to relax a little bit. When he said there was no, and this was a facade, and those things, I thought, great. If he wouldn't have hit that, it would have been a D, you know, it would have been almost an F. Like, he needed to hit that. And I could have seen an A or an A+ type of close, add in a lot more meat to back that up. But it's certainly, yeah, I mean, it was good. It was good. I would say it was good because he brought it back to that standard, which I think is the standard the judge is going to adhere to. And he brought it right back to that. It wasn't signature verification. It was a facade. You were duped. We were all duped by this thing. Don't buy it. And that was really the theme I wanted to hear. Now, whether the judge buys it or not, of course, is a different story. But, and again, and you know what, a C plus maybe before the reclose, before the second close, maybe it would have been fair. And maybe you would have bumped your number up too after that. Hey, Randall's here. What's up, Randall? Says, thank you, Robert, for covering this. No matter which side you're on, it's important for everyone to see. Totally agree. Totally agree. And look, obviously, you know where my predispositions lie, but I'm also trying to give it a fair shake. There are appropriate times to have, rallies and dogpile and do that type of stuff. But we're trying to be fair, and hold the government accountable for what the government should be held accountable for. But certainly I understand, this is complicated stuff, and no matter what side you're on, I'm glad you're here. Even if you want Kari Lake to lose and you don't think this is all legitimate and she whatever, like, I'm glad you're here watching what's happening here, because there are a lot of problems that I hope you see. Do you really believe their numbers? Like 0.002? You think that 3,100 out of 1.4 million are bad? That's just crazy. Like, you'll have, anyways, I don't know what you guys think on the other side, to be perfectly frank, but anyways, glad you're here. We had, thank you, Randall, and thank you for the very nice comment. We do. This is a very, very welcoming channel. Here, Norman Smith says, here's the state's final defense. Remember, your vote counts for nothing, says Norman Smith. They really, well, everybody's vote counts is what it sounds like. It sounds like basically everything counts is really. And if everything counts, then nothing counts, right? If everybody gets a gold medal, does anybody get a gold medal? If everybody gets 200 million in reparations, does anybody really get, reparations if everybody's getting the thing? If everybody gets an A+ and an excellent score, does it mean anything? No, it doesn't mean anything. It's all just mechanical. And so here, your vote technically counts, but if everything was passed, was anything checked? I'm not sure about it. So good to see you, Norman. Another one from Ian says, just woke up in Australia. Woo! Happy with how today went? Thanks. ? Thanks for covering, Robert. I am happier today with how things went than I was yesterday. Yesterday was a slog. And what I wanted to get out of yesterday, we got more out of today, which was, again, closing the loop on these two frames. One is quality control matters. The other is quality control doesn't matter. And was that the court? I thought that was the court. Did they just kick us out of something? I don't know. All right. So yeah, I'm much happier today with what we, I heard a beep. Maybe I'm just going nuts. We appreciate you tuning in from Australia. Ian Mack in the house. Thank you for sending the tip in, my friend. Hope you're having a beautiful day over there. It's got to be what, Saturday? Saturday over there? Oh, I know what that chat is. We have here, Ian Mack says, I wish they had asked Valenzuela. You said you checked 1,600 yourself. Did that take you 15 minutes or 5 hours? Yeah, that would have been a great question. Diving in on any of those numbers, any of those metrics, and especially now that we know that they had basically a dashboard where they could measure people, it sounds like in real time, and determine whether they were doing a good job or not. He said something like that. Like, that way we can see if somebody's slacking off. We know what to do with it. I'm like, whoa, great. You've got amazing metrics. You've got dashboards on like automations on who's doing what and how they're doing it. We'd love to hear that and talk about that. Good to see you, Ian Mack. Another one from Solo says, thanks, Robert. This is the best channel for the important trials. Well, that's a very nice compliment, Solo. There's a lot of good channels out there, and I appreciate you joining ours as we covered this one. A lot of great people doing great work out there. We have a lot of fun here. I'm glad that you're here. I appreciate the super chat, my friend, and I hope you join us for the next one. Yeah, and here's another one from Trust 2 Kids. This came over from Rumble. Love our friends over on Rumble. Said, thanks, Rob, for persevering through this trial. Well, listen, I appreciate you being here, man. We've been through three full days of trial, and there's other ways we could have done this. Other trials that we've covered, we just summarize them at the end of the day and stuff. But I thought this was an important one. I personally wanted to invest some time learning what happened here, how this all worked, what the mechanics were of all the different statutes. Very nice to get a full couple days listening to Ray Valenzuela, having listened to Scott Jarrett, having listened to Stephen Richer and Bill Onesie Twosie Gates and all these people, and what their arguments look and sound like, and how they present themselves in court with their closing arguments. A lot of evidence now has been preserved on our YouTube channel so that we can see this and always reference back to this and go back and analyze, lest we need it again if there's another election contest in the next elections. We can say, oh, perfect. This is how they did it last time. Let's go watch that again, because this stuff is very important to have documented. And now, if there's another election contest, we've got a nice anchor in the ground, a nice stake in the ground, and a bunch of stuff that's been exposed, a bunch of stuff that we've already discussed here and put into the universe, printed into time and the digital ecosphere. And we'll be able to reference back to this and maybe utilize some of these questions, see if we see some patterns popping up in how Maricopa County performs their next election, and where, if need be, we can come back and make our claims at a later date. So it's good work. We put in good work here to this last few days. So I appreciate everybody joining us as we did it. And so it's entertaining and fun, and we get to learn some stuff, but we're also becoming legal lawsmiths, learning about these elections. So I'm glad that you're here and joining us. That was from Trust Two Kids. The Chiefs Way says, win or lose, the bright sunlight of watching the watchers has been shined all over the evildoers. Evil they do. That's exactly right. And that's a perfect segue from my prior comment, the Chiefs Way. That's exactly right. The outcome of this thing is probably going to be a difficult thing to accomplish just because the standard is so high. And remember, the judge would basically be pulling a sitting governor and her entire administration out and replacing her with Kari Lake. It would be the amount of salt and hystericism that you would see here would fill the Grand Canyon. It would be insane. So, regardless of the final disposition, this is important. I think that we got to shine the spotlight down, open up, expose all of this stuff. A lot of the arguments were ridiculous, and we'll be able to keep better tabs on this the next go round. And 2024 is right around the corner, and Arizona is an important state. Republicans, need to win it if they're going to take back the White House. So very important stuff. And the more eyeballs on this, the more sunlight, sunlight's the best disinfectant. And so I really appreciate you, the Chiefs Way, and everybody else here who shares the show and likes the video and leaves a comment and invites somebody to join us on a live stream. Super cool, because the more eyeballs that are on this stuff, the less they'll be able to do it. Good to see you, the Chiefs Way. Thanks again. Who else do we have? Elusive Gators in the house says, do we find out today, or will a decision, or when will wait minutes? Elusive Gator. So I think so obviously, as you saw now, by the time we got to this one, we are going to be at a under advisement decision. So he's going to take this opinion, mull it over the weekend, probably go have a stiff cocktail or something. Oh, gosh. And then, have a nice, go to bed at 8 o'clock, wake up tomorrow and start writing an opinion for the rest of us to read on Monday. So I think we'll see it early next week. Don't know exactly when, but it'll probably be sooner rather than later. Honestly, maybe even get it this weekend. Well, maybe we'll see. But thank you for being here, Elusive. Rocky Water also sent this one in. Said maybe it's a spirit of the law versus letter of the law debate. There must be historical precedents on this specific topic. Wondering your thoughts. Meaning on the topic of interpreting the law's intent versus the letter. Well, yeah, there is. So, Rocky Water, if you actually read the under advisement opinion, let me just grab it for you. If I can find it. No, that's not it. there's case law in Arizona, and this is the distinction that the judge has made. I can't find it at the moment. But when you hear them talking about the Reyes case, that's the case that you're looking into, the Reyes case. They're saying it's this type of a claim, not this type of a claim. The claim that the government referenced in their closing arguments was the case called Reyes. They said this is a Reyes claim. And if you read the Reyes case, they're saying that that case is about whether or not the thing was done, not how the thing was done. Okay, so it's about whether you produced it, not about the quality of the production. Kari Lake's team is arguing essentially what you're interpreting to be the spirit of the law. That's what Kari Lake's team is arguing. Look, signature verification is supposed to produce verified signatures in a competent manner. They didn't do it. The law says they need to do it. They didn't do it. They're saying the law says we only have to do signature verification. We did the thing. That's it. That's the letter of the law. So the case law is the Reyes case, and the judge is interpreting Kari Lake's claims under Reyes because he's defining that they narrowed that claim under Reyes volitionally through their own acts in their complaints, in their oral arguments. By the time this went up to the Supreme Court, they were making arguments to the Supreme Court under Reyes that this is justified under Reyes. And then when it came back down, they are still bound by those arguments in this trial. And that's why the judge said, based on how this went up and came back down, you have to prove the letter, not the spirit, to put it in your terms. So great question, little technical there, but very, very, very good question that I think is important. And that's why I was so happy today that they came back and argued both, really. They argued both the spirit of the law, which was that it was so tainted, but tying it back into the letter of the law, which means that it was so tainted that it is as though there was no signature verification at all, which is the argument that they have to hit. So great comment from Rocky on that one as well. Let's see, this one from Mark Jenkins says, Robert, I was pro-prosecutor all my life until you turned me into a bleeding heart liberal. Not. Love you, man. Good. I don't want to turn you into a bleeding heart liberal at all. That's the opposite of anything we want to do here. That would be a sad state of affairs. But, if you do have a little bit more question, if you do question police and prosecutors, and more specifically, non-local police, generally my biggest qualms are with the FBI and the DOJ. And I think that in many ways they set the tone for local agencies. It starts with the feds, and then they mandate all of these level compliances with the feds. If the feds just got out of law enforcement a lot more and let local individuals take care of it, I'd be happier with that. But I do think that there is a little contradiction on the conservative Republican side when we say that we are small government and individual liberty, but then we want to empower the government with unlimited police forces, with unlimited money and unlimited power, and the cops can never do wrong, and support the police no matter what, and unlimited qualified immunity, and put everybody in jail without any due process, and death penalty for drug dealers and all this kind of crap. You go, what the hell? That sounds like a totalitarian lunacy. And so I think there's a contradiction with a lot of conservatism on that. It's like, wait a minute, are we really small government? Why are we going to give these guys with guns and badges total control and power over our lives to come and raid our homes without warrants or make exigent circumstances or whatever? Like, that's ridiculous. So that's where, if there's a little bit of nudging that way, that's okay. But certainly don't want you to turn into a bleeding heart liberal. Oh gosh, this show will have failed. Yeah, but put your mask on. Yeah, says Roe Family, wear a mask. We had this one from Fred T. Clayton. Says, would you sue the FBI and the Justice Department for us? I'd love to, Fred. I'd love to. Yeah. Let me know what you have in mind for a claim. You let me know. Hopefully we can get it done. We'll have to figure it out. But it's good to see you, Fred. Appreciate the tip. Thanks for joining us. Another one from Rocky says, does Lake even want to be governor at this point? Isn't she clearly on a short list for VP? That's a good question. I don't know. Is she a serious contender for vice president with Trump? I don't know. I think he said a statement, something like his announcement was going to shock the world. But I don't know who it might be. I think if a female candidate would be good for Trump. I don't know who it would be. I know Nikki Haley is working hard for it. I don't know. It's a good question. But yes, I think she definitely would still want to be governor, no doubt about it. This one from Voice of the People. Thank you, Voice. Voice of the People gifted 5 membos in the house. Guess who's coming in here? We got Mama Pillow. AOC Fanatics in the house. I think that's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez Fanatic in the house. Kathy Tolfer, welcome. And Riley, welcome, along with Dorothy. All welcome, courtesy of our friend, Voice of the People. And Voice of the People is always, man, we appreciate you very much. Thank you for always joining us. And I think Voice of the People has Off-Label Podcast, which is streaming tomorrow on YouTube. So if you want to check that out and get a little bit more analysis on some of these topics and other topics, check out the Off-Label Podcast on YouTube. Voice of the People is an amazing host over there. And so, my friends, whew, boy, I think we got through some serious business here on this trial. We got 3 days of it, and the case is now in the judge's hands. So now it is time for us to retire as well and to see what the judge says. Of course, we will continue to cover this. We are going to leave it there on the day. Kelly R. just sent in a tip. Says Nikki Haley should have worked hard for vice president 3 years ago. Just saying. Hasn't done that yet. Yeah, I'm not real sure what Nikki Haley is doing, what her strategy is. Did you hear also that I think Chris Christie's going to be running? I'm not real sure what these people are doing. But all right. Let's say hello to Twitter. Let's say hello to Rumble before we wrap it up on the day. And who's in the chat over there? We got A Job Done Well. We got Renegade, Take It Back USA. We've got Dispatch, Army Brats in the house. We have Tracy's over there. Good to see Tracy and everybody over on Rumble. Abe Amadei is also another case that is working its way through. I'm not sure. I think they're pretty close. I think they might be waiting on a ruling over there as well on the Abe Amadei case. Yeah, and thank you, Rumble, for all the super chats, and I appreciate everybody watching over there and joining us on that amazing platform. Who else is on Twitter? We got 10 viewers. Woo, woo, out of control. Vientikis said Maricopa's closing arguments are garbage. Lake's arguments, the official numbers show it's impossible for everyone to have done their job. Maricopa's arguments show that one person says they did a job, so everyone must have done a good job. This is a slam dunk for Kari Lake, if I ever heard one. Good comment from V in the house. Helen Collier says, I would retweet this 1,000 times. Kind of like Katie Hobbs got her people to count votes. Heyo from Helen C. I wish I could retweet this 1,000 times, just like Katie Hobbs got her people to vote. Dan McLaughlin's in the house, says, I've been watching you the whole trial. Great channel. Thanks for being here and joining us, Dan McLaughlin. I appreciate you, my friend. Thanks for saying hello on Twitter. We also saw this one from 4409. Says, what software are you using your live feed? Interacting with people, video, and everything. Oh, well, this is I got a lot going on. This is an ATEM Mini Extreme ISO that is a hardware switcher that allows me to switch this. I have buttons that allow me to move this stuff around, right, and actually do all of this. So this is hardware button called the ATEM Mini Extreme ISO. I love it. It's amazing. It records independent feeds. It's incredible. Not really good for interview setups, which is why we don't do a lot of interviews here, but it does allow me to share everything on my screen. So this is just a desktop. This whole screen is just actually it's a fourth screen with just a desktop, which is why I can move stuff over onto the screen from other screens, like this like button, like this Maricopa County button, like this like button over here. You know, it's just like a web browser. So that's all. And then it all gets ported into Restream, and then it goes out across the interwebs. And so thanks for asking about it. I love geeking out about the setup, and it's been working more regularly lately, which is great news. We have this one from Supersonic. Says, thanks for covering this. Thank you for being here and joining us. USA's in the house. Helen Collier's in the house. Says, I have thought that Katie Hobbs' attorney don't think anyone is a specialist unless they agree with them. Angela shared a new video And I think we said hello to Georgia Peaches. Says, I'm not sure Kari's lawyers hit the home run they needed to win. We'll see. We'll see. It's time. It's time. We've got John Shoemaker. Thanks, John, for the compliment. Says, you're a good narrator, Robert. Live court cases is your element. Thank you, John. Thanks for being here. I had fun with you guys. I really did have fun. It's a little frustrating, but it's also a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Teresa says, why are you not on Kari's team? You've made more. Well, thank you for saying that. Thanks for allowing us to view this live. Thank you, Teresa. Very nice compliment. And I appreciate you being here. Well, you know, Kari had her team and I was doing other things and she was doing other things. We didn't connect on this one, but I appreciate the confidence that we could have. TJ King says, the deep dives into these national headlines are incredible. The headlines are often false, and your analysis is like kryptonite to fake news and those that tweet about it. Thank you for that. That's a huge compliment, TJ. It is. I really think that there's power in the truth. You know, what, like Tucker said, you speak truth, and it's the power, it's the language of the universe. And so we just want to share what's actually happening and show the documents and have some fun, analyze them. We can have different takes, learn in public, explore these issues together. But I agree, it's more real, it's more authentic than just the headlines. And I honestly, I really appreciate you joining. You know, we couldn't do this if you didn't join and we didn't, you know, have fun together doing it. So I'm grateful that there's interest in these stories. I think they're incredibly important. We got Salty Staff Sergeant says, thanks for keeping the public aware of these things. And Bob M is saying that we're crying like losers over here. Oh, man. So that was from Bob M saying a bunch of thumb suckers, I think is what that was. And so that came over from Twitter. Shout out to our friends on Twitter. Shout out to our friends on Rumble. And I appreciate everybody joining us. But that is going to be it for the day and for the week. We are planning on a members only morning stream tomorrow. I think there might be a poll to give me the day off or something from Zach Nichols. But, you know, we don't often do that here. We'll see what the poll says. But anyways, we are planning on it, watchingthewatchers.locals.com tomorrow for our members only chat. Oh, and we had some other messages come in. And I missed them. I apologize. We had some other messages come in from Voice of the People. And who else do we have? Kelly. Thank you, Kelly. Oh, yeah, this one. Kelly says, Nikki Haley should have worked hard for the president 3 years ago. Just saying. Just saying. Michael Allen Hughes. Now, Nikki Haley feels like she's working hard for it now, Kelly. Certainly feels that way. Michael Allen Hughes, thank you very much. Sending in a nice big red heart. I appreciate you, Michael. Thanks for being here. And I've seen you, I think, all 3 days. I appreciate that. This one from Nerd in Exile says, I'm willing to talk to you to sue him. From Nerd in Exile. Well, here's the problem. I was being a little facetious about suing them, but I mean, here's the thing. If you want to sue the government, you've got to have a very specific claim and very specific damages, and there's also very specific rules about timing. You can't just file lawsuits against the government whenever you want. There's certain deadlines like 6 months. If you were injured, you got to file a notice of a claim within 6 months or else you lose the ability to do that. The government makes it very, very difficult to sue them. There's all sorts of immunity for multiple layers. So it depends what the basis of the lawsuit is. And they're very expensive. So it's got to be a lot of funding. And, you know, that's why you have entire organizations like the ACLU and things that are set up with literally millions of dollars of funding to hire lawyers to just go sue indefinitely. Unless you have like a specific claim, like if you were a prisoner and you got injured or mistreated or something, you got a very specific claim, then you could theoretically sue the government. But again, very strict rules, like different deadlines on notice of claims and other things. The general rule is if you're unhappy with the government, and they say the government is you basically don't have standing to sue them. You can't even bring a suit because it's called a general grievance, and political grievances are best brought through the political system, not through the court system. So they say if you got a problem with the FBI or a DOJ, you got to go vote differently. You can't just sue them. And there's a lot of jurisprudence on that. So the government, of course, are going to protect themselves from being sued. Otherwise, they would be sued a lot. And John McGarvey says, Rob, you also changed my mind on defense lawyers. And I'm not just saying that. I almost unsubscribed the first time I found out you were a defense lawyer. Glad I didn't. Well, thanks, John. That's another huge compliment. And I can understand that, and that's a big thing. I mean, I think, a lot of defense attorneys, a lot of them have bad raps, just like prosecutors have bad raps. A lot of lawyers in general have bad raps. But I think that defense attorneys are often forgotten about, and I don't just say that because I am one of them, but I think that they are, they're oftentimes defending what people think to be are the worst of the worst in society. How could you possibly do that? I mean, I got into an argument, not an argument, but we had discussions about this when I was going to become a defense attorney. My mom's like, what? And we don't have any lawyers in our family. We don't have a lot of experience with any of this stuff. We're all law-abiding citizens. Nobody's, my mom's not a, lawbreaker in any sense. You're going to go be a defense attorney? What the heck are you talking about? And then we start to talk about it, and I realize, well, defense attorneys are the people standing up for the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, and against all of the big government encroachments. Prosecutors are taking the government power and exploiting individuals, and the defense attorneys are the people, the kind of the last line of defense. And they've got to go defend the Ghislaine Maxwells and the people who've, actually done the things that Ghislaine Maxwell's clients have done and all those things. And so they often get forgotten about and I think crapped on a lot in favor of the prosecutors who are saving the streets and fighting for justice and putting the bad guys in jail. They're like, oh, shut up. What did she do? Okay, you're going to ask for 30 days for what now? All right, idiots. Give me a break. So, we've got to, that's why I have a hard time criticizing kind of defense lawyers and people who go against the government. Lawyers who go against the government, I have a lot of appreciation for anytime because it's a David versus Goliath thing every single time. Okay. The government has billions of dollars that they have funneled into their institutions for hundreds of years now. The U.S. government been around for hundreds of years and been pumping into the justice system for all of it. So it's David versus Goliath. You get a defense attorney and a defendant with no money, and you've got to go against this big behemoth with a bunch, which filled with corruption. And just like we see here regularly, people covering their tracks up all the time. And they say everything's done perfectly and appropriately and everybody's amazing. No, we don't care about justice. Give me a break. It's a big racket in many ways. And so, holy moly, it just drives me nuts. And defense attorneys are pushing back against that, every single day. And they often get, think about the Proud Boys trials. Think about those defense attorneys versus the entire DOJ, FBI, and the DC Circuit Court. These people are heroes. So anyways, thank you, John. It's a nice compliment. And I am honored to be able to speak out on behalf of defense attorneys and to be able to stand up for them and to fight for them. It is a tremendous honor and a privilege to be able to do that. And I will continue to do it. Thank you for that, John. This one from Danny Newton. Danny Newton in the house. Welcome as a supporter. And don't forget to grab that Telegram link, my friend. We're going over for our after party very, very soon. And I think our last one came in from Adesia. Says, good work. Thanks, Adesia. Thanks for the comment. Good work. I appreciate it. I like it. It's a great comment. It's very simple and I appreciate it. Adesia, good work to you. Thank you for being here. And really thank you for the tip. Amazing. Love it. And KX, what's up, KX? He says, Rob, I'm with, figuratively, not literally, John McGarvey. I even commented almost 4 years ago that I despised attorneys. You said something that seemed negative against something Trump was doing, but I kept listening to some good sense you made, and you won my loyalty. KX, that is such a nice compliment, my friend. Well, thank you. And I appreciate that, guys. And that's a huge compliment to you. That's a nice testament to your ability to be open and to accept other schools of thought. I mean, a lot of people are not like that. And we're going to see a lot more of that. There's a lot of rally fever out there. Like, you're on our side or you're dead to me. And if you're either with us or you're dead to me. It's like, hold on a minute. Let's hold on. I don't want to do that at all. I want to be, I don't care what party you're on. If you're on Team Freedom, Team America, whatever you're going in the prime, whatever it is, let's try to be friendly as we can and work together and see if we can have some good conversations and learn and then improve together. But a lot of people are not like that, right? A lot of people will just come in and you don't say this one thing about this one thing, so you're dead to me and I'm moving on and I'll never look back. And so the fact that there is an opportunity, for a pause, let's listen, let's digest it, and then have a conversation about it is an awesome thing. So shout out, to you guys for that. A lot of people don't do that anymore. And I try to do that. I try to at least entertain the other arguments and look at things in a light most favorable to the other side and explore it. And then if you don't like it, then throw it in the garbage. I'm just saying, just listen for like 5 minutes. And then if you hate this show, then throw it in the garbage. That's fine. That's fine. just thanks for giving it a chance. Before you say it's trash, I appreciate you giving it a chance. That's my only point. All right. And so, my friends, hey, Chris Wolney is also here. John McGarvey says, rarely heard on the internet. You changed my mind and I was wrong. Exactly. Almost never comes out, right? Rarely heard. You changed my mind and I was wrong. Almost never comes out. And I think it's important, it's important to be able to explore these things and not become too defined and too etched in stone. I think it's important to be fluid because the world's a fluid world. And I'm okay being wrong and changing my opinions. I mean, if my opinions are the same 1 year from now on everything in my life, I probably haven't done that much growth or learned anything new because I haven't figured it all out. So the whole point is we should be growing and changing and ebbing and flowing and saying these things are working, these things are not working. Let me stick with this. Let me get rid of that. And there are natural cycles. You might come to this channel and might leave this channel and come back to this channel and leave this channel. And we're going to be here for a while. So whatever that journey looks like, we're grateful for the time that we have together. And I do appreciate it. I think it's important to continue to have the conversation. And you guys tell me when I'm wrong regularly. And I try to take it to heart and genuinely improve what we're doing here and become a better improve what we're doing. Chris Wolney's here, says, unfortunately, defense attorneys get a bad rap from too many pro-authority TV shows and movies and the naive idea that governments can blindly be trusted. I think that's a good point, Chris. There is a lot of that. It's the defense attorneys who are always riding around in Cadillacs, paying off witnesses, kind of being scummy, being slick, hey, well, I'm going to do this and put this here and give that guy some cash, and everything gets papered over. And the government prosecutors are like these FBI agents at CSI. They wake up every morning like, oh, saving America. Let's go get serial killers. You're not getting serial killers, weirdos. You guys are like rolling around in Old Town and bars and shooting for DUIs and urinating in public, for crying out loud. Stop acting like you're saving America. And like defense attorneys are going in, and not to turn this into a big advertisement for defense attorneys, but the vast majority of people that I have represented in my career are good people through and through, heart and soul. The vast majority of them, everyday people like you and me, in a bad situation, got in a bad fight with the spouse, got in a bad argument with a roommate, had a wide right turn and got pulled over, happened to have some alcohol in their system. And they're not bad people. They're nurses and doctors and construction workers and people who are mothers and fathers and brothers. And it's, they're good people. And there is a select few, small percentage of people that are active and, in the system of maliciousness. And you separate, those get treated a little bit differently in the court system. But by and large, they're mostly good people, and defense attorneys are trying to help get good people back on track. That's it. Here's another one from Wild Child. Said, everyone wants to down on defense lawyers until they need one. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, they're all a bunch of losers until suddenly you got to give somebody a call. And I've gotten a lot of those calls. I've gotten a lot of those phone calls. Hey man, I cannot believe I'm talking to you right now. It's usually from, mothers of a son or something like that. Hey, I didn't ever think I'd be calling you. Well, I know that's how these calls often start. So anyways, good comments that came in from our friends all over the interwebs, on Locals, on Rumble, and on YouTube. And thank you everybody for sending those in. Now, we want to wrap it up on the day, my friends, so we can get to our beautiful Friday evenings, but we are not done quite yet. Our members, stick around. We are going to be going to watchingthewatchers.locals.com, watchingthewatchers.locals.com, and we are planning on a members-only show tomorrow, so be sure to subscribe. And if you're on YouTube, you can also join on YouTube, and you'll get that stuff as well. So click the join button on YouTube. You'll get the members-only Saturday show, and join the private Telegram group. And don't forget to get your Field of Greens, my friends, wherever it is you're watching this. Remember that you can go to fieldofgreens.com, and Field of Greens will almost, they're so good, you might think that it's almost like a field of memes. This came courtesy of our friend N810, Nathan's in the house, created this for us. Field of Memes with Robert Gouveia, ESQ. Which is just great. We love memes and we love our greens. And if you eat your greens, you will make better memes. Huh? And so go on over there to fieldofgreens.com, save 15% with code Robert so you can save at checkout. They've got a lot of amazing things over there, and the vegetables want to be eaten, and your memes will be amazing. You'll be bursting with green energy. Get all sorts of superfood at fieldofgreens.com and use code Robert at checkout. Also, if you'd like to create a mind map just like this one, you can get your free account at spotlightlawyer.com/mindmap. It's a lot of fun. I use it for all sorts of other projects in addition to the show. And so check yours out at spotlightlawyer.com/mindmap. Lastly, I want to thank the mods and the meme smiths who helped to keep this train on the tracks. A busy 3 days. And so mega ultra shout outs to the mods. Really do appreciate you guys. They do help keep the show on the tracks, and we're grateful. To our friends, Vientikis Prime, we've got K Bean, we've got Just Cause in the house, our friend Playin Hooky, Ronnie Cole, Zulu, Beyond Geo Stars, formerly Geomancy Games, Zach Nichols in the house, along with John Allen. We've got Janak 909, our friend Dog Digger, and Donut Mind Me in the house, modding down the fort. Shout out to our friends Sleepy Dog Lee, Geegum Geegum, and our friend N810 Nathan, who got in some good new memes today. I appreciate it, Nathan. Thank you for those as well. And so that, my friends, is it for us on the day. We had a couple other final comments come in. Hey, K Bean! K Bean says, most people in jail have made bad life decisions. I think that's generally a rule. Yeah, I think that's probably a good general rule. Yeah, in general, that is a rule. Yeah. And I think that for some of them, jail is worthy, and some of them, jail is not appropriate. We all make bad life decisions. So I guess I agree with you, but I'm also, I guess my standard about, here's what we're arguing about, not that we're arguing about it, is bad life decisions. You know, what is the standard? What is the threshold for that? And do all of those warrant jail? Feels like a lot of people make bad life decisions and don't go to jail. A lot of others do make bad life decisions and go to jail. And we have difference of questions about what that life decision is. But I'm not saying you're taking a position one way or the other. I think your statement is a general statement. Most people in jail have made bad life decisions. And some of those decisions resulted in them being in jail. Yeah, it's a good comment. Thank you, K-Bean. And I appreciate you helping us out and modding down the fort for us. SoCal Boho Gal is a supporter. Welcome, SoCal Boho Gal, which is amazing. And so don't forget, again, if you're a new member on YouTube or on Locals, to grab our private members only Telegram link, because that is where we are going right now for our members only after party. And we hope to see you there so that we can carry on our conversation for a little bit longer. But if you're not joining us, we are done here for the day. Members only Saturday stream scheduled for tomorrow. But if you don't join us, we will be back here on Monday. And I don't even know what the heck is going on in the world. We've been so plugged in to Kari Lake, but I'm pretty sure the FBI is even more corrupt than ever, like several different headlines on that. So that'll be fun to look into. And there will be more nefarious to unpack next week. And I hope to see you here to do it so that together with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system with the hope of finding justice. I had a great trial with you, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for all of the amazing support over the last 3 days. I hope you have a beautiful, beautiful weekend. You get outside, you unplug, you get with some friends and family, get some great vitamin D, get some sunshine, and we'll see you right back here next week. Make it a great weekend, my friends. Bye-bye.